Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer alongside Aaron Burnett. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world.
All right, several battleground states, Wolf, we're still waiting for results, still being counted. But let's just be clear. This race to 270 is over. This is CNN special coverage of Election Day in America. Continued.
Donald Trump returns to the White House, the president-elect pulling off potentially the biggest political comeback in American history. Remarkably, Trump made significant gains in nearly every demographic group across the country and now is on track to win the popular vote as well, something he failed to do in his previous two presidential runs. Also at stake right now, the balance of power in Washington. Republicans have flipped the U.S. Senate. We're learning they're growing more and more confident they'll also keep control of the House of Representatives. More on that in a moment. But first, we have a key race alert for you right now. All right, let's take a look at the key race alert, starting in Michigan with its 15 electoral votes. 98% of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has a lead of nearly 100,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.2% for Kamala Harris. In Arizona and its 11 electoral votes, 63% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead of 51.9% to 47.2%, a lead of slightly more than 100,000 votes over Kamala Harris in Arizona. Another key battleground state, Nevada, and its 6 electoral votes. 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead in Nevada, 51.5% to 46.8%, a lead of nearly 60,000 votes for Trump over Harris in Nevada. Right now, just hours from now, the Vice President Kamala Harris will be speaking after conceding to Donald Trump. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is over at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C., and Kristen Holmes is over at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We're told she has reached out to Trump to concede, but has not connected yet with him. Priscilla, what else do we know?
Well, she wants to connect with him before she delivers her remarks at her alma mater of Howard University later this afternoon. Recall that this was where she was also having her election night party last night. She did not give remarks then. She will be giving remarks today. But certainly the feeling among Harris allies, those close to the campaign and those in the campaign, is a sense and state of shock and disbelief. That is what I have been hearing over the course of the morning, including in the early morning hours of today. One source saying their stomach was in knots, another saying that they felt, quote, terrible, and yet another saying that the mood among campaign officials was gloomy, that it was the results that came in Pennsylvania, which had been a linchpin of their strategy to 270 electoral votes. That really was, as this person put it, the nail in the coffin. The reason this has been such a shock among those close to the Harris campaign is because privately and publicly, senior campaign officials had been projecting confidence and optimism over the course of the day yesterday, essentially citing internal data and suggesting that some of those undecided voters, some of the voters that they had been targeting, were leaning toward the vice president. The results show that was not entirely the case, and some of that has already led to finger pointing, especially, for example, the strategies deployed to reach those disaffected Republicans. And we have seen that some of those red counties stayed very much red and included higher margins for former President Donald Trump. So certainly a reckoning within the party and the campaign as they look forward to today. But we are also told that the vice president, when she gives remarks today, intends to implore her supporters to respect the outcome of this election and to urge supporters to find common ground. So certainly we'll hear more on all of that later this afternoon when the vice president speaks at Howard University. Wolf.
And we'll have live coverage, of course, to be sure. Priscilla Alvarez, thank you very much. I want to turn to CNN's Kristen Holmes right now. Kristen, what are you hearing from the Trump team down in West Palm Beach?
Well, Wolf, I do want to quickly touch on this idea that Harris has been reaching out to Donald Trump. We have reached out to several senior advisors, to campaign staff, to see why exactly Harris has been unable to reach the former president. We have not heard back yet. But when it comes to the former president, look, his team clearly celebrating. They've been celebrating since last night. They were projecting a cautious optimism. And then, of course, we saw what happened last night when Donald Trump won the presidency, or I guess early this morning. Now, one thing that they're contending with this morning is that the knives are already out. It's not just talking about at the campaign level, but in Donald Trump's whole orbit. I have been talking to a number of sources who are already starting that jockeying for a position on the Trump administration. They are talking about various jobs like Secretary of State, like Chief of Staff. They are trying to get their names floated. They are trying to prove to Trump's inner circle, and that's likely the people who have been closest to him during this campaign, just how loyal they have been to this cycle. And one thing to keep in mind, we talked about this in January, Donald Trump was keeping very close tabs on when exactly Republicans backed him. Did they back him after he won Iowa or before? Were they joining his team as closest to 2022 when he was exiled essentially from the Republican Party, or were they just coming around in recent weeks? All of this is something Donald Trump is likely to take into consideration. One thing to note, he has not been having serious conversations about what his transition would look like or what his administration will look like because he is so superstitious. That's obviously all now going to change. Wolf?
Kristen Holmes down in West Palm Beach, Florida for us. Thank you very much. Let's bring in our panel for some serious discussion. And MJ, let's talk a little bit about the extraordinary reporting that we're getting from inside the Harris camp, where there's apparently a lot of fingers being pointed at Biden.
Yeah, there's a lot of finger pointing going on as Democrats are now trying to process what happened here. How was it possible that we suffered such a loss? And one of the people that is going to get a brunt of that is President Biden, going back to his decision to even seek re-election in the first place. Something else that I think just bears repeating is the degree of shock that I am getting from the Harris campaign as well. You know, this is a candidate and a campaign that from the very beginning, they build themselves as the underdogs. And up until the very end, you know, they said, we know that this is going to be a very close race. This could come down to the margins in a number of the states. But I will say, everybody that I've talked to a person, there is shock at the scope of the defeat that Kamala Harris saw last night. One senior advisor I was talking to said, of course we knew that this was possible, but in a world where she is winning New Jersey by just 5 points, this is a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points back in 2020, we knew that something bigger was at play. And I think it's also just worth talking about the fact that this is just an emotional time for everybody on the campaign and Democrats, of course, writ large. You know, these are people that worked on, whether it's the Biden campaign that turned into the Harris campaign, really poured everything into trying to get the vice president elected. And now not only are they dealing with sort of the emotional processing of what happened last night, but also figuring out their lives or packing up their homes that they had temporarily set up in these battleground states and figuring out what's even next for me in my life and my careers. Happens every cycle, but just worth repeating that this is some of what they are processing right now in the big picture and then in their own lives, too.
And Gloria, on that point, the Democrats clearly have a lot of serious soul searching to do right now. Where do they start?
Well, I think they start at the very beginning and the question about Joe Biden, as MJ was talking about, and how Joe Biden decided to run for re-election. The Democrats I talked to say, look, if he hadn't decided, we would have had a real primary. We would have been able to craft a theme that would get us somewhere, and we wouldn't have been tied to Joe Biden. And that's the problem. She became the candidate who couldn't separate herself from Joe Biden. And when you have 3/4 of the country thinking it's headed in the wrong direction, that's a real problem. So Donald Trump became the candidate of change. And you always want to be the candidate of change when you're running. And he became the candidate of change, and she became the candidate of more of the same. No matter how much she tried, no matter how many proposals she proposed, people saw her as an extension of Joe Biden. And as we were talking about before, I was talking to one source who called this a rolling realignment. Because if you look at the major shifts in the way the parties are defined now, the populist party is the Republican Party. The party of the elites are the Democrats. You know, when the margins are small in a state like New Jersey, you have to kind of look at that and say, well, what's going on there? You know, this isn't about race. It's more about education And the way people have been feeling about the way they've been treated by government, and they don't trust government anymore. And Kamala Harris was government.
Yeah, good point. New Jersey, historically a pretty democratic state,
yeah.
As we all know. Manu, I know you're getting some new reporting right now about the Florida Senator Rick Scott. And how he's positioning himself. What are you hearing?
Yeah, this is actually the next election that's going to happen immediately. Next week, Republicans have a huge decision in the United States Senate. Who is going to be the next Senate majority leader? This is the person who will decide what bills can come to the floor, what bills will not come to the floor, how to position themselves in working with or maybe sometimes breaking with the incoming president. There are three candidates in this race. One of them is the person on your screen there, Florida Senator Rick Scott, who did win his second term last night in Florida. He is telling his colleagues that he will be essentially the Trump candidate, someone who could align himself with Donald Trump. They say they could push along the Trump agenda. Now, he is seen as a long shot candidate in this race. He's up against Senator John Thune, who's the current Republican whip, and Senator John Cornyn, who is a former whip, someone who was actually involved who ran the GOP campaign committee for 2 cycles. Both Thune and Cornyn are seen as the favorites in this race. But this is a secret ballot election, Wolf, so it's unclear how senators will ultimately come down. And here's the other big question. What will Trump do? We know that Cornyn and Thune in particular have been trying to bolster their relationship with Trump over some time. Thune had a bit of a more fraught relationship with Trump over the past couple of years. He backed Tim Scott for the presidency as well. How does Trump react? Does he try to tip the scales? And do senators actually listen to him? Because this position is so huge. You'll hope to find the future of this party as Republicans are looking at a 52-48 Senate at least, but that could potentially grow even to a 54-46 Senate.
I suspect the senators will listen to him.
Yeah.
But that's just my suspicion.
Yeah, but some of them don't.
Don't
Some
they
of them
want him
don't.
to
And when it's a
stay
secret
out?
ballot election, you really never know.
Yeah. Don't they want him to stay out of it?
Yeah, some of them do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. An important decision indeed coming up. Everybody stand by. I want to get back to Aaron Burnett, who has reaction from a Harris surrogate. What are you learning, Aaron?
All right. Well, Wolf, let's find out here now, because obviously crucial surrogate in the state of Michigan was Debbie Dingell, and Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris by more than 90,000 votes in what was supposed to be the blue wall state of Michigan. That state, though, just to be clear, we have not formally made the call yet. There is a very tight Senate race as well playing out in Michigan, as Manu just explained. With us now, the Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan. So, Congresswoman Dingell, you and I have spoken several times over these past recent days. I guess there's got to be a part of you who knew this was possible, because I remember the last time we spoke, you said you were nauseously optimistic, and that was after going across the state. Now you know what you know, and obviously we have not yet made a formal call. What are you thinking about what happened in Michigan?
So I'm not surprised, Aaron, like many others are. The fact of the matter is that I continued to tell all of you for months that this state was tight. It was going to be close. It may be a little bigger than I thought that it was going to be, but I knew what it was coming down to. So it's not unexpected for me. So I think I'm going to be very blunt. As Democrats, we got to do some soul searching. We're getting a message from a lot of people that we're not hearing them. And I hope we take the time to do the soul searching we have to do.
Well, I think a lot of people have to appreciate your honesty and your bluntness on this. Can I ask you about a couple of those groups, Congresswoman? First, let's just talk about women. We're two women having this conversation. Harris did worse with women than Biden did with women, and then Hillary Clinton did with women. That is just something, I mean, maybe you saw it. I don't know anybody who saw that. I don't know anyone in the Trump campaign who saw that. How do you explain that?
So in Michigan, we had a ballot proposal on choice 2 years ago. So it wasn't the first and forefront issue that it was, say, 2 years ago on our ballot. But, you know me, I talk to everybody. That's how I get a gut. I went into the eye doctor on Monday morning and saw, a mid-50s African-American woman. And I said, have you voted? And she said, no. And I said, do you have a plan? And she said, no, I haven't decided who to vote for. And so it doesn't surprise me. If people listen to real people and talk to them about what the issues are, the economy was a big issue. And I don't think giving billionaire tax cuts is exactly the way to solve it. But I'm going to work. We have to respect the integrity of the electoral system. And now we're going to have to work with a new president for the next 4 years and learn what we weren't hearing and why we lost.
Well, I mean, look, that's humility. I also think it's important for people to hear you'll work with them, right? That you will, that this is the way this country works. And I know it can't be easy for some to hear and maybe even to say, but it is so important. Can I ask you about something else, Congresswoman? Because you and I spoke a couple times in recent days, right? And both times you talked about Jill Stein and you talked about how significant it was. And in fact, in one of the interviews, I knew coming in that you really wanted to bring it up because you were concerned. You wanted to send the message to the Arab American community, particularly in Dearborn, that voting for Jill Stein was a vote for Donald Trump, of course, who is a very clear Israel supporter. So the numbers for Dearborn come in. Trump wins by 42%, Harris at 36%. Jill Stein got 18% of the vote in Dearborn, Michigan. 18% of the vote. This isn't 2 or 3. It's not on the margin where it was possibly polling. It's 18%. What do you think about that?
I think that the community is trying to send a message. Look, I want to say to you that what is going on in the Mideast is tearing people apart, and it's particularly hard in Michigan. People are raw and hurting on both sides, and quite frankly, I get killed by both sides. I get protested. I have threats. But I listen to them. I talk to them. And a lot of people are unwilling to just put themselves out there and listen and understand what their hurt is and what they're saying. And I quite frankly think the fear of people on all sides being willing to talk to them is what resulted in Jill Stein getting support. People are angry. They've lost family members. By the way, both sides. Here in Michigan, I feel like the war in the Mideast has come to Michigan. And even people inside the Democratic Party are at each other's throats. It's not good.
You know, when you talk about looking at how you're going to have to work across the aisle, you could be looking at a Republican White House. Obviously, we know that. A Republican Senate, we know that. Could be a Republican House as well. So how do you navigate within that as what you say is a pragmatic, Democratic elected congressperson? How do you deal when they have a full sweep?
Look, I have relationships on the other side of the aisle. Look, I'm going to always stand up for what I believe. And when I think something's wrong, I'm going to be respectful and tough and tense. But I'll also say I agreed with Donald Trump that we needed to redo NAFTA. And by the way, that's why I thought he won in 2016. Bob Lighthouser, I've worked with a lot. I think he's a smart man. He's going to be part of this administration. So there are some things that I support that he does, and you've got to do that. And if you disagree, I'm going to stand up strong. And what I really want is all the vitriolicness, the ugliness, the threats, the violence, the pitting us against each other to please stop. We are strong in this country as the United States of America. And my biggest problem with the former president, about to be president again, is the way that he pits each other, all of us against each other at times with his rhetoric. And if I were to ask or pray for anything, it's that we all dial it down and find ways to disagree in a civil manner and stop this vitriolicness that is really going to cost the country far too much.
All right. Well, Congresswoman Dingell, I appreciate your time and your thoughts as always. And thanks for joining me on this post-election morn. Well, the saying that it's the economy, stupid, rings true once again. We saw it in the exit polls. We're seeing it across the board. It mattered more than any conversation about Hitler or fascist or anything like that. So we're going to go in a deep dive on exactly what that means as you continue to watch our special coverage of Election Day in America continued. Wolf and I will be right back.
We're back with our special coverage. Donald Trump back in power, elected the 47th president of the United States. Let's get to Phil Mattingly. He's over here with me at the Magic Wall. So tell our viewers, Phil, how did the president-elect make this truly historic comeback?
Well, it is clear the former president overperformed just about everywhere he needed to compared to his 2020 results. But I want to dig a little deeper right here. This was the blue wall. The former president shattered it in 2016 on his way to his first presidency. Joe Biden won it back in 2020. Now Trump looks to have, he already has 2 of the 3 in his column, a third maybe on its way. What's important here with the blue wall is not just that Trump was able to cut into suburban margins or urban margins or run up his own margins in the rural counties. It starts here. And we actually saw this when we were out on the campaign trail over the course of the last several months, Wolf. What you're looking at right now is the darker the county, the darker the shade of the county, that tells you where people are falling behind when it comes to keeping up with the increase in the cost of living. If you look at the entire national map, what's the darkest state overall? All the counties taken together. It's the state of Pennsylvania, the critical linchpin state of the blue wall. Also, a number of the counties in Michigan, a number of the counties in Wisconsin. This was an area where, despite the broadly positive macroeconomic numbers of the Biden administration, people were failing to keep up with the cost of living. I want you to pay attention, Wolf, to the darkest counties you see here in Pennsylvania. Right here, this is Center County. Right here, this is Erie County. Right here, this is Monroe County. Northampton is right below it as well. Now, you take that. Those are by far the counties that fell the furthest behind when it came to cost of living. Now, match that up with where Donald Trump flipped counties over the course of the last 24 hours. So we start with Erie. This was a county that in 2020, Joe Biden was able to take back from Donald Trump, winning it narrowly, but winning it nonetheless. What happened in 2024? Donald Trump took it back. What about Center County? This was a place that in 2020, Joe Biden won it by nearly 5 points. What happened in 2024? Donald Trump flipped it into the Republican column. What about over here in Monroe County? This was a place that in 2020, Joe Biden didn't just win it. He won it rather handily by almost 6.5 points. What happened in 2024? Donald Trump flipped it into the Republican column. What's the through line of all three of these counties? All three of these counties were the counties that you saw the darkest shades, underscoring the most difficult time the voters in these counties had with keeping up with the cost of living. It's something we saw repeatedly throughout the course of the results coming in with Pennsylvania. It was not just about one particular issue. It wasn't even about ground game or younger voters, suburban voters. It was about the number one issue that people were facing. That was the economy. And Pennsylvania got hit particularly hard, even as the rest of the country came out and recovered from COVID and the pandemic, Wolf.
So what you're saying, it's the economy stupid. Is that what I'm hearing?
A guy I think you know coined that term, and I think he's still pretty spot on it.
I think you're right. All right, thanks very much. Phil Mattingly here at the Magic Wall. Let's get back to Aaron. Aaron?
All right, Wolf. Well, obviously, Donald Trump didn't just win back the presidency. He also, this is just one day. This is how markets go. But, net worth on paper became $1 billion richer. That social media stock, DJT, Truth Social, which, this is not indicative of the actual value of the company. This is just a reflection of, him, surged at the opening bell on Wall Street this morning. And the Dow overall is up more than 1,300 points. And that has nothing to do with Truth Social. That is just a market that is rallying because they think Donald Trump is going to be good for them. That's the reality. So let's go to Harry Enton. So, Harry, coming out last night, again, those first exit polls, it was sort of this, the economy came out on top and democracy second. There were a few places where that was reversed. But it was economy on top and democracy second. And that is sort of when you had a feeling, wait a second, this might be going differently. But it was just very clear, right, in those polls from the beginning.
Yeah, I don't understand how anyone could expect Kamala Harris to win when just 32% of the voters last night said the condition of the national economy was excellent or good. 67%, two-thirds of voters said not good or poor. And how did those voters go? Not surprisingly, they went against the incumbent party. Look at the margin that we see that Donald Trump pulled off amongst those who said the economy was not good or poor. Look at that. That's a 40-point margin. No way Kamala Harris could win, given that these particular numbers. How about Latino voters, right? We spoke about them last hour. We spoke about Latino men. Let's talk about Latinos overall. Look at this. What do they say their most important issue was? Number one, the economy. Number one, the economy. And how did those 40% who said that the economy was their top issue, how did they vote in the election? Take a look at this. This, I think, gives the game away amongst them. Look at this. A 33-point edge for Donald Trump. In the exit polls, Donald Trump kept Kamala Harris's margin down to, I believe, 8 points. I went back through exit polls since 1972, looking at the Latino vote. Donald Trump did better for a Republican nominee for president than any Republican nominee for president dating all the way back since 1972. And the big reason why, when you look at the exit polls, it was, dare I say, repeat the phrase, it was the economy stupid, but really it was inflation stupid.
Yeah, it was, and you saw it across the board. Harry, thank you very much. Our panel's back with me. Karen Finney, it's interesting when Democrats saw the worry about the economy, which they saw.
Oh, yeah.
Their argument was, well, prices are, but we hear you. We feel that pain. Prices are not going up by as much as they were. Inflation is abating. We have a housing plan, right? I mean, they tried to address it in those ways. It obviously fell on largely deaf ears. 66% of Trump supporters said the economy was the most important issue. Only a third of Harris voters saw that.
Yeah.
Did the Harris team just not see the full picture here?
No, I think they did, and I think she actually did a better job than President Biden has done on acknowledging the pain and trying to speak to the pain in terms of, I mean, if you look at the policies that she put out, she was directly trying to address, price of groceries, housing costs, I mean, very specific parts of the economy were the biggest pain points. But I think it just wasn't enough. And look, I will also say that female candidates running for executive office tend to face resistance to the belief that they will handle the economy. For some reason, whether we like it or not, we tend to think men are better on the economy and on security. So I'm not saying that's why she lost on the issue. I'm just saying there's a couple of things that were just baked in because, let's be honest, she also needed to have distanced herself a little more from Biden. And I think that might have actually, if she had been able to do that a little more effectively, that might have even opened more ears to her economic message.
Right. And, David, we could talk anecdotally, but there were, thinking of just various men who happen to be Hispanic I spoke to over the past year, all Trump voters, all economic, right? And an anecdote is anecdote, but yet here we are, the numbers come in when you see the exit polls with Hispanic males. It was very overwhelming. And yet, there was a concern. I'm not just going to say it was a media narrative. There was a concern in the Trump campaign, a very serious one, that the comment said about garbage by Tony Hinchcliffe at the Madison Square Garden rally was going to cause deep damage to the Hispanic vote, right? You can't just say it was a mainstream media concern. That was a concern everywhere. And yet we simply didn't see it. I mean, it was a pretty overwhelming number here for Latino men.
I probably, listen, just to go back to what Karen says, listen, I do agree with what Karen says in that, Kamala Harris kind of got dealt this card with Harry showing you on the right track, wrong track economy.
Yep.
So you have to run as a party candidate, right? That she had to run as a part of the party, but she had to also at the same time try to distance herself from that party, right? She was like, okay, I inherited I'm on the Biden team, so I inherit that, but at the same time, if I want to chart a different course, I got to really throw all these people under the bus. So it's a really tough spot to start from for her.
Right.
And when she went on The View, that was kind of the death knell, right? When she was asked the question,
what would you do differently?
Right? She should have said, listen, with all due respect, I could do this, I could do that. I think that would have been a pivot point. That was a pivotal moment in the campaign because that was obviously clipped and packaged and run hundreds of times over. And that, to your point about, what do Hispanic, working class families, African American working class families in general, when they saw that ad and they're thinking like, the country's going on the wrong track, she's not going to change anything. Why should we? We're not going to keep her in power then. So by feeling tethered to the previous administration and the party there, if she had a little more freedom to kind of go differently, I think the race may have gone a little differently.
And she only had 107 days to do it, and it's really hard. Like if we had a primary in 2022 or 2023, she would have had a year to slowly start to walk herself away if she got through But doing that in 107 days, I think there was a risk-reward calculation that the campaign made, and Karen and I have had conversations about this, is if she did it on day one, there would be people would call her disloyal. It was a double-edged sword, and I think the reason why, and the campaign will have to decide to say this, but I think the reason why they did not distance themselves is because they were looking at 2022, and we were on these panels, and some of the same numbers about dissatisfaction on Joe Biden's approval rating.
Right, there was going to be a red wave, and then there was a blue wave.
Right. So we
Trump
were
wasn't on a ballot in 2022.
That's right. But they were looking at that as an indicator that they could move that into 2024, and it just didn't pan out.
I know, again, history's going to be written, and there's so many things we don't know. We're talking about the role of COVID. But one thing, when you try to say if this was just a realignment or a temporary thing or one of the greatest, most speedy shifts in political history, is going to be the Hispanic vote. So can I just ask you about Starr County, Texas? I just used this one to make the example, Joan. I'm sure you have another one. The most Hispanic county in the United States of America, 97% of the people, okay? It has not voted Republican since 1892, and Trump won it 57 to 41.
Yeah, that's kind of a wake-up call there.
I mean, I had to get
In 2016, he lost it by 60 points. He won it by 16 this time around, which means it's a 76-point swing. Which
in 4 years? I mean,
yeah, it's a huge. And so, look, and I think this sort of gets to some of the points we're talking about with the gender stuff. Hispanic vote, the way Democrats, and to be fair, a lot of Republicans talk about Latinos, they talk about it as if it's like this monolithic identity, when in fact there are a lot of interethnic differences. A lot of Hispanics in this country were not freaked out by the immigration talk or the deportation talk because their families have been here for 4 generations.
Right.
And so what has happened with the Hispanic vote is, in many ways, Hispanics used to vote disproportionately Democrat, not because there was some congenital thing about being Hispanic. It was because they were disproportionately poor. And as they move up the socioeconomic ladder, they become indistinguishable from the median voter. So those cultural trends that are grabbing men and working class men, they're going to grab Hispanics in much the same way they would grab, white men and
it's a zip code
and now a zip code and also a chunk of African American men.
I will say, I'm sorry, I sometimes get nervous about talking about communities when they're not represented on the panel. So I want to acknowledge that there is no Latina, to my knowledge. Maybe I don't know, but on this panel. But we say that about Black people, that we're not a monolith, and we say that about Latinos. I do think, though, the origin story of those two communities is distinctly different.
For sure.
To your point, and so one of the reasons why I think Black voters have remained loyal to the Democratic Party is because of the distinct difference to the origin story and how they feel like they interact with both parties. And I think when we see, again, I think that folks overestimated what Black men were going to, how Black men were going to support Donald Trump. It did not really manifest.
She kept Biden's level.
She
didn't increase it, though. I mean,
she did.
Yeah.
Not in Pennsylvania.
But I think on the national average, but I think when you look at the Latino population, they truly are not a monolith. They speak different dialects in their own
culture.
California Latinos are very different than Florida.
The Florida Latinos. And the messaging, and it wasn't just in this campaign. This has been about an 8-year messaging game that the conservatives have been working in those communities. Yeah. Much of the conversation is disinformation about socialism and whatnot, but some of it is really culturally relevant.
This is interesting. They know Elon Musk saying if they lose, it's a one-party country. And not only did they win, but he certainly did not foresee the coalition that actually accomplished that.
And just real quickly on Hispanics, overwhelmingly Catholic, very religious, right?
Yeah.
So those issues,
might not have played as well.
Those issues, pretty big in that Hispanic
All right, and don't go anywhere because we're going to be back. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues after a brief break.
Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage. Donald Trump returns to power. Voters across the country making their voices heard, handing the new president-elect of the United States a very decisive victory over Vice President Kamala Harris and propelling him back to the White House as the 47th president of the United States. We have a key race alert for you right now. Let's take a look at some important states that we're getting new numbers in right now, and let's put them up on the screen over here. Here we go. In Michigan right now, which has 15 electoral votes, Donald Trump is ahead by some almost 83,000 votes. 99% of the vote is in. He has 49.8% to 48.3% for Kamala Harris. He's up by more than 82,000 votes in Michigan. In Arizona, and it's 11 electoral votes, 63% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead 51.9% to 47.2%. Trump has a lead of more than 106,000 votes over Kamala Harris in Arizona, another key battleground state. In Nevada right now, which has 6 electoral votes, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Trump maintains a lead of 51.5% to Kamala Harris, 46.8%. His lead is about 59,000 votes, a little bit more than 59,000 votes over Kamala Harris. We're watching that very, very closely. Let's turn now to the balance of power in the U.S. Congress. Republicans, as you probably know by now, have flipped the U.S. Senate, while control of the House of Representatives still pretty much up for grabs. CNN's chief congressional correspondent, Manu Raju, is following all these developments for us. Tell us the latest, Manu.
Yeah, look, well, if we're looking at the margin, how big of a Republican majority that they'll have in the United States Senate, because each seat is so significant. An additional seat makes it harder for the minority party to get back in the majority in future election cycles. Also makes it easier to pass an agenda, easier to confirm nominees, including to the Supreme Court. So each race is so significant. Right now, Republicans have a 52-42 majority in the Senate. They picked up 3 last night in red states, in West Virginia, in Ohio, in Montana. And right now, they are currently leading in 2 seats that were Democratic seats. Right now, there are 3 other Democratic seats in purple states in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Democrats have the lead in those. But in 2 Democratic seats in other purple states, the Republicans are now leading. Let's look at those states that we can drill down a little further. Nevada. This is a big surprise. Coming into this race, the Democratic incumbent, Jackie Rosen, was viewed pretty that she had a comfortable lead, according to the public polling. But right now, Sam Brown, an Army veteran, is ahead by 1,190 votes, the narrowest of margins in this race. I've been talking to both sides this morning. They expect this to come down to the wire. There's 88% that are reporting in this race. So Republicans could potentially pick that up. Maybe the Democrats can as well. We'll see what happens there. And in Pennsylvania, a 3-time term incumbent Democratic Senator, Bob Casey, a longtime fixture of Pennsylvania politics, is losing by 48,469 votes to the Republican businessman David McCormick. And with 97% of the vote here Republicans are feeling very confident that they can have at least a 53-47 majority in the United States Senate. So do Democrats have any opportunity to have any lever of power in Washington? Let's look at the United States House right now. The Democrats have to pick up 4 seats, a net of 4 seats to be back in power in the U.S. House. Right now, though, Republicans have picked up 5 seats. Democrats have picked up just 2 seats. They need to get 218 to be in the majority. There's still 49 seats that we have not called yet. However, the battleground is so narrow in the U.S. House. There are not that many that are truly at play. And at the moment, Democrats are leading in 5 Republican districts. Perhaps they're confident about some of those seats. But this is a problem for Democrats because Republicans are leading in 3 Democratic districts, which makes the path to get to the net of 4 seats even more difficult. But Wolf, we are going to be looking very closely in those House districts in New York and the suburbs of New York, and as well as California, some in Arizona as well, some that have not been called yet. But at the moment, Democrats will acknowledge their path to the majority. They got to really run the table to get back into the majority in the House. Republicans are growing very confident that they have the majority. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, putting out a statement this morning saying just that. But even if they do have the majority, Wolf, it is going to be a razor-thin majority once again for the GOP if they manage to hold on to power.
Yeah, lots at stake in that balance of power in the House of Representatives. Manu Raju, thank you very, very much. Still to come, global leaders are now jockeying for meetings with Donald Trump. Stay with CNN. Our special coverage continues right after this short break. Donald Trump's sweeping victory over Kamala Harris carries massive implications both domestically and around the world. The major questions now: how will his win impact the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East? And how are leaders in those regions reacting to Trump's re-election? I'm joined now by CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Payton-Walsh, and CNN's chief global affairs correspondent, Matthew Chance. Matthew, let me start with you. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as we now know, was quick to congratulate his friend Donald Trump on the victory. You have some new reporting, though, that the two have now actually spoken on the phone. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you're right. In the minutes after Donald Trump made his sort of declaration of victory speech, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, sort of posted a message on X, formerly known as Twitter, basically saying this is history's greatest comeback, really congratulating in a gushing way Donald Trump on this election victory. That's been followed up with a phone call. There's been a readout of that over the course of the past few minutes. They had a conversation that was described as warm and cordial. The Prime Minister of Israel congratulated Trump on his election victory, and the two agreed to work together for Israel's security. Now that's key because in the course of the past year or so, there's been a great deal of tension between the Israeli government and the Biden administration. Figures in Israel thinking that Biden and his vice president, of course, Kamala Harris, has been seeking to sort of hold back Israel's military response to the October the 7th attacks. In contrast, the presidency of Donald Trump, the first term, is remembered fondly here as a time when there were several pro-Israel moves. Trump, of course, moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. He acknowledged or accepted sovereignty of Israel over the Golan Heights, which it captured from Syria back in 1967, and sort of paved the way for a normalization of diplomatic relations between Israel and several Arab states, as well as taking a much harder line against Iran. Israel is anticipating and hoping and expecting there'll be much more of that, at least early on in a Trump presidency. And so that's why there's so much enthusiasm here from Benjamin Netanyahu, from other Israeli officials, and indeed from many Israelis as well. Recent opinion polls before the vote suggested overwhelming support in Israel for a Trump presidency, and that is what, Wolf, they have now got.
And a lot of the Israelis were also very pleased that Trump was so very much involved in what's called the Abraham Accords, Israel's developing relations, permanent relations with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, other countries in the Middle East. That was seen as a huge development for Israel, to be sure. I want to go to Nick right now. Nick, what's the impression about how this very decisive win by Trump will impact potentially the war in Ukraine? And it's getting a little bit more serious right now, as thousands of North Korean troops, we understand, have actually joined the Russian fight against Ukraine.
Yeah, look, I mean, Secretary of State Antony Blinken last week suggested that potentially some of the 8,000 North Korean troops in the Kursk region might get into combat in the days ahead, and there are suggestions that may be occurring right now. But it's one element of bad news for Ukraine across the front lines. Some analysis suggests they've lost the most amount of ground in October that they have pretty much since the start of the war, according to some assessments. And across the east, certainly Russia advancing in strategic ways that, frankly, were very bad news for Kiev even before Donald Trump swept into victory like we saw last night. Now, Trump has been very clear that he thinks he could end the war in 24 hours. He hasn't said how. He's referred to President Volodymyr Zelensky as an extraordinary salesman who seems to get $100 billion each time he goes essentially to Congress. I paraphrase there. And expressed, I think it's fair to say, skepticism amongst the ranks of those around him too, of the need to continue funding Ukraine's defense from Russian invasion with the same extent, the same $60 billion, the same $100 million we hear, frankly, every week that's come from the Biden administration. Now, I think we've seen today from Zelensky's team a definite bid to try and reach out to the strongman part of Donald Trump. Volodymyr Zelensky saying in a tweet on X.com that the Trump policy of peace through strength is something that could potentially bring a just peace closer towards Ukraine. I think trying to hope that Trump's desire to be seen as an authoritative leader, somebody who can set US policy, is not at the same time going to want to appear to push Ukraine towards ceding territory in negotiated settlements at the table. But bear in mind, Wolf, Donald Trump has been at pains in his first term to not upset, for reasons no one's really been able to understand, Vladimir Putin. And so I think it's pretty clear, too, that his relationship with Volodymyr Zelensky, a man in his first term who telephone transcripts suggested he tried to pressure to investigate the Biden family. Their relationship has been fraught in the past. It may well continue to be fraught. Zelensky today in his tweet suggested that they'd had a very good meeting in September and that the victory plan had been something they discussed. But we're into a very perilous time here for Ukraine, even before Trump's victory. Russia ascendantly on the march, strategically gaining, with North Korean troops now to potentially play with, and now somebody in the White House in a matter of months who is likely to slow down, if not entirely stop, the aid that has been so vital for Ukraine even be able to defend itself. So I think we're looking for an extraordinary few months ahead of stark change in that long-running conflict, Wolf.
Yeah, I think you make a good point, and we're all waiting to see who Trump names as Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, National Security Advisor, CIA Director. These are all critically important national security positions. We'll see who Trump picks for these important positions. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you. Matthew Chance, thank you to you as well. And stay with CNN. Aides in the Harris campaign say they're in a state of shock right now as Donald Trump is now the president-elect of the United States. Our special coverage, Election Day in America Continued, is back after this short break. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer alongside Aaron Burnett. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. We're just hours away from Vice President Kamala Harris addressing the nation after President-elect Donald Trump reached the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. This is CNN's special coverage of Election Day in America continued. Donald Trump makes history, winning a second term. We have learned that Kamala Harris has actually now reached out to President-elect Trump, and she will speak publicly at 4 p.m. Eastern. More on that coming up in just a few moments. Republicans have also seized control of the U.S. Senate for the first time in 4 years. The House of Representatives is still too close to call. Let's take a look at the numbers that we're seeing right now. You can see in the U.S. Senate right now, 52 Republicans, 42 Democrats, 6 seats remaining outstanding, 3 Republican pickups in the Senate, as you can see right there. In the House of Representatives, you need 218 to control the House. Right now, the Republicans have 204, the Democrats 182. Democrats have 2 pickups, the Republicans so far 5 pickups, 49 seats remaining undeclared so far in the U.S. House of Representatives. There are also several battleground states still uncalled. Stand by for a key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look at some of these states where we still haven't made a projection. In Michigan right now, 15 electoral votes. 99% of the estimated vote is in. Donald Trump maintains a lead, 49.8% to 48.3%. His lead is a little bit more than 83,000 votes in Michigan right now. In Arizona, another key state, 11 electoral votes. 63% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 51.9%. Kamala Harris 47.2%. He has a lead of a little bit more than 100,000 votes over Kamala Harris in Arizona. In Nevada, where the 89% of the estimated vote is in, Trump maintains a lead, 51.7% to 46.6%. His lead is almost 65,000 votes in Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. I want to start our coverage right now this hour with CNN's Kristen Holmes. She's over at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, not far from Mar-a-Lago. Kristen, you have some new reporting about Trump allies pitching themselves for key roles. What more are you learning?
Yeah, well, if this transition is already in full effect, some of the members of the campaign got a transition email last night outlining what exactly this would look like. And as we know, that campaign has already set up a transition office that has been operating independently for the last several months. Now, the big thing is who is going to do what in a Trump administration. And even at 4 in the morning yesterday, I started getting text messages from advisors, allies, donors, all asking what I was hearing about potential names being floated around for those administration jobs. And you can bet that the knives are already out. And this isn't just the campaign. We're talking about the larger Trump orbit. We know that people are jockeying for specific jobs, and they're eager to prove their loyalty, if not just to Donald Trump, to those who are closest to him, meaning people like Susie Wiles, who ran this campaign, people in Donald Trump's inner circle, to show that they were not only loyal to him, but that they would be loyal to him in an administration, something we know is going to be incredibly important to the former president. Now, he himself has said for the last several months, and particularly the last several weeks, that he didn't want to have any transition conversations. That doesn't mean that at dinners he hadn't floated certain people's names for certain positions, but that's just what Donald Trump does. His superstition told him not to get out there and try to plan an administration. But obviously all of that part of this is coming to an end as this transition has really already started kicking up its pace, and they are on track to a Trump administration.
All right, Kristen Holmes in West Palm Beach over at Trump campaign headquarters, not far from Mar-a-Lago, which is in Palm Beach, Florida. We'll get back to you. Stand by. I want to get to our panel right now. We have an excellent panel. And MJ, you're our senior White House correspondent. You're getting some new information about the Harris call that's about to be made or has already been made?
Yeah, well, we do know that Kamala Harris will be at some point reaching out to Donald Trump to formally concede. That we expect to happen before the vice president actually publicly addresses the American people. We've yet to hear from her. She didn't appear at her own election night party last night. You know, this just goes without saying this has been a very tough night, a very tough morning for Democrats in the Harris campaign. I think there is the shock element to this, even though a lot of folks thought that this could be a very close race. I think a lot of folks did not expect sort of the scope of her defeat. And then there's just the sense of dread that this is only just the beginning. They are now anticipating everything that could come from another 4 years of Donald Trump at the White House. And I am told that there was a campaign call featuring the senior-most people on the Harris campaign. Usually this is led by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm told by one participant that it was filled with tears. They were trying to be supportive to everyone on the campaign. And there was an acknowledgement, I am told, of everything that the campaign had gone through and sort of the unusual nature, of course, of this campaign, it having been so truncated. This is something that I think we will be talking about a lot. One senior advisor I was talking to earlier in the day said the Harris campaign ended up being, in their view, the Biden campaign. With Harris at the top of the ticket, it was essentially the Biden campaign just with new posters. As we are looking at the results of last night and processing everything, it is very, very clear that this was such a repudiation of the last 4 years of Joe Biden. And I think a lot of Democrats are wondering, did the Harris campaign do enough to really separate herself from the Biden administration? And will that have even made a difference in the end if she had gone that path?
Lots of questions that still need to be answered. Thank you very much, MJ Lee. Mark Preston, good to have you here with our panel as well. As you know, the Democratic Party, they have a lot of questions that they have to answer. Where does the Democratic Party go from here? And does Kamala Harris have a big role in the Democratic Party next go around? What are you knowing? What are you hearing? What do you know?
Well, right now she has the most important role for the Democratic Party over the next couple of hours, because how she gets out of this race in a way that is congenial and is, talks about the transition of power is going to be very important, given that Democrats have put so much into that they didn't think President Trump would abide by it had he lost. Here's the reality right now for the Democratic Party. There is no true leader for the Democratic Party. And if you look at across the board who is the leader for the party, you would have to say it would be Chuck Schumer. I think that our friend Manu can talk even more to that about what his power will be. But if you assume now, if we're assuming that Republicans take control of the House, they will control the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court in 4 years to put another conservative on the Supreme Court. So the Democratic Party right now, they can do all the backstabbing and the knifing as we always see in a campaign. But the reality is they better get their act together, and they better get it together quick, because right now they are going to get steamrolled by Republicans. Yeah,
and Manu's going to be a busy guy covering Capitol Hill for us. I want you and our viewers to listen to what Senator Mitch McConnell just said as the Republicans clearly take back the Senate. Listen to this.
This shifting to a Republican Senate majority helps control the guardrails to keep people who want to change the rules in order to achieve something they think is worthwhile is not successful. And so I think the filibuster is very secure.
Worth noting, Mitch McConnell is going to give up his role in the Senate. So give us your analysis.
I mean, that was actually a significant point. He's been saying that for some time. Of course, the filibuster is something that requires legislation to be advanced by 60 votes. Most bills have to be passed by 60 votes to avoid the filibuster. That will be a problem for Republicans coming in, because they're going to have, even though they have the majority, when they can confirm nominees by a simple majority, they can confirm some of the Supreme Court by 51 votes. Getting most legislation through will require getting some Democratic support to surpass the 60-vote threshold. They're looking at probably 52, maybe 53, 47 Senate. We'll see how that ultimately plays out. But it also just underscores the challenges in governing. Even though it will be one-party rule, they can pass their agenda. Mark is absolutely right. However, in the House, while the Democrats have a complicated path to flip the House majority could also be narrow once again for Speaker Mike Johnson. And we saw the troubles that he had with the razor-thin House majority. So it will not be easy. The one-party rule can be very complicated as well. And for Mitch McConnell, who is stepping aside, that's going to be a challenge for the next Republican leader. It could be Senator John Thune, the number 2 currently, Senator John Cornyn, a former number 2. He's someone who is, those two are seen as the leading contenders. Rick Scott, the Florida Republican, seen as a long shot candidate. That race next week, so essential to the person who may advance the Trump agenda.
And we'll see what happens on that front. Armando, as I said, you're going to be a busy guy, as we all know. Everybody stand by. I want to talk a little bit about what's going on, the balance of power in Congress. Joining us now, Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York, who just secured his re-election win big time last night. Congressman Lawler, thanks very much for joining us. Congratulations on your win. Let's talk a little bit about what's being called a very impressive, decisive win, a very decisive win for President-elect Trump right now. Give us your immediate reaction, why you think he did so well.
Well, look, Wolf, when he won back in 2016, he won by 80,000 votes in 3 states. And when he lost in 2020, he lost by 40,000 votes in 3 states. Obviously, we're a deeply divided country. But that was a big win last night. And when all the votes are counted, he will not only have won all the swing states, he will have won the popular vote. And I think voters are fed up across the country with the politics, the personalities, the nonstop focus on what divides us, and they are more focused on the substance of the issues impacting their families, from the affordability crisis to the crisis at our southern border to the international crises. Over 70% of Americans said the country was headed in the wrong direction. The reason I won last night in a 2-to-1 Democratic district that has 85,000 more Democrats than Republicans and won convincingly by over 25,000 votes and a 7-point margin. And when all the votes are counted, Donald Trump may have won my district despite losing it by 10 points last year or 4 years ago, is precisely because of the issues. People cannot afford to pay their bills, their grocery bills, their energy bills, their housing bills. The average mortgage cost in my district went up $1,000 a month over the last year. People are struggling. You look at the migrant crisis, over 10.5 million migrants flooding into the United States. New York State spending billions of dollars of taxpayer money to provide free housing, free clothing, free food, free health care to illegal immigrants. People are tired of it. And I think Donald Trump has a mandate to govern, to address the issues on the economy, on the border, on public safety, and the international crises around the globe. And it looks as though not only are we going to keep the House, but obviously have flipped the Senate.
You're pretty convinced you're going to keep the House of Representatives? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think when you look at the pickups in Pennsylvania and Michigan, that will offset the 3 seats we lost in New York. And it looks as though we're holding on in Nebraska and Iowa and in California. The numbers are coming in pretty solid. So when all is said and done, I think the House will remain roughly where it is right now, 221 or so, in Republican hands.
All right, Congressman, I want you to stand by for a second. We have a projection we want to make right now. We have a CNN projection that's going on in Michigan. Take a look at this. Right now, CNN projects that President-elect Donald Trump will win the state of Michigan and its 15 electoral votes. It's another important sign of just how sweeping his win has been. This is the third of the so-called blue wall states to be won by Trump after Pennsylvania and Wisconsin both went his way. Trump won them 8 years ago, but lost those states to Joe Biden back in 2020. Let's take a closer look at the numbers right now. We'll show you what we have. John Berman, go ahead. Give us the latest. You're at the Magic Wall.
Well, yeah, let's take a look at Michigan right now. You can see we just projected Donald Trump is the winner there, ahead by 83,000 votes. This was a state that 4 years ago, Joe Biden won by 150,000 votes. So you can see like a 230,000 vote swing in the state of Michigan. Here's the map. The red counties, he won. The blue counties, Kamala Harris won. So where did Donald Trump overperform what he did 4 years ago? I can show you that right here. Let me see if I can get it to stick. Okay. Everything that's colored in here is where Donald Trump overperformed versus 4 years ago. It's almost every county, the entire UP, all these counties save a few. Donald Trump overperformed in all of them. He did better this time than he did 4 years ago. And one of the counties that's the most glaring here is Wayne County. That's where Detroit is. You can see Kamala Harris won. Sure, she won by about 29%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won by 38%. If you do the math there, he was up 38%. Kamala Harris only up about 29%. Now, there's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is that across the country, one of the things we've seen is that Kamala Harris underperformed in some of these major urban centers. But Wayne County is its own issue, or was, for the Democrats. Wayne County is where Dearborn is, with a very high Arab and Muslim population there throughout the county. Upset over the war in Gaza. That clearly could have been a problem for Kamala Harris there. You go next door, Washtenaw County. This is where Ann Arbor is, also the state capital, big liberal center. Kamala Harris got 71% there. 4 years ago, you can see Joe Biden got 72%. So, Harris did a little bit worse, but when she's doing a little bit worse there, it just doesn't offset the gains that Donald Trump was making in all these other parts of the state. So, Wolf, a very similar story in Michigan to what we're seeing in the rest of the country, which is across the board. Donald Trump did better in the red counties, did better in the blue counties, and in some cases, a lot better in those city centers. Wolf.
All right, John Berman, appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. I want to thank Congressman Mike Lawler as well for joining us. We'll continue our conversation with him down the road, to be sure. Our special coverage of Election Day in America continued right after this short break.
And welcome back to our special coverage. Election Day in America continued, and CNN is now projecting that President-elect Donald Trump will win the state of Michigan. It is another sign of how dominant his victory has been. Why we use the word landslide. It wasn't eking it out in the battlegrounds. It was overwhelming. Michigan's votes were not needed for Trump to win, and yet that just is icing to the cake, adding to that electoral vote dominance, which now stands at 291 votes. It is the third of the so-called blue wall states he has won, along with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. And my panel is back with me. So, Kate, let's just start with Michigan. And you even saw it in Minnesota, where despite having the vice president from Minnesota, Harris dramatically underperformed what Biden had done 4 years ago in Minnesota. She wins it, but just to show this was overwhelming. My favorite map is looking at the country and seeing the little arrows of which way things went. Yeah. And it's like you don't even see any blue on there, even in the middle. There's a couple of them, but it's just a red sea of arrows going right. And Michigan is really ground zero for that.
Yeah, this was a thorough shellacking, to use Barack Obama's term. And I think there are a couple things. I think certainly there is an anti-incumbent sentiment across the country, but also globally. This is not the only place in the world where, since 2020, somebody has stood for re-election and has suffered a defeat like this. This has been a pretty consistent dynamic around the world since the pandemic. So, certainly, no question, VP Harris was facing those headwinds. I think you look at the places where she underperformed Biden's vote, and you look at the breakdown with different ethnic groups, racial groups across the country. It's hard to point to one place where she really, it would almost be sort of easier to look at the result and say, okay, well, it was clearly, her underperformance in Dearborn. It was clearly Gaza that, didn't bring Michigan home for her. That's not the case, unfortunally, for the Democrats.
Right. So you can't just look and say, oh, Joe Stein and Dearborn, it would have flipped. No.
Exactly. So, I think Democrats across the board clearly have a challenge connecting with working class voters. This is not unique to Vice President Harris's campaign. This is a demographic shift, a realignment in this country that's happened over the course of the last 10 years. So certainly not solely her shortcoming, but clearly the Democratic message is not resonating with working class people in the way it needs to.
Weekend before she appears, Michelle Obama appeared with Kamala Harris. Michigan, all the stops were pulled out of the people the Democrats thought would be the ultimate motivators in multiple states, but in Michigan. And it doesn't seem that anybody had a sense of how dire it was. Clearly they didn't have a sense of how dire it was.
Yeah, I think people go to rallies who are already supporting you. Those rallies are a whole day commitment. You're standing in line.
And her rallies were the way Trump's rallies, I think this is important, they were the way Trump's rallies were 4 years ago.
Yes.
In the past week and a half, Trump's rallies, if you panned around, were half-empty stadiums.
But, I think there's a reason why they were so full. Nobody had rallies in 2020. Mm-hmm. There was There was a demand for interaction on the political sphere. I really do think that when the story is told about this election, we need to be able to talk as a Democratic Party to all people. I think that the fact that she's a black woman also has something to do with it. But I think we really will have to take some time to study the impact that 2020 had and how we didn't canvass doors, how our engagement was all digital, how that really accelerated how we communicated with voters. And I think in some instances, everyone thought we could just revert back to business as usual, but the world had changed, and I'm not sure politics and the way we campaign, and not just Kamala Harris. I mean, in every instance, it was just like, okay, we're just gonna ignore that millions of people died, and we had a global pandemic, and we couldn't even sit on a set at election night. So there are some other things that are happening that I think played into this.
I think that's right. I mean, I think, look, I've been saying for a long time that the 2007-2008 financial crisis created and there's a lot of social science on this, a long tail of populist upheaval throughout, like, the Western democracies, but particularly in the United States. And I think that was one of the reasons you got Trump, is playing out that populism. And then you have the unsettling nature of Trump's presidency, and then you throw a pandemic on it. And so just almost all of the muscle memory of our politics was scrambled. And then the weird thing about this, just on this last night's election, is the one thing it did was it erased any sort of just so stories or anecdotes. Like, you can't say, oh, if you picked Shapiro, it would have been different. Right? You can't do any of that stuff because it was a systemic secular trend that went a certain way.
I think there is a common thread, though, and it's the fact that she does not know how to speak to the working class. If you listen to Kamala Harris talk, it sounds like she's running for the faculty senate at some liberal arts college somewhere. It doesn't sound like she's trying to work for working class votes. And that's why you saw her lose ground with Hispanics and with working class blacks and with Asians. And it was across the board. But it's all because they sold an identity politics message that was aimed at coastal voters. And we talk too much about it on TV shows, too.
Yes.
We weren't talking about
plenty of soul searching to go around here.
We talked about the last week about how there's a hidden suburban woman vote and abortion was becoming more prominent and Trump's gaffes were becoming more prominent. No, it was the prices in the store. It was the lack of control of the border. And we didn't spend enough time talking about it.
So can we talk about, you said, the digital. The one thing that we kept hearing in the final days from the campaign, okay, and this was, and the Republicans acknowledged it, okay, which was outsourcing your ground game to Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk was a really bad idea, because when you're paying people to knock on doors, they don't really care, they're not really passionate. That's why Trump was going to fail. And you had Democrats coming in with 2,000 doors knocked in the past hour, and all by you had all the passion on the door knocking. And yet what happened? Did those people just not show up?
I think it's a combination of it. Again, it's not one isolated thing that it's just not going to be. Like, I know it would make people probably feel better because then on the Democratic side, you say, well, we're going to focus on that to fix it. It's got to be a comprehensive approach. There were paid canvases on the Harris campaign too, but they were turnout canvases. And then a lot of the folks that came in as volunteers, they were hitting the same doors over and over to try and persuade. And I think that the paid canvas helped with Donald Trump. I also think, though, that Jonah, you said this earlier. Both campaigns were right about their electorate. Trump was just a little more right. The way that he was able to run up 100 votes here, 100 votes there in these smaller counties, it really did hurt her. I mean, the spread in some of these states is not so massive that if like a couple of tinkers here and there might have shifted it. But the fact that in these rural counties, he ran up the score, and she couldn't run it up enough in some of the population centers where she really thought about it. And I'm just going to say it, and I know I'm about to get a lot of hate on Twitter for saying this, but it's not just working class people. It's a conversation we need to have with white women. Like, what is happening? And for Hillary Clinton, 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump. In this year, 57% voted. And I think there was this belief that white women would come over to Kamala Harris because of Roe, because they did do that in 2020, but it wasn't at the presidential level. It was at the Senate and House races and in governor's races. And then the final thing I'll just say is that there is a lot of talk about soul searching. And when you lose, I like sports, like you run the tape, you study what you did wrong. And I think Democrats should do this. But I just have to say, I don't think Republicans did soul searching after they lost in 2020. I think that, they lost. Trump denied the election results. For 10 days or so, people were like, January 6th is awful. And then we slowly and surely found people fall back in line with this narrative like he didn't win.
It was the contested primaries, though. I mean, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley did make the case that Trump was not going to win this election. They did make the case for why he shouldn't be the nominee. And when they started, Trump was 11 points down. I mean, until Alvin Bragg indicted him, Trump was losing the Republican nomination for president. Yep. Republican voters then came to a different conclusion. I think there are tactics that could be questioned on both sides, right? Neither of these races were perfect. Neither of them closed exactly the way they needed to close. However, I think we do have to say that the focus of the election, the voters kept telling us, it was the economy and it was the border. And the campaign that got to those places won.
Well, that's true, but it also was, Jonah, we were hearing from the Democrats. Look at the Goldman Sachs report by Jan Hatzius that shows that that Kamala Harris's economic policy is going to be better, right? They were giving all of this data, and they were saying, but this is the best economy. And there were economists saying that. There are economists, the Wall Street Journal would say, oh, look, they say her policies are going to be better for the deficit than his, although both would have been bad. But it didn't matter. No. That was not where the emotional connection was.
So the single best thing about the runaway inflation is that it has reminded a whole new generation of politicians how terrible inflation is politically. It is bone cancer politically because it affects everybody. You can't run away from it. There was, a few years ago, I mean, you know this better than I do, there was all of this insanity about modern monetary theory and inflation is no longer a thing. And you had historians saying the inflation in the 1970s was really metaphorical about women's liberation and not about like actual gas prices. Right. That's done.
Then all of a sudden mortgage rates started going up to 7 and 8% in months. Yeah, and then people said, whoa.
I think the original sin of this administration was saying inflation is transitory and saying energy prices had to go up. I think that the public then said this is not your priority. And I think when Vice President Harris became the nominee, she had a chance to say, you know what, we didn't take inflation seriously enough. It was a mistake. And neither of these campaigns were very humble. And I think the race to become humble was one that could have really separated. If she'd said, we did some things wrong and I'm going to do them very differently. If he'd said, I know that you threw me out 4 years ago and I'm going to do things very differently, he would have run away with it even more. That was something that was absent the whole time, and inflation is the original sin.
But you can only imagine, had he said that, what these results would have been.
Absolutely.
I mean, then you would have lost the democracy vote, too, which was, I mean, my God.
Yeah.
All right, all stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Our special coverage of Election Day in America continues. We've got a very short break. Wolf and I will be back.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage. Donald Trump returns to the White House today. The president-elect is hailing his sweeping victory, and I'm quoting him now as saying, the greatest political movement of all time, end quote. As for Vice President Kamala Harris, she's expected to address the nation later today, 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll have live coverage. President-elect Trump is also on track to do something he's never done, actually win the popular vote for president. In fact, no Republican has accomplished that since George W. Bush did back in 2004. CNN just projected, by the way, that Trump has won Michigan, but we're also following 2 other battleground states that have not yet been called. Stand by for that key race alert right now. All right, let's take a look at Arizona right now, and it's 11 electoral votes. Trump is ahead by more than 100,000 votes, 51.9%. to 47.2%. 63% of the estimated vote in Arizona is now in. In Nevada, 89% of the estimated vote is in. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. Trump is ahead by almost 65,000 votes, 51.7% to 46.6%. Trump is ahead in Nevada over Kamala Harris there as well. I want to head over to John Berman over at the Magic Wall. You're getting more information even as we speak.
Yeah, I just want to give you a sense, Wolf, of how broad-based this Donald Trump victory was, how much of an improvement it was for him over 2020. So I'm going to put in a filter here. Every state that Donald Trump overperformed his 2020 performance, all right? This isn't a glitch. It's America. America minus Maine. He overperformed in every state except Maine. And if you dig a little deeper here and you look at the counties where he overperformed, I can put that filter in too. It's almost all the counties all these counties, red and blue across the country, he overperformed his 22 results. You can take it even one more filter. These are the counties where he overperformed by a fair amount, more than 3%. All these counties, both red and blue, Trump did substantially better. And if you want to compare that to Vice President Harris, this is where Vice President Harris overperformed by more than 3%. Almost nowhere. You see almost no counties colored in here. And to go back to Donald Trump for a second, because he was the winning candidate, just the diversity of some of the counties, he had large improvements of greater than 3%. Look, I can look at Idaho here. I'm just picking one at random. You see Boundary County, which is all the way up north in Idaho. It's a county he overperformed by more than 3%. So you have Boundary, Idaho, and then you have Chicago. Let's look at Chicago here. I can push in. You can see he overperformed in Chicago by more than 3% as well. You can see Kamala Harris won substantially by about 54%, but 4 years ago, Joe Biden won by 66%. I can give you just one more measurement here of how much better Donald Trump did than he did 4 years ago, and just where the country is right now. Take a look at Texas. This is a state that Democrats have been hoping to turn blue, really, every 4 years, right, for the last 20 or so. You can see that Donald Trump won by my math. What's that? 13.8%. Remember that number, 13.8%. And let's look at New York. This is a blue state that no one thinks about going blue. So the margin in Texas, 13.8%. That's how far it is from being blue. But in terms of how far New York is from being red, you know, it's not that far, right? You're looking at what? What's that? That's 12.6% by my math. I may be off by 1% or 2, but you can see this is awfully close. New York and Texas all of a sudden don't look so different in terms of how close they are to flipping, Wolf, and that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, my hometown of Buffalo, blue, right there.
There it is.
All right, John Berman, thank you very, very much. Excellent analysis. I want to go back to Aaron. Aaron.
All right, so Wolf, while Republicans will now control both the executive branch and the Senate, so they've got 2 of the 3, and of course, obviously we know how the Supreme Court is right now in terms of where voters have a say. The House is still unclear. We're not calling that yet because there are still votes being counted in several key races, and this one, it is not clear which direction it may go. Manu Raju is back. So, Manu, when you boil it down to what's going to determine who controls the House, what races are you watching right now?
Yeah, look, there are several races that have not been called yet, but I got to tell you, Aaron, it is a complicated path to this House majority for the Democratic Party at the moment. Remember, they had to pick up a net of 4 seats in order to be back in the majority in the House. But right now, Republicans have 5 pickups they have already that we've called so far. 2 Democratic pickups. So the Republicans actually have a net of 3 at the moment. And Democrats, they are leading in 5 Republican districts. But this is the problem. The Republicans are ahead in Democratic districts, including 3 Democratic districts. So why are they having problems? Let's go dig a little deeper here into some of these key races. Here in Iowa, the 1st Congressional District in Iowa, Democrats thought they would have a really good chance of flipping this seat. The incumbent Republican, Meredith Miller Meeks, they saw her as clearly vulnerable. She is hanging on by a thread, 799 votes ahead against the Democrat who challenged her in the last cycle, Christina Bohannon, with 99% of the vote in. Republicans feeling they can sneak away with that one. And also in Nebraska, Don Bacon, he's an incumbent Republican, someone who represents a district that Joe Biden carried in 2020, that Kamala Harris carried last night. This time, though, Bacon is at the moment prevailing, 8,300 votes ahead of his Democratic challenger who challenged him last time. And with 95% in, Bacon is feeling very good about hanging on to that seat. But there are still some pickup opportunities for Democrats, including in Arizona. The Republican incumbent, Juan Ciscomani, a freshman seen as vulnerable going in. He is down narrowly to the Democratic challenger, Kirsten Engel. That's 4,100 votes behind her right at the moment. There's still, though, a lot of vote to count here. 59% of that vote is in. And there are still some pickup opportunities in New York. There are 2 for Democrats in New York. One of them is in upstate, the House Congressional District 19, where the incumbent Republican Mark Molinaro is trailing his Democratic opponent Josh Riley by 3,600 votes. At now, Democrats believe they can pick up that seat because there's 94% of that vote that is now in. So why is this so important? Because as you mentioned, Aaron, Democrats They didn't. They lost control of the United States Senate. They lost the White House. And look at the Senate right now, 52-42 right now, the Republican majority. They've had 3 pickups so far. They could potentially get another one in Pennsylvania. That looks very good for them. That means a 53-47 Senate, and they're leading in another one in Nevada in the United States Senate. So up to 54 seats potentially, as a handful of other seats have yet to be called. So that's what makes the House so important, but a difficult path back to the majority for the Democrats.
Right, difficult path. And of course, if Republicans get it, I mean, that's a mandate, especially if Trump does secure, as it seems he will, the popular vote in addition to the Electoral College victory. All right, so the urban-rural divide, was as clear-cut as ever in last night's race, although it's important to emphasize that Harris underperformed in many of those urban areas, and that's part of the reason for the loss as well, because Donald Trump's win was also boosted by voters in the suburbs. So let's go to Harry Enton digging through the exit polls. And Harry, there's so many layers to this onion. That's how you get a landslide. It's not just one thing, it's many things. But when you go through and peel back these layers, what trends are you seeing right now?
In the lead up to this election was all about Kamala Harris. She's going to outperform Joe Biden in the suburbs. That's how she's going to do it. But look what happened in the suburbs. Donald Trump won in the suburbs by a small margin, but this is a flip from 4 years ago when Joe Biden had won in the suburbs. So Donald Trump winning in an area that Kamala Harris thought that she could dominate in and then make up for losses in the rural areas. And the losses in the rural areas were tremendous. In the rural areas, what do you see? Look at this. Donald Trump with a 27-point margin. That is a double-digit gain from how he did 4 years ago. A big reason why he was able to run up the margins was because he was able to run up the margins with his own base. And then finally, Aaron, you mentioned the urban areas. Look, the bottom line is, yes, they went Democratic, but Kamala Harris did no better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. So the bottom line is, if you're doing worse in the suburban areas, you're doing worse in the rural areas, and you're doing no better in the urban areas, I don't know how the math works for Kamala Harris. It didn't work. It worked for Donald Trump, and that is why Donald Trump is the president-elect of the United States.
All right, Harry, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Wolf, you've got some breaking news?
We do have some breaking news coming into CNN right now. We've learned that Vice President Kamala Harris has officially conceded the 2024 presidential election, calling President-elect Donald Trump to offer her congratulations. Our senior White House correspondent, MJ Lee, is here with me in the studio. Give our viewers a little bit more information. What else are you learning?
Yeah, this was a phone call that we had been waiting on all day. We are told by a senior Harris aide that the vice president did call the former president to concede the 2024 race. She congratulated him on his victory. And we are told that she talked about the importance of the transfer of power, being peaceful, and also about being a president for all Americans. Of course, as we have been talking about all day long, the next time we expect to hear directly from the vice president is at Howard University. This is, of course, where she was expected to be. Last night, she ended up not appearing at her own election night party. This is not surprising that the vice president ended up making this concession phone call. We got no indications whatsoever from Democrats and the Harris campaign that she had any plans to contest the race in any way. I think watching for the tone that she uses and exactly how she talks about her loss and this moment in American politics is going to be so significant. There are going to be millions of Americans, many of whom are disappointed, even despondent about the results of last night's election, who will be looking to her for cues on, so what does this mean for going forward? How do I move on? This was an election that was so divisive, that was so just ramped up in the rhetoric. And I think a lot of people are wondering, well, now that the vice president has conceded the race, what are the cues that we can take from her on what moving on actually looks like and how to process the prospect of Donald Trump coming back for a second term at the White House?
And I think it's important to note, as you and I well know and all of our viewers know as well, she is now doing what Trump refused to do 4 years ago when he lost the presidential election. He refused to concede. He refused to congratulate her. He refused all of the normal things that politicians in America have always done when they lose an election. They congratulate the winner and they move on. Right. She is doing that right now, to her credit.
Yeah, and so much of her campaign had been about emphasizing sort of the norms that had been in place for so many years in our country and our politics, and something that, as you point out, the former president so often refused to abide abide by and refuse to go along with something as simple as a concession call. You're absolutely right that was one of the many ways in which Donald Trump was just different.
And remember what happened when he refused to concede, as he should have done 4 years ago. MJ Lee, thank you very, very much. Still ahead, now that Donald Trump has been reelected, what happens to the criminal and civil cases against him? And there are many. We'll discuss that and more when CNN's live special coverage continues right after this.
Okay, we now have some breaking news, and this is very significant. For those looking at what's the next huge step, you're wondering about Jack Smith. Well, Jack Smith with a big development. The special counsel is in active talks with the Justice Department about how to end his federal prosecutions of President Trump. Now, this is according to a justice official familiar with the discussions. Discussions expected to last several days. But the person breaking this news, of course, is our excellent chief legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed. Also with me, our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig. But Paula, look, this has been the huge question hanging all of this over the whole election and now in the aftermath. What are you learning?
So we knew there were a few options. If former president, who now is, of course, the president-elect, returned to the White House, there were a few ways that his federal cases could be resolved. One is he said that he would try to fire Jack Smith. Unclear if he could do that because Smith is not a presidential appointee, but it was expected that his Justice Department would drop these cases. It was clear once he was reelected, he was never going to face trial. But we knew there was another option, and that is that potentially the Biden Justice Department could try to resolve or wind down these cases before Trump takes office. And a lot of this stems from an Office of Legal Counsel, that is a department within the Justice Department that gives advice to lawyers who work there. This memo that talks about prosecutions of a sitting president, and they are looking very closely at that memo to try to determine how does that apply in this case, where you have two pending cases against a president-elect. Can they continue to move forward? Can they take additional steps? Right now, I'm told they are in discussions. Jack Smith talking with top leaders at the Justice Department about exactly what this looks like. I'm told that Jack Smith is someone who understands that he has to follow whatever the rules and regulations of the Justice Department are. So at this point, they are looking for ways to wind this down. I'm told it's unclear when this will happen and what it'll look like.
I mean, Paula, can I just ask you in terms of your reporting, given how the polls showed this would go, given that the Trump campaign didn't think this would go this way, given that the Harris campaign didn't think this would go this way, I mean, did Jack Smith have this all sort of as a possibility really prepared? Or is he also, just as human being Jack Smith, reacting to this in the moment and trying to figure it out?
So in speaking with my sources, they were not aware of any discussions that had happened prior to today and said this is really the first time there have been formal discussions. But everyone who's been looking at the polls knew that this was a possibility, right? I mean, Trump has been asked what would he do regarding Jack Smith if he was reelected. But I'm told that the formal discussions, according to my source, have begun in earnest today. And it's going to take them several days to figure out exactly what this looks like and what they'll do. I'm also told not to expect likely any court hearings, that these would likely be filings, if anything, that would try to resolve these cases.
So, Ellie, look, we've been talking about this for years now, okay? We've been talking about this for years. Trump's appeared in courtrooms. We've all gone and sat in courtrooms where Trump has appeared in downtown New York. He's actually scheduled to appear in a New York courtroom in just under 3 weeks to receive a sentence for his conviction on 34 counts of falsifying business records. So what happens to all of those cases? Is that even happening as a sentencing, or is that just gone?
Well, Aaron, I do think the state sentencing, now we're getting away from the DOJ federal cases that Paula was talking about, but I do think that state sentencing will proceed on November 26th. The reason is the judge in that case, Juan Merchan, originally had scheduled the sentencing for September, which would have been before the election, and then in a somewhat surprising ruling, he said, actually, I don't want to do anything that might impact the election, therefore I'm going to put it off until after the election. So now impacting the election is no longer a concern. But this will be a surreal moment. We are going to have the president-elect, not just a former president, but now the president-elect going into a county-level court to receive his sentence. But I do want to stress this. No matter what the sentence is that Judge Merchan pronounces, if this goes ahead in a few weeks, it's almost entirely symbolic and formalistic. There is no way that the president-elect will be locked up. Even in an ordinary circumstance, he would probably be allowed to appeal before he has to serve a sentence. So it'll be an important moment, an interesting moment. But anyone who's thinking Donald Trump is going to be locked up needs to just let go of that fantasy.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just a moment for people to consider what a different world we are living in than this country was living in 6 months ago on all of these stories. It's truly stunning. Paula, Ellie, thank you very much. Our special coverage with Wolf and I continues after just a moment. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer alongside Aaron Burnett, and I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. We're just hours away from Vice President Kamala Harris addressing the nation and delivering her concession speech after losing the race for the White House to the now President-elect Donald Trump. This is CNN's special coverage of Election Day in America continued. We have a CNN projection for you right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Tammy Baldwin, the senator from Wisconsin, Democrat, will be reelected. She'll defeat the Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat incumbent, will win the Senate seat in Wisconsin. An important win for the Democrats right now. Tammy Baldwin has been a fixture in Wisconsin politics since back in 1992 when she was first elected to the state's legislature. But this was a very, very tight race, and let's take a look a bit closer at the results right now. If we see with 99% of the estimated vote is in, Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat, with 49.4% to Eric Hovde's 48.5%. She's winning by some 27,477 votes right now. A big win for the Democrats in the state of Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin reelected to the Senate. An important win for the Democrats. Let's go right to our chief congressional correspondent, Manu Raju, who's tracking the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does this impact things, Manu?
Yeah, definitely a sigh of relief, Wolf, for Democrats, given that every single seat in the United States Senate is critically important because it impacts how bills can get approved in terms of giving you more of a margin to pass some bills if they were to move along straight party lines or confirm Supreme Court nominees, or even more importantly for Democrats to get back in the Senate majority. Each seat makes it harder and harder to do so as Republicans pad their majority. So where do things stand right now? Right now, Republicans have 52 seats. They are clearly in the majority. They picked up 3 last night in red states, Ohio, Montana, West Virginia, and they have there are still 5 seats that we still have not called. So Tammy Baldwin's victory prevents them from expanding to 53 seats. However, they could still get up to 54 seats, Wolf, because in 2 states right now, Republicans are leading, both in Nevada and in Pennsylvania, where Pennsylvania seems increasingly likely to go the GOP side, where Republican challenger Dave McCormick is facing the incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey in that state. But here in Wisconsin, let's take a little bit in the numbers here. Tammy Baldwin defeating the Republican businessman Eric Hovde in that race. She had a narrow victory in this state, even though Kamala Harris herself had lost in Wisconsin. It shows you the difference. There are 27,000 votes ahead of Eric Hovde, the Republican businessman. Hovde is someone who is self-funding his campaign, is an owner of a multi-billion-dollar bank, someone who had engaged with Baldwin in a really intense, ferocious back and forth over the air race, perhaps one of the nastiest Senate races in the country. But what we saw here is a bit of a phenomenon that's happening, some split-ticket voting in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris losing in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat, winning there. You're seeing it also in places like Arizona. Right now, the Democratic candidate in the Senate there, Ruben Gallego, is leading his race. Kamala Harris is behind in Arizona. Similarly, in Michigan, Harris losing in Michigan. The Democratic candidate for Senate, Alyssa Slotkin, now ahead in that race. So this is something to look at, Wolf, because in the Trump era, there's been so few split-ticket voting. But here in Wisconsin, Democrats succeeded in winning in the Senate race down ticket, even as Harris fell short in this critical swing state.
All right, Manu Raju, excellent explanation. Thank you very, very much. And Vice President Kamala Harris has spoken to Donald Trump and officially conceded, and the nation will hear from her about 2 hours or so from now. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is over at Harris's campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Kristen Holmes is over at Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Priscilla, first to you. Give us some new details about what Kamala Harris will say in her concession speech.
Yeah, well, we're learning in the last hour that the vice president did call former President Donald Trump and congratulated him on his win. According to an aide, she also discussed what they called, quote, the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. Now, that is a theme that is likely to continue into her remarks later this afternoon at her alma mater of Howard University. That is where sources tell CNN she is going to implore supporters to accept the results of the election and also urge supporters to find common ground. So that is what we're anticipating in her remarks that, again, are scheduled for later this afternoon. But behind the scenes, Wolf, there has been a state of shock and disbelief among her allies and sources close and in the campaign. Of course, remember, Wolf, that over the course of yesterday into election night, senior Harris campaign officials had been projecting privately and publicly confidence and optimism in their internal data and their belief that undecided voters or voters who previously leaned Republican would support the vice president. That ultimately was not what the results showed. And now they are contending with that. There has been some finger pointing about the strategy and whether it was wise to go, for example, after those disaffected Republicans with Liz Cheney, or whether they did enough to lock in their base. But certainly those are the questions that they will continue to grapple over the next several days and weeks. But ultimately, Wolf, she has conceded. She has called the former president, and she will be speaking to her supporters later this afternoon. Wolf.
Priscilla Alvarez, thanks very much over at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Right now, I want to go to CNN's Kristen Holmes, as she's in West Palm Beach, Florida, over at the Trump campaign headquarters. What are you learning right now?
Well, Donald Trump has been on the phone mostly all day talking to allies, advisors. We know that some foreign leaders have reached out to the former president. All of this is going to be very important to Donald Trump, as loyalty is one of the key things that he looks for as he is building out his next administration. And I can tell you, Wolf, that the knives are already out, not just among Donald Trump's campaign, but really his entire orbit. People have been calling me all morning. They've been calling the campaign, his inner circle, trying to pitch themselves for various roles in the administration, or just a reminder the people around Donald Trump how loyal they were to the former president at various times. One thing to keep in mind, Donald Trump was keeping track of who endorsed him and when it came to Republicans, noting that if they endorsed him before Iowa, they were more loyal than people who only endorsed him after they thought that he could win. Now, conversations around administration posts have largely happened without the former president, who has said that he didn't want to have these conversations until he actually won the election, largely because he is superstitious. Now, he himself has floated various names at different occasions, but not really been a part of any real conversations. That really ends today. People on the campaign already received emails as to what exactly the transition was going to look like, how it was going to move forward, and as I noted, there's so much jockeying going on in Trump's world and his larger orbit as to who actually gets an administration position, that all of this is starting now as we look forward to January.
All right, Kristen Holmes, thanks very, very much. Kristen Holmes reporting for us. I want to go back to Aaron Burnett right now. Aaron.
All right, Wolf, and I want to talk about this other breaking news that is developing at this hour, which is that the special counsel Jack Smith is in discussions with the Justice Department to essentially get rid of the January 6th case, Mar-a-Lago case, those cases pending against Trump. Now, of course, those are the federal ones separate from the state. But this is huge news, and everyone's here with me. Ellie, let me just start with you. Can we just take a step back? It's huge news because you had, and we'll talk about these separately, but classified documents misuse, hanging out in the bathroom, who knows what they were, at Mar-a-Lago, black and white case. Right. You had the January 6th case, which there had been years of adjudication and back and forth, now into what was an official act and what wasn't.
Yeah.
Day in and day out. And now what happens?
So, first of all, this is an astonishing result if you just sit back and think about it. I mean, these are two of the biggest prosecutions the Justice Department has ever brought. Neither of them will see the light of day. Neither of them will get to trial. Neither of them will get to a verdict. Here's what Jack Smith, I believe, would be discussing as between what can happen between now and January 20th. He's not going to be able to have a trial, but a big question is, will he issue a special counsel report like we saw with the Mueller report, the Durham report, the Robert Hur report? The special counsel regulations say he is supposed to file a written report when he's at the end of his case. Now, ordinarily, you'd wait till after your trials. That's not going to happen. But I want to see, are we going to see a Jack Smith report between now and January 20th? One other point I want to make about this new reporting that we got from Paula Reed, that Donald Trump is going to fire Jack Smith, and he accepts that. Note the contrast, because 4 years ago when the Biden administration took over, and I know Kate will remember this, they inherited a special counsel that I'm sure you were not fans of, a guy named John Durham.
John Durham into Hunter Biden.
Into the origins of the Russia investigation, and he was a Trump. And what did the Biden administration do? Nothing.
Hands off.
They let him finish his job. He took into 2023. Complete hands off, and Donald Trump said, I'm firing Jack Smith in 2 minutes, to quote him. I should say there's a little bit of a difference, because DOJ policy says DOJ cannot prosecute the sitting president, which Trump will be in
All
a
right,
few
now
months.
let's just say, and we don't know, but there is a report. Okay, if there's a report, I'm just thinking back, because you mentioned Ben-Hur. The Ben-Hur report was maybe no one remembers anything was in it, except for one thing. They remember that he said that Biden was not able to remember things, and that Biden might get off because people would see him as an old man who didn't have a memory. And that was what stuck with the public. That became part of an important narrative that led into the debate and the whole thing. So I'm just saying a report can have influence.
It can, and I think that, the Hur report fed into a pre-existing narrative that was already starting to pull Biden under. So, I think we have to recognize that it wasn't the Hur report alone that, kind of generated this. And I think depending on when we saw a report from Jack Smith, we will see where Trump is politically. But yes, absolutely, these reports can certainly have political impact. I think, Ellie and I were talking about this earlier this morning. The thing that concerns me here is, we talk a lot about legal precedent, but the political precedent that's being set here by the firing, the dismissal of this special prosecutor, we're essentially saying, elected officials are above the law. The candidate, the president-elect, is above the law. And the message that sends, the kind of political precedent that creates, I think is a really dangerous thing.
Yes. I'm sorry I'm laughing. I'm laughing because the trailer for Ben-Hur is running on my phone. I meant
It's
Robert.
Robert.
I knew you meant Robert. I was like,
Ben-Hur was Charlton Heston or something.
Sometimes you can just do with the chariots are right. Okay. All right. Let's talk about Mar-a-Lago, because Brad, Mar-a-Lago goes away in this case. Mar-a-Lago was the one that was considered by whatever the political persuasion, whatever people, that was a black and white case. That one ostensibly is going away too. And that's, of course, linked to Eileen Cannon, the judge who has been put forth as possibly an attorney general nominee for Trump.
I would argue they've been adjudicated. 70% of Americans thought these cases were politically motivated.
With the jury of public opinion.
And the jury is the largest jury that's ever sat in the United States, and it happened yesterday in the ballot box. The public, and plenty of people have misgivings about Donald Trump who voted for him yesterday. I think that's another thing we have to acknowledge. And in spite of that, they felt like Kamala Harris represented a greater threat. And so I think Jack Smith should take his cases and go away. That's what the public told him to do yesterday.
It's baked. It was baked.
It was baked.
I think for Democrats and people who supported Kamala Harris, they were disappointed that it didn't have more of an impact, because they felt like it should, that trying to overthrow an election should be disqualifying. But to Brad's point, it wasn't. And I think there will be frustration that it took so long for some of these cases. It took 4 years, and we haven't even gone to trial on some of them.
Had they gone faster and started sooner,
that's right.
we might
There
not
was
be
still
in this
a lot of.
situation.
To Ashley's
just
point-
one more point.
Yeah.
There were like delays, but I also think we had the January 6 hearings. People knew, they watched January 6.
Right.
Whether we like it or not, we talked about this in the break, the decision to prioritize democracy as the theme of why Donald Trump should not be elected was not the thing that voters decided on.
No.
This will be one of the great unanswered questions, I think, of this administration, which is what took so long. I wrote an article in the middle of 2022, before Jack Smith was ever named special counsel, and I said, it's already too late.
Too late.
Merrick Garland doesn't even realize it. He's already lost the game. And with respect to Donald Trump's defense has been delay, delay, delay. But I don't begrudge him that, because he made a defense immunity, which any half-competent defense lawyer would make. Ask any defense lawyer on the planet. Of course you make that argument. He went to the Supreme Court, and like it or not, and there's plenty of criticisms, he won. That's what you're supposed to do as a defendant. So sure, he was trying to drag it out. It was a risky strategy. It paid off. But man,
But
oh
when you
man,
wait 2 years,
right? I was going to say DOJ
it works
left
in
it
your
with no
favor.
runway,
Yeah.
so it's on DOJ.
Now, let's go back to Ashley's point, though. The Kamala Harris's campaign made this too big of an issue in the campaign, and it's a mistake campaigns often make. Candidates and political operatives like us, we make the mistake that we think campaigns are about us. Voters think they're about them. And every time Kamala Harris was talking about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was talking about Kamala Harris, they were not talking about the voters.
Right. Well, and there was always the challenge that Democrats had, which was a vote for democracy is only a vote for this.
Yes.
And that was not something that obviously fell on fertile ears.
And it always needed to be the yes and democracy, yes, and I'm gonna help you keep put
And I'm gonna make my
more
case.
food on your table. I'm gonna help you keep your rents down lower. I'm gonna help you buy a house. And she'd made those arguments.
Yeah.
But I think, well, it would be interesting to do a parallel of like how much time in speeches did she spend on talking about these issues versus how much time she spent talking about the economy.
And it's interesting too, though, because if you look at the exit polls, democracy actually
neck and neck with the economy.
The idea that but the actual vote of the people who said that the issue of democracy was significant for them, first or second, actually was fairly split.
Yes.
So it wasn't that the issue of democracy wasn't relevant for voters. It was that Trump was able to effectively muddy the waters.
Because when we saw because when we would do polling and say like the country is split on whether or not Donald Trump still even won the 2020 election, like we are living in such different universes as folks who supported Donald Trump and folks who supported Kamala Harris. And we're going to have to find a pathway forward. I don't actually know what it is, but this doesn't feel sustainable.
Well, look, I understand it's a landslide, but I have to say it is a great thing that you see people on the left immediately say they lost and they accept it and they move on. And I think that if you wanted a return to normalcy, and maybe the left did not get what they wanted as a return to normalcy, but you did get the way that people conducted themselves last night, the way that Americans conducted themselves at the poll, Trump voter next to Harris voter, with dignity and respect, that was a wonderful thing.
Here's the question. Here's the question: do Democrats decide that they lost because the public's a bunch of bigots and sexists, or do they decide because they lost because the voters rejected the policies? That's a big question.
I think it's not one thing. We just talked about it. I don't think it is one thing. You cannot speak in absolutes on this election. I think that it is true. We have never had a female president, so we have to ask ourselves why. But we also can say that, folks felt like the economy was better under Donald Trump. Whether the facts say it is or not, that's how people feel.
This is amazing. So many countries in the world have female presidents, and America, the beacon of everything, just can't seem to get over that line. All right, thank you all. Don't go anywhere, though. Stay with CNN. Our special coverage of Election Day in America continues. Wolf and I will be back after this short break.
CNN has projected within the last hour that President-elect Donald Trump will win the state of Michigan, giving him a clean sweep of the so-called blue wall states. John Berman is with me over here at the Magic Wall. Walk us through Trump's victory there.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at Michigan, which we now project Donald Trump will win. You can see he is leading there right now by 83,000 votes. This is a state that 4 years ago, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes, and in 2016, Donald Trump barely won by 10,000 votes. So you can see it flipped, flopped, and then flipped back to Donald Trump. Let's get a sense of where Donald Trump secured this victory, and it's kind of, I can tell the story in 3 counties. All right, right around here, you have Oakland County, Wayne County, and Washtenaw County, all a little bit different. Oakland is the traditional affluent suburb. This is the type of place that Kamala Harris was hoping to run up the score. Counties like this all around the country, outside Philadelphia, outside Detroit, around Milwaukee. Well, you can see she won by a little bit less than 11 points there, but she really needed to do better than that because 4 years ago, you can see Joe Biden won by more than 12. So she won, but not by quite as much as Joe Biden. A similar story in a very different county, Wayne County. This is where Detroit is, the biggest county in Michigan by far. You can see Kamala Harris won by about 29% there. But 4 years ago, Joe Biden won by 38%, so just a huge difference in Wayne County. Now, that could be part of the urban boost that Trump got around the country, or it could be the large Arab and Muslim population, which is in Wayne County, Dearborn and whatnot. That might have impacted Harris's top-line number there, too. And if we move a little bit to the west here, finally, Washtenaw County. This is the third type of county that Democrats really needed to do well and outperform expectations around the country. This is where Ann Arbor is, the University of Michigan, Wolverines. This is the kind of place where Kamala Harris had to have huge margins, and she did well. Nearly 100,000 votes in about, 50% or so. This was a D40 plus 46 county, so Biden did a tiny bit better. He had a little more than 100,000 vote margin there, and you can see Kamala Harris a little bit less than 100,000 vote there. So kind of that alone might explain what happened in Michigan. Just one thing I want to point out here as we see the margin, Trump ahead by 83,000 votes. There's still a Democratic Senate race. There is a Senate race which we haven't projected a winner yet. You can see the Democrat Slotkin trying to hold on to the seat from the retiring Democrat Debbie Stabenow. Slotkin is ahead. She is outperforming Kamala Harris, you might say. She's up by 16,000 votes, where Harris trails by 83,000 votes. So somehow Slotkin hopes to be able to hold on there. We will see as this develops over the next several hours, Wolf.
All right, good explanation. Thank you very much, John Berman, reporting for us. I want to go back to Aaron Burnett. Aaron?
All right, so Wolf, let's take a closer look at Michigan, because obviously we have just made the call, Michigan going for Trump. Harry Enton digging through the exit polls there. Harry, early on last night, there were some exit polls from Michigan on Hispanic voters that sort of made me go, whoa, what's going on here? It was unclear whether those were really going to pan out. Not only did they pan out, but there are other things that really stand out for you in those exit polls from Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely right. You saw John talking about Wayne County. There, voters of color, a prominent part of Wayne County. In fact, it is the most diverse of the Rust Belt blue wall states, Michigan is. And look here, you see among voters of color, Kamala Harris won by 34 percentage points. Donald Trump got 32%. You might say, that's not so good. But 4 years ago, he got less than 20%. So a dramatic improvement, nearly doubling his vote share among voters of color. But it's not just voters of color that Donald Trump did particularly well with in Michigan in terms of what is traditionally the Democratic base. How about voters under the age of 30? I don't think I would have ever imagined seen the day in which Donald Trump would tie among voters under the age of 30. Of course, they're very prominent around Ann Arbor, right, which we saw, as John pointed out, that slight movement towards Donald Trump from 4 years ago. Just another example of Donald Trump going in and doing well among a traditional Democratic constituency. And finally, how about folks who didn't vote in 2020? Normally Democrats say, we want the high turnout. That's what we want. We want those untraditional voters to come out. But those who didn't vote in 2020, Donald Trump actually won slightly among them, getting 50% to Kamala Harris's 47% in the state of Michigan. So the bottom line is traditional Democratic constituencies may not be so traditional anymore. They may be part of an emerging, maybe Republican constituency, Aaron.
Yeah, really amazing, and especially as this could turn out, if it's a sweep of the House and the Senate and the White House, even when you're looking at 50-47, it raises a lot of real questions about just the overall system. Harry, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And still ahead, which party will control the House? That is the real question. We still don't know the answer because votes are still being counted in enough crucial districts that we cannot make a call. We're going to be joined by a Democratic lawmaker from Pennsylvania who did just win re-election. Stay with us.
All right, this just in. CNN has learned that Harris campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon has called on her team to begin the work of, quote, protecting America from the impacts of a Trump presidency, end quote. She sent that message to staffers after Vice President Kamala Harris's loss to former President Donald Trump. The vice president has called Trump to concede the race. Let's get to our panel right now. And MJ, let's talk a little bit about what you're hearing from inside the Harris team.
Yeah, first of all, this was a concession phone call that we had expected all day long. We got no indications that the Harris campaign wanted to contest this race in any way. Importantly, we are told by a senior aide that on this phone call with the former president, now President-elect Donald Trump, she talked about the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and the importance of being a president for all Americans, which ironically were some of the themes that she actually ran on during her campaign. Now, these are some of the things that I think we should suspect she will talk about when she talks in the next hour or two at Howard University. This is going to be a significant speech, both for the vice president in terms of how she talks about this moment and what tone she uses, as so many millions of Americans who are disappointed by the results of last night are tuning in. And also just for her personally, goes without saying, this is going to be a bittersweet speech for her and a tough speech for her, and not the one that she hoped to give. She wanted to be giving a victory speech. Instead, she is having to, in some ways, console a lot of Americans who did not get the outcome that they wanted last night.
She certainly didn't get the outcome she wanted last night. I don't think it's going to be bittersweet. I think it's going to be bitter for her to be making that concession.
Yeah.
What do you think we'll hear from her?
Well, again, as MJ said, I mean, she has to be conciliatory. We're certainly, I shouldn't say, who knows nowadays. I do not believe we're going to see her use the same language that Jen O'Malley Dillon used in the note to staff, where she said, now, you know, the next, I don't want to put words into her mouth, but basically the resistance begins. I think that's really the first sign we've seen from the Democratic Party starting to kind of wake up from this knockout punch that they've taken, realizing that, you know, that they've got to wake up and, you know, come off the ground very quickly. But this comes as the People for American Way, which is the center point for liberalism, has also come out and has said that they're going to put out a project called Resist Project 2025, and they're trying to pull together all these liberal entities to come together to try to put a restraint, basically, mainly on President Trump's judicial picks, and trying to put some kind of reforms into the Supreme Court, which, mind you, they're going to have a tough time on both of those.
They certainly will. You know, Mano, there are several examples of where so-called down-ticket Democrats actually outperformed Kamala Harris in Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin specifically. What does that say to you?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting because in the Trump era, split-ticket voting has become almost non-existent. In fact, just 1 out of 69 Senate races, while Trump has run for president, have actually gone the other way, the other party. You know, if he won a state, the Republican down ticket would have won. It would rarely be a split ticket situation. That is different than last night. And it will be interesting to dig a little bit deeper in the numbers, but a lot of it goes to her weakness atop the ticket. A lot of these Democrats were running ahead of her, not just in these purple states that you mentioned, but also in these red states like in Ohio and in Montana, the ones that they lost. The Sherrod Brown, the incumbent senator who lost, ran ahead of Kamala Harris. John Tester ran ahead of Kamala Harris. The same way with Ruben Gallego in Arizona, and also with Alyssa Slotkin, who's leading in Michigan. And Tammy Baldwin is an interesting example, too. She's a longtime incumbent senator. She had built some inroads with some of the rural communities and just had just enough support from Trump supporters to barely get over the finish line. And in the cases of those other two in Arizona and Michigan, they're new candidates, so they didn't have the dangers of necessarily being an incumbent coming in. So they had that. And plus, there's some weaknesses in Arizona and the candidate that Ruben Gallego was facing, Carrie Lake, the Republican candidate, very controversial there. But this is a much different scenario than in the past, where it's really been party line. But the split ticket voting is why Democrats, the majority, they're in the minority, but it's not as bad as perhaps it could have been.
Yeah, good point. I want to bring Boris Sanchez into this conversation. Boris, some interesting exit polling was released on the issues that matter to a huge voting bloc. We're talking about Latino voters, and among Latino voters, 66% of Trump supporters said the economy was the #1 issue. Did the Harris camp just miss this economic message to this very important voting bloc?
I think, Wolf, that the proof is in the data. I think when the Harris campaign came out with their economic vision for Latino voters a few weeks ago, one of the things that struck me was that it seemed like it was copied and pasted from their plan, their economic plan targeting African American voters. And when I talked to Democratic operatives about this, they dismissed that. They essentially said that this was a strong plan. They touted everything that was in it, promises for new small businesses and loans and et cetera. But when I spoke with friends of mine across the country, Latino men specifically, they didn't know that it even existed, and that is despite it getting substantial coverage on this network and others. Contrast that with what you're seeing from Donald Trump and the prosperity that a lot of those working class folks felt when he was in office, the lower prices that they paid for everyday goods, plus obviously the persona that he's built for himself as this successful entrepreneur, whether it's merited or not, who exaggerates his wealth, who exaggerates his exploits, and it's something that resonates with these working class communities. When you compare that to a message that doesn't really get across, when there's no real compelling counter argument, you get what you saw last night.
You know, I just want to follow up, Boris. It seems as if those ugly comments made at that Trump Madison Square Garden rally in New York had no impact on the Latino voting community. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think part of that goes back to the sort of working class sensibility that I was just describing, and talking to a number of Republican operatives, presenting them with the comments that were made at that Madison Square Garden rally. They argued, well, among Latinos, we use a crude sense of humor with each other. They were skeptical that this was going to cause a serious disruption in votes. And you see it in the numbers. I want to show you some numbers from 3 different counties across the country with large Latino populations, predominantly Puerto Rican populations. In Lehigh County, this is in the area of Allentown, 54% Latino. Harris did win there by 2.4 points. But look at what Joe Biden won by in 2020, 8 points. So Donald Trump closed the margin there. He won in Berks County, in the Redding area, another largely, predominantly Puerto Rican area, by a larger margin that he did in 2020. And then the one that speaks to this point more than any other, I think, is in Osceola County in Florida. This is in the Orlando area, a majority Latino community, largely Puerto Rican. Look at the margin that Joe Biden won it by in 2020, 14 points. This time around, Donald Trump flipped it, winning by 1.5 points, Wolf.
Very interesting indeed. Boris, the Harris campaign worked hard to get a bunch of Latino celebrities out there on the campaign trail. Apparently didn't make much of a dent. Is that a miscalculation from the Harris camp?
I think it may be something for politicians across the board to consider moving forward, especially in light of the populist appeal that Donald Trump has. I think for a lot of these folks, seeing these celebrities up there with Harris reinforce the idea that there are elites that are out of touch for them and that look down upon them and talk down to them. So I don't think that necessarily helped her where she hoped that it would, Wolf.
Interesting point. Boris, thanks very, very much. And to the whole panel, thanks very much. I want to focus right now on Pennsylvania, the state we were told would ultimately decide this election, and apparently it did. President-elect Trump didn't just win there, he won it substantially. The Harris campaign was counting on a massive turnout in the state's urban areas like Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris held her final rally Monday night. That turnout didn't materialize. We're joined now by Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania. His district includes part of Philadelphia. Congressman, thanks so much for joining. Congratulations to you on your re-election last night. I want to get your reaction to not just Trump's overperformance in Pennsylvania, but the fact that Harris underperformed. What did your party, I should say, miss?
Well, first it was a systemic loss here in Pennsylvania. It was about a 4 to 5 point swing to the right in Philadelphia.
Congressman, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We've got a little technical issue with your audio. We'll clean that up. We'll continue this conversation right after a quick break. All right, we're back now with Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania. Congressman, we fixed that audio issue. Good to have you back. Some in the White House, as you know, are blaming Speaker Emerita Pelosi for pushing Biden out, pointing out that President Biden's support in the Rust Belt back in 2020 was so impressive. Do you think President Biden would have fared better than Kamala Harris has?
Well, be with you, Wolf, but one thing I don't think is constructive is to get into the blame game, blaming certain individuals for things that could have been done or should have been done or would have been done. None of that will help us rebuild for 2026 and 2028. What I would like to focus on specifically is that we have to be honest as Democrats. We do have a problem connecting with working class voters. This started to emerge about a decade ago. and it was focused on white working class areas. That is now spread. It's not just white working class voters. It's black working class voters and it's Latino working class voters. And unless we Democrats address that issue from heavily working class parts of Philadelphia to heavily working class parts of northeastern Pennsylvania to working class parts all across the country, then we will not be able to win as many elections as we want to and we need to.
Yeah, that's an important point. The Democrats, as you know, Congressman, they lost control of the Senate. What do you expect the balance of power will be in the House of Representatives when all of this ends?
Well, at this moment, there are still contested and yet to be called seats, literally from New York State through Iowa to California and to many different states in between. I think we're talking about more than 40. So at this point, it's impossible to tell at the moment which party will control the House. I'm still hopeful and optimistic. Either way, though, it will be yet another term in which whatever party controls the House will not have a very large majority. But I'm confident that whether we're slightly in the majority or slightly in the minority, House Democrats will be able to respond to the needs of the American people. We have a track record on this. Trump was president once before. We served in the minority for 2 years and then the majority for 2 years. I think that we're up to the battle.
Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you.
And Aaron, back to you.
All right, Wolf. So, we mentioned that we're following the markets, which surged after Donald Trump won re-election. And it's even gone up a little bit more in the past couple hours since we've been sitting here. The Dow is now up more than 1,400 points. That is an all-time record. And I want to bring in our Julia Chatterley, anchor who has been, covering this in and out. So, we saw the betting markets before, and I know there were a few individuals who were heavily responsible for that, and I'm hesitant to say they should get credit or not, but they were right. They were right.
Yeah.
And the market is having this huge surge, even though we have all seen economic analysis after economic analysis saying that Trump's policies would be worse for the economy than Harris's. That is not how the market sees it.
This is a palpable sigh of relief and some partying. A decisive, swift election result compared to the alternative, which is what people were talking about, weeks of delays, counting, potential protests. We didn't get that. And what you're seeing is a positive reaction to that ultimately. It's positive for the economy, it's positive for financial markets. And that's what we're seeing today. Early days will be my first point to make on that. Then it comes down to policies, and it's more of the same expected. Taxation, deregulation, potential tariff acceleration. There is today a palpable sense of business optimism that there's going to be a lighter government touch. You can see that. I can show you some of the bank stock performance today. They are soaring. Energy stocks, oil and gas players, they're also a huge beneficiary today as well. The difference on the downside, renewable energy stocks. Solar having an appalling day because they're pricing in less government support under Trump versus a Harris administration. Bucking that entire trend, of course, renewable energy stock, Tesla. Elon Musk is one of the biggest winners of the day. Palpably richer, palpably more powerful as a result. Those are the things we can price. What we can't is tariffs.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about tariffs, but can I just, because you mentioned Elon Musk, and Tesla goes up. And Elon Musk has said he's going to take a role in the government. He's going to be the head of the Department of Governmental Efficiency, or I think that's what DOGE stands for, DOGE. And we'll see what happens and how that plays out. But do people in the markets that you're speaking to believe that Elon Musk is going to come in and have a palpable influence? That he's actually going to come in and be able to rip back all these regulations? I mean, this is a much more easily said than done thing.
I think there's a hope that there will be some moderating force on the former president as far as business is concerned. He is a businessman. He understands the impact of massive tariffs. Do I believe that Elon Musk will be quietly saying to the former president, the president-elect now, that probably wouldn't be a good idea, but the threat is really palpable. Do the threat bark, not bite? Yes, I do. Do I think he can strip back government spending? Good luck with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a bunch like drunken sailors on the spending on Democrats and Republicans.
Twitter.
Yeah, so let me ask you then about the tariffs, because you mentioned them. And this has been, everybody says tariffs are bad. They're just like a straight tax. And it can depend whether you're running a deficit or not. And these things can be more complicated than we've made them out, perhaps. But does the market believe that Trump is actually going to do the tariffs, or are they simply betting that this is just a negotiating strategy with China and it won't actually happen, so don't worry about it?
Separate China from the rest of the world. Chinese stocks fell overnight. I think the general perception is that the bark is worse than the bite. Goldman Sachs is a great example. They're saying he's not going to go big, but he will do 20% tariffs on China, not 60%. Inflation will continue to come down. It won't change the tack of the Fed. I expect a lot of bark over the next 12 months. I expect less bite than he was talking about. Yeah. Remember, this is a president that loves the stock market rise. He loves a strong economy.
Oh, he loves to talk about that.
He's not going to do anything that risks those things.
All right. So I like how we're supposed to be like, well, tariffs aren't 60%, they're 20%. Talk about relative value.
Yeah.
You know, when you set people's...
It could be a lot worse.
All right. So what about the housing market was such a central part of this campaign, and Kamala Harris with a specific plan for that. Trump not with one, but saying, trust me. What are you seeing in terms of what ultimately drives the housing market first and foremost, which would be rates, interest rates?
This is a great point. Not only are stock markets going up today, the cost of government's longer-term borrowing is rising today, and it has been for a number of weeks. Yeah. Some part of that is stronger growth, great. Some other part of that is the prospect or the risk of higher inflation, is also the risk perhaps of higher spending. He's promised $7.5 trillion worth of spending over the next 10 years. The problem is mortgage rates are far more sensitive to that than they are to the Federal Reserve bringing rates down. I think irrespective of what the Fed does, unless we hear different from the president-elect, mortgage costs, unfortunately, are going to stay high. Credit cards are an interesting one. He's promised a 10 percentage point credit card rate. That's less than half of what we've got today. Yeah, he's going to need Congress to do it, but the banks won't be acting like this if he manages to pass that.
And that's not something set by the government, at least now. So there's so much for lack of regulation if you try to set credit card rates. All right. Julia, thank you so much. It shows you the complexity of all this and how important. We do have some breaking news just coming in right now. We have learned that President Joe Biden has spoken with President-elect Donald Trump and congratulated him on his victory. Imagine the emotions of that. Biden is thinking, well, what if I hadn't gotten off the ticket? Who knows what's going through his mind? But he has also invited Trump to the White House. And Biden is planning to address the nation tomorrow. So our Arlette Saenz is breaking all of these details and has more for us. So Arlette, tell us everything you know.
Well, Aaron, a very significant call this afternoon as the White House is saying that President Biden did in fact speak with President-elect Donald Trump and has invited him here to the White House. I want to read you what a White House official had to say. They said President Biden expressed his commitment to ensuring a smooth transition and emphasized the importance of working to bring the country together. The official said that staff would be coordinating for a date for Biden to visit, or for Trump to visit the White House in the near future. Now, this comes when you think back to 2020, it's a pretty remarkable turn of events when former President Donald Trump did not concede the race to Joe Biden and put up many roadblocks in Joe Biden's transition process as he was preparing to come here to the White House. President Biden has made clear that that is not something he plans to repeat with Trump as he is preparing to host him here at the White House. The transition teams with the White House and the GSA have been in contact over the course of the past few weeks with the potential transition teams for each of their candidates. Now a lot of work will begin to try to make those transition processes move smoothly. Now, President Biden, we're told, also spoke today with Vice President Kamala Harris and congratulated her on her victory. This is the first known conversation that we know between the two of them, and it comes as Harris is getting ready to speak to her supporters in the coming hours. Now, for President Biden's part, the White House says that he will address the nation tomorrow regarding these election results, as well as that transition process. It comes at a time when there's been a lot of Democrats grappling with why exactly they lost this election to Donald Trump just yesterday. And much of that finger pointing and blame game has been directed towards President Joe Biden, who had sought re-election for a second term for well over a year and then pulled out of the race, abandoned those plans after that faltering and halting debate performance against Trump in June. So there's going to be a lot of questions for President Biden about how exactly Democrats got here, what exactly his role has been in this process. But the White House is trying to make clear that President Biden does intend to try to work with Trump to ensure that this is a smooth transition, unlike what we saw play out in 2020.
All right, Arlette, thank you very much. And stay with us. Our special coverage of Election Day in America continues right after this short break.
Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer alongside Aaron Burnett. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world.
All right, Wolf, and we have breaking news. In the next hour, we are going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. She will be delivering her concession speech after losing the race to 270 electoral votes to now President-elect Donald Trump. This is CNN's special coverage of Election Day in America continued.
And let's begin this hour in Washington, D.C. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is right now on the campus of Howard University in Washington, where Vice President Kamala Harris is due to deliver her concession speech. Jeff, based on everything you're hearing, what should we expect?
Well, if the supporters are gathering here in the yard of Howard University, of course, the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris, I can say it is a much smaller crowd as of now. People are still coming in, and certainly a more subdued crowd than yesterday when thousands gathered here in jubilation, and they arrived in really defeat. But it wasn't until overnight when it was declared that Donald Trump, of course, was the president-elect that this truly set in. But we do know that Vice President Harris has spoken to Donald Trump. They had a brief conversation. I'm told it was a cordial conversation. He thanked her for calling to concede. President Biden and former President Trump also have called. So, Wolf, all the formalities are now out of the way. We are anticipating the speech from Vice President Harris here. I am told that she is going to thank her supporters. She is going to urge her supporters across the country to accept the results of this election and find common ground, even as they hold on to their own ideals. One of her closing messages in the final days of the campaign was seeking to find common ground. I'm told that will be one of her messages, but also it will be one to stand their ground on certain issues. So, Wolf, this is not how any of her supporters certainly had realized this. But when you step back, we're just 108 days since she ascended to the top of the Democratic ticket here. So this was something that she had never anticipated. And now, of course, she just has a short time, a matter of weeks, in the office of the vice president. But for now, at least, supporters eager to hear her. Wolf, I'm interested in seeing how much she leans into history. During this campaign, she rarely talked about how she could be a barrier-breaking candidate. Of course, unlike Hillary Clinton 8 years ago, talked about that considerably. But now we know that history will not be made in this election. That certainly is front and center on many people's minds today, Wolf.
And looking at the crowd over there where you are, Jeff, Howard University, it's a HBCU, a historically black college and university, and she had gone to school there. It's her alma mater. Is the crowd that has gathered there mostly students or folks from D.C. and Virginia and Maryland? Have they just all come in to watch this important speech?
Well, if it is absolutely a mix, yes, there are many students here. In fact, there are not classes at Howard because of this, but it is also many supporters from Washington, from the area, and others who have come to Washington in anticipation of what they thought could be a victory last evening. So last night, certainly a broad tapestry of supporters. We saw mothers and daughters, fathers and sons. So certainly, a smaller crowd. But when you talk to people, Wolf, it is there certainly is disappointment, but there also is pride in Vice President Harris's own candidacy. Of course, she, used to walk the grounds here. She wrote in her memoir how important this very place was to her rise. So I expect that she will talk about that homecoming here, and she will push to the future. Of course, that future will not include her, at least for now, as the president. Wolf?
And we also just heard that President Biden actually spoke with President Trump as well. What do we know about that conversation?
Well, if we know that President Biden invited former President Donald Trump to the White House at some point during this time of a transition. We know that President Biden will be addressing the nation tomorrow. Of course, President Biden is at the center of all of this. It was his decision in July to not seek a second term well after this campaign was underway that is going to hang over this entire election as a central part of his legacy. So many questions. What if he had decided earlier to not seek a second term? What if there had been a Democratic primary? Would Vice President Harris have emerged stronger? Would she have emerged emerged at all. But for now, at least, President Biden is front and center in this. I'm told that he has also talked to his vice president. Well, if there's no doubt there's some healing to do inside the Democratic Party, indeed inside the White House as well. There were many hard feelings that have not yet healed over how he was removed from the ticket. Of course, it was his decision on July 21st, but one he did very reluctantly. So, Wolf, this period of history, this summer, during this historic campaign of 2024 will be inspected for many years to come. But for now, at least, this is Vice President Harris's final moment on stage before she recedes back to Joe Biden's running mate.
Interesting.
Wolf?
All right, Jeff Zeleny over at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Jeff, thank you very, very much. Aaron, let me go back to you.
All right, Wolf. So when you think about Hillary Clinton, she gave that speech. She was really, just emotionally wasn't ready to do it the night that happened. She did it the next morning. Kamala Harris is waiting till the afternoon. She's going to go out. She's going to have a massive crowd. But you know her, you know those around her. What's going into this moment for her? And what is she prepared for to walk out on that stage? I mean, that's going to be emotional. It's going to be a big crowd.
Yes.
And she's going to have to say something that nobody really can imagine how hard it is to say.
Yeah. One of the things that I know about her, because she said it to me before, is that she always thinks that every moment you have to talk to people, it should be a teachable moment, and that you should use it to share a lesson. So I suspect she will talk about the lessons that she has learned in this moment, and then she will be speaking at her alma mater. She said the first time she ran for office was when she was running for freshman rep at Howard. And she's going to be speaking to students, and she always talks about how much she loves Gen Zers, and she's going to be talking about not giving up. Not because you didn't win, it's not time to just throw in the towel. And I think it's really important for those students to hear that, because I remember my first election was 2,000 hanging chads, and it didn't go the way I wanted to. But you know what that made me do? Get into politics, get into journalism, get into that. And so moments like this can really inspire a generation to be the leaders of the future. And I think she will take that time to talk to the folks that are present in the room, and then talk to the country and try and bring us together.
So this was a close race. Well, it was projected to be a close race. I mean, I'm just going to, whatever. I think the polls in America should just... I don't want to overuse a word that's been used a lot in the past week, but okay. But the reality of it is that she's going out and she didn't expect to be giving this speech, right? This is not what she expected to be giving. So how does she handle that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we could all imagine what the emotional whiplash of this moment feels like when she and her campaign felt, based on the data that they had, that they were absolutely had a chance to win this election. And frankly, I think thought they were going.
Buff said the night before, I said, can you win all seven?
And he said yes.
He said yes.
And they believed that. And so I think there's all of the substantive pieces that Ashley's talking about are so important. And I think having to manage your own disappointment and kind of emotional drop-off in this moment, incredibly hard, and incredibly hard from a public speaking perspective, right? I mean, she's dealing with all of the emotions of having come up short and what that means, while also having to go through, what do I want this speech to say? Is that, she's presumably sitting there with her speechwriters going through, so I think it requires a sense of focus and discipline and emotional management that would be very hard for most people.
Right.
I've written a lot of concession speeches, more than I wish I had, frankly. And I have to tell you, they can be some of the best moments of a politician's career. They're emotionally spent. The race is over. They've given everything they can, and so there's no more tension. You're not nervous about anything. And so you get, most people who run for office do so out of a commitment to do public service. It's a sacrifice for most of them. And that comes through in a lot of concession speeches. And their real desire to lead people comes through in a natural way that maybe it doesn't in the heat of the battle. So I might look forward to one of her better speeches of the year.
Which is, and I guess that's the one where some people say, well, gosh, if you talked like that, maybe things would have gone differently.
No, but this is a point you've made generally about the campaigns not having enough humility. In concession speeches, people's humility comes through. Yes. And that's part of what that's why they feel human, and that's why people connect to them, because a humility comes through in a way that it often doesn't during the campaign.
So now Biden and Trump have this conversation. Okay, I've been with Biden a few times in the past year, and you don't need to have been with Biden to have heard me. and I don't want to use nasty words, he really dislikes Donald Trump, okay? It's personal, it's deep. The feeling is mutual. And yet they picked up the phone, they have this phone call. Biden invites him to the White House. Come and visit, showing basically this is how you should behave.
Yes.
The real question, I guess, so let me start with you, Brad, on this, is can Trump reciprocate? Can he rise to that moment and be gracious?
I think it's a chance for a clean start for Donald Trump. We have had 2 elections, one which he won in 2016, and Democrats immediately put 200,000 people in the streets and acted like his win was illegitimate and due to Russian Facebook ads. And then we had 2020, obviously, where we all know how that happened. This is a chance for Donald Trump to do this, to have a different experience this time. And I think it's a good chance for Democrats to grant that he won legitimacy and grant that he is the president of all people. Well, they need to not come to the streets on January 20th, too. You know, there are already parade permits been taken out. I hope they'll take those off and that we can go back to having inaugurals being a celebration of democracy where everybody grants that it's time to start new.
So what do you think the Biden-Trump meeting is going to be?
I would love to be a fly on the
Do
wall.
eye rolls like actual? No, that we were on a wide shot. I couldn't quite see your eye roll. Okay.
I think it will. Well, I just remember the meeting. Kate and I were at the White House in 2016. I was right outside of the Roosevelt Room. The Cleveland Cavaliers were there for their celebration. It was a somber day. Donald Trump was in the Oval Office meeting with Obama. We saw a short pool. It's a discussion. There is no bonding of a friendship. It is an act of leadership. And I think they will have a cordial conversation and they will never speak again.
Yeah,
probably the case.
I listened to a conversation that Joe Biden and Donald Trump had during the 2020 campaign, in I think it was April of 2020.
Yes.
And it was very, you might expect that there would be fireworks, and it was very civil. It was very matter of fact. They kind of exchanged the information they'd intended to exchange. I remember Donald Trump talked a little bit about Boris Johnson because he had just gone into the hospital with COVID. And so Donald Trump was sort of talking about his concern for Boris Johnson. It was a very normal discussion. And I would expect that this meeting will be sort of similar, at least from Biden's
Right. Now,
standpoint.
but does Trump come out? Okay, I'm just thinking of all the things out here and the pardons and the scenarios where you were thinking, oh, if Harris won, do they pardon Biden or Harris pardon Trump? Does Trump say on the call, hey, I'm going to pardon Hunter Biden? Does he say anything like that?
No. I mean, I doubt it.
Highly doubt it. I don't.
Does he do it?
To me, this is not.
No, he likes executive power, and the pardon is the ultimate executive power. I mean, it might
There's
be.
There's a part of him that would probably love to do that.
It might be healing for the country if Joe Biden would preemptively pardon him before Jack Smith drops the case, and then Donald Trump can pardon Hunter Biden, and the whole country can start over.
I think it's possible Trump does pardon Hunter Biden. I mean,
Yes.
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I'm not sure that this conversation is where he would just sort of drop that.
Right. No, he wouldn't say it. He would want to do it as a.
I would think so. I would think he would time it more strategically, but
I do. I don't. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure about the pardons, but I do think, to your point about starting over, there is an opportunity. I think we've seen Donald Trump, and we've seen him in certain circumstances, and then we see him like an hour later be very different. And so I think the starting over, there has to be. I believe he will be on this phone call with the president, and they will be cordial. But I think that people want to see it consistently and feel like he is leading all of us, even though we might not have voted for him.
His speech last night, well, it was very late and I was barely awake. It was a pretty hopeful speech, and he shared a lot of credit. He called Chris LaCivita up to the podium and asked him to speak. He called Susie Wiles up at the podium. He started talking about other people who'd supported him as both celebrity endorsers and people just worked on the staff.
Right.
And that's.
But then she
Even though he said he was going to fire
IQ.
Chris LaCivita a week before. But I mean, right, but gracious in that moment.
To Republicans, I guess I'm saying, like, you're now the president-elect. So I think and to start a new, Kamala Harris will, I think, talk about this in her concession speech. I think there are a lot of Americans that are skeptical. I think we need to hear and see that from Donald Trump as well.
I think that's his task.
All right, pause for here, but thanks to our panel. Stay with us. Our special coverage of Election Day in America. Wolf and I are here. We'll be back after a moment. Welcome back to our continuing special coverage. Donald Trump, back in power, elected the 47th president of the United States. Vice President Harris formally conceding the election in a phone call with President-elect Trump. And in just a few moments, she will be speaking live. You'll see her the first time she has spoken since the loss. She will be speaking to the American people. This is the crowd already assembled at where she'll speak, which is her election headquarters at her alma mater, Howard University. A massive crowd there. It will be a difficult moment for them, for her, an emotional moment, but an important one. Joining me now is Republican Congressman Dan Mueser. He won his reelection bid in Pennsylvania's 9th district, also was one of those in charge for leading up the state for Trump's reelection effort. So let me just ask you, Congressman, does anything, Trump won the state, and you worked hard to make that happen. When you look at the details, whether it's the exit polls or anything under the hood, did anything surprise you? Does anything specifically stand out to you?
Well, we went at this in a very strategic manner, if you will. Campaigns tend to be a lot of advertising, a lot of fundraising, a lot of handshaking, certainly grassroots. But we took an approach of the embracing the early voting, getting the registration done in a heavy way. I mean, we improved here, Aaron, by over 500,000. I mean, we really built a foundation to win. We made it very, very difficult for anybody to beat us with the type of manpower and contacts and everything else that we engaged in. So no, there really weren't too many surprises. Certainly, it met my highest level of expectations. The win, the percentage that Trump had, as well as our other races. David McCormick, we won 2 House seats. I mean, we really fired on all cylinders, and we seemed to do a lot right, and they didn't do much right, frankly.
So 2 of the 3 GOP pickups in the House are in your state of Pennsylvania. McCormick winning, that is not something most people had on their bingo card. Maybe you did, but when you talk about firing on all cylinders, can I just ask you, though, so we can understand better, because what we have heard in recent weeks was that Democrats had this massive ground operation. And I understand there were concerns among some about how they were doing in Philadelphia with those door knocks, but massive, volunteer-driven, on the ground, the bus is ready, everything there, and the GOP was outsourcing a lot of it to super PACs like Elon Musk, who did not have the local knowledge. They were paying people to door knock as opposed to having passionate supporters do it, and that this was seen as a potential weakness. Now you look at it, and it seems like that perspective completely missed the mark. What did people not see?
Well, we're just kind of taking a page out of the Democrats' machine playbook, and it's a good one. I mean, door knocking and meeting with folks and pushing them on sending in a ballot and registering and such. That's all legal. So everything that's legal, we engaged in. Certainly ballot harvesting, things like that are not legal in Pennsylvania. But I don't think you're missing anything. It's just that, look, we've been doing this over a year. I mean, we had thousands and thousands of the Trump Force 47 and other groups going out. That Scott Pressler, maybe you heard of him. I mean, it was really an orchestrated effort that was endless.
Now,
we just
can
were
I ask you about
relentless
him?
about it.
And I asked you about Scott Pressler because, we did a report the other day on the Amish. And I'm sorry if I have the number wrong, but 160,000 or 180,000 registered Amish I was seeing he was talking about. And he obviously is sort of a social media cult figure. Did that move the needle? When you look at specific groups, for example, did registering the Amish move the needle?
Well, he and his team have the eye of the tiger, and they work real hard when they get going. Our focus was certainly on the Amish throughout Pennsylvania. Latino Americans, I think President Trump, they came over to us by 25% better than Joe Biden had. The Jewish Americans, for the various reasons, the youth. These things were very targeted. It was very strategic. And I'm not giving away any secrets here because these are things that Democrats have done. But we've done it. We did it very effectively. And I will say it, between the RNC and the PAGOP, working together in the manner. And we had people that were responsive. I've been in some presidential campaigns and certainly other statewide campaigns. This one was very responsive. When there was a problem, people were jumping. You know, we had a very, very diverse group. You know, we had our Latinos for Trump groups. We had our African Americans for Trump groups. So it was.
So when you talk about
we were covered.
responsive,
We were
is
very
that
diverse.
a direct, just a commentary? Just try to understand this, because I think everyone wants to understand what happened. Was that Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita and their team, their ability to run an effective campaign, that you had somebody you could call who could actually give you what you needed when you needed it, or was it names that we may not even know?
No, it was certainly them, but as well, and their teams in the field, particularly throughout Pennsylvania, but also Michael Whatley and Laura Trump. I mean, they were great. I mean, I've never seen anything with people, heads of the RNC working with our state GOP in that manner before. So it just really all came together. Everybody embraced it. Everybody knew what the goals were and what our tactics were.
Before we go, I want to ask you one other thing. Sorry, you mentioned Latinos.
Well, the message is important.
Let me just ask you about that, because that's an area that it appears, at least from talking to the Trump campaign leading in, that they didn't anticipate perhaps the dramatic swing that they had, specifically among Latino men. You're saying that you had targeted that. Were you surprised by the magnitude that you saw among Latinos?
Yeah, because it was profound. I mean, nearly 100,000 registered Latino Americans in Pennsylvania alone that we think we picked up that were eligible voters. I mean, that in itself could have turned the election. And that's why, President Trump was smart. I mean, he was in Reading, a big Latino area, Allentown a couple of times, a high percentage of Latino Americans. And, so many of them are small business owners. They're just workers, of course, for manufacturing, you name it. Look, they want low taxes. They liked our message. They like low taxes. They want us to go after inflation. They don't like, the open borders. So certainly the policy debate was certainly important here.
Certainly more so than what we saw from a comedian at Madison Square Garden. All right. Well, Congressman, I really appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Well, I agree with you there, but that was one comedian that none of us knew what was happening there. We did our best to overcome it, and we denounced it.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time, and thank you, sir. And please stay with us, because you are watching special coverage of Election Day in America continued, and we'll be right back.
In just a few minutes, the Vice President Kamala Harris will deliver her concession speech to the nation. She has already spoken to Trump and officially conceded. President Biden has also spoken to Trump, and he also invited Trump to the White House. Joining us now is Frank Luntz, the pollster and political communication strategist. Frank, thanks very much for joining us. When you've seen the exit, I know you've taken a very close look at all the exit polling. What are your top takeaways right now?
Most important is the Latino, the Hispanic vote. I was shocked to find out that Trump actually won a majority of male Latinos. There is a huge gender gap, as there is in every single break. But Trump is able to win a majority. I think that's the first time that I know of that any Republican has been able to do something like that in more than 30 years. So that was number one. Number two is that young women under age 30 only represented 7% of the sample. For Harris to be successful, they needed to draw a major turnout because the spread there was almost 2-1 in favor of Harris. So you have to make that something bigger. And third was the fact that in the end, abortion was a relatively low priority issue. She was dominating there, but that if it doesn't matter to voters, then it doesn't matter if one candidate has a tremendous lead. Those would be my three great takeaways.
Very important takeaways indeed. Frank, what's your biggest lesson for Democrats today?
It's tell people where you stand. Tell them what you're going to do. She did a wonderful town hall meeting with CNN. She should have stopped Anderson Cooper at the beginning and said to the audience, I want to tell you exactly what I'm going to do in the first hour, the first day, first week, month, 100 days, year, all of that. And then when she runs out of time and Anderson wants to move on, she says to the crowd, do you want to hear what I'm going to do, or do you want me to answer questions? And they would have cheered for her, and that would have put aside all this doubt about where she stands and what she wants to do. She could have done it at your town hall. She didn't, and she paid a big price for it.
A senior Harris campaign official told CNN, Frank, and I'm quoting now, Biden will hold a lot of blame for it, and frankly, he should, end quote. Do you agree?
Well, in the end, she decided not to differentiate herself. And you could be supportive of someone and still say, I'm something different. I don't look like him. I don't sound like him. We have complementary points of view, but they're not identical. And then she could have gone off and differentiated herself. Once again, it was her choice to align with Biden that tightly. Was she loyal? Absolutely. Did it hurt her in the campaign? Absolutely.
And when she was specifically asked if there were major differences that she had over the years with Biden, she basically said she couldn't think of any. And you think that was a big cost to her?
There was no reason for her to do that. The two most important issues in this campaign, one of them was affordability, not the economy, because in the end, people's jobs were okay, they were secure, and people were making more money. The actual issue of the economy was the prices, the cost of everything. And the other issue was immigration and overall personal security and safety. And on both of those, she had to get involved. She couldn't push it off. It's not enough to talk about health care, and it's not enough to talk about women's health. She had to address those issues. She didn't, at least not until the end. And it was a big cost to her, once again, because she didn't want to differentiate between herself and the president.
Frank, you're a pollster, highly respected pollster. How reliable are these polls right now? Because so many people have been shocked by what has happened over the past couple of days once the votes were actually counted.
Well, the poll that changed the entire narrative for the last 48 hours was the Iowa poll. Wolf, I know you reported on it, giving Harris a 3-point lead when, in fact, Trump won that state with double digits. That's not good. And it changed how the campaign was being talked about. In the end, and I know this is a shot in my profession, we should do a little less talking about the polls and a little more talking about policy. And in the end, that'll help the public, it'll help the candidates, and it'll make our democracy stronger.
Frank Luntz, always good to get your analysis. Thank you very, very much. And to our viewers, stay with CNN. Our special live coverage of Election Day in America continued, and we will have much more right after this short break. Welcome back. We're now just moments away from Vice President Kamala Harris's first public remarks since her loss to now President-elect Donald Trump. My panel is with me, and MJ, I know you're doing a lot of reporting on this. What do you anticipate she will say in the speech at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, where a huge crowd is now gathering?
I think that if you have been following the Harris campaign, in some ways this is going to sound like a pretty familiar speech. She's going to talk about respecting democratic institutions like last night's election, finding common ground, the need for the country to come together, all themes that she talked about a lot on the campaign trail. I am curious to see how she talks to the American people about accepting as the next president somebody that she herself has called a fascist, somebody that she herself said did not respect the American democracy and has been taking the country backwards on everything from reproductive rights to other freedoms. Threading that needle, I think is going to be in some ways a tough act for her because of how forcefully she has been speaking out against Donald Trump. And then I'm also just looking out for any clues that she might offer about her own political future. Maybe today's not the day, but does she say, I plan to be at the forefront of Democrats fighting back against Donald Trump's and the Republicans' extremist agenda, which is what she talked about a lot.
Mark Preston, what do you expect to hear?
You know, again, I think MJ is right. She has to come out. She has to sound presidential, no matter what happens. Whether or not she has any hope of running again, she has to show that she's a leader, someone who, again, you know, that Democrats really pillared for so long and said that Donald Trump is somebody who doesn't understand how to transfer the power of government. She has to deliver that message in a way that is accepting to the nation, but also in a way that Democrats know that she hasn't given up. It is an incredibly tough tightrope to walk. And honestly, in the days ahead, the reaction from Democrats to everything that Donald Trump says and vice versa is really going to give us an idea of how difficult this is going to be to govern in Washington in the next year or two.
You know, Mano, this is going to be a very difficult speech for her to craft, to write, and then to deliver, given the pain that she's clearly been going through over the past 24, 48 hours or whatever that's going on. What do you anticipate?
Yeah, and also President Biden also talking tomorrow as well to I expect this to be, as you guys are saying, a pretty gracious speech. The question, though, is, to Mark's point, what is the strategy after today? Yes, today she'll reinforce the importance of a peaceful transition of power, a graceful exit for the scene, and talk about the issues she cares about. I don't think she's going to call him a fascist. I would certainly be surprised about that. But then what's the next step for the Democrats? They'll have, while they'll be in the minority in the Senate, they'll have power to scuttle an agenda. They have power, and the minority in the Senate is very powerful. Since the Republicans will not have 60 seats in the Senate. So that means will they try to fight everything at every turn? Will they try to cut deals? Even if they are in the House minority still, they'll have a robust minority. Mike Johnson, if he's the Speaker, assuming he is, he'll have a small majority, which means that he may have to rely on Democrats. Are they going to, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, is he going to fight at every single turn, or are they going to try to figure out a way to connect with those voters they lost in this election? Those are all huge questions in the weeks ahead.
Huge questions indeed. Everybody stand by. We have another CNN projection for you right now. In the important state of Michigan, CNN now projects that Democrat Elissa Slotkin will win her Senate race against Republican Mike Rogers. This is a critical win for Democrats who've lost control of the Senate. In any case, she will succeed Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow, who's retiring. Take a look at the numbers. We'll put them up on the screen. There you see him right there. Elissa Slotkin with 48.6%. Mike Rogers, 48.3%. 16,494 votes. She's ahead. Slotkin is ahead of Mike Rogers by, that's what, 97% of the vote now in. This is a big win for the Democrats.
Yeah, and she was able to appeal to Trump voters. This is a state that obviously Kamala Harris lost. This is an open seat. She represents a Trump district, that Trump carried in the House. Mike Rogers, a former congressman, he was pretty critical of Donald Trump in the aftermath of January 6th. He changed his course completely, aligned himself with Trump through the course of this campaign, tried to ride Donald Trump's coattails. It only went so far, and Slotkin able to succeed there. Obviously, another sigh of relief for Democrats. While they're in the minority and they have to dig themselves out of the minority, it could have been a lot worse if this went with the top of the ticket. Now they're looking at a 58-48 minority right now at the least, but it could be 53-47. The Pennsylvania race is looking good for the GOP. Nevada, they're clinging onto a lead, 54-46, and then in the future election cycles, it's just going to get worse and worse. The map is going to be difficult for Democrats to get back into the majority, which is why each seat so significant, because in successive election cycles, one seat can make all the difference.
And congratulations to Elissa Slotkin on that win. MJ, you reported earlier that President Biden has invited former President Trump to the White House for a meeting. This is pretty extraordinary, too, given the bad blood that exists between these two people.
Well, but this is all a part of the peaceful transfer of power that we are talking about for the current sitting president to invite the incoming next president to the White House to meet and go through all of those processes that are typically in place. Clearly, the White House and this president is trying to send the message. Doesn't matter what happened during this election. It doesn't matter how heated things were. Doesn't matter that Democrats largely ran on the other side. The guy on the other side, Donald Trump, having been someone that completely ignored in so many ways all of these traditions that are in place. We are going to stick to what we believe are the democratic norms in Washington, D.C. and in our country. And that, again, is for the current president to accept and welcome in some ways the person that served in the White House after him and the person that he ran against back in 2020.
Clearly, President Biden and Vice President Harris, they're doing it the traditional way, honoring the process, the election process, and they're doing it right. It's interesting, Mark, there are some Trump supporters who have actually lined up outside of Mar-a-Lago with their views. I want to listen to what one of them had to say.
If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. People ought to have choice, and that choice ought to be informed by the best information. So I'm going to make sure the scientific safety studies and efficacies are out there, and people can make individual assessments.
Would you eliminate any of the agencies?
To eliminate.
No, that's not the soundbite we wanted. That's RFK Jr.
But that's going to be a very important part of the Trump administration.
He's going to be a major player.
You know what's interesting about this is there's going to be discussion about, RFK, he'll never get confirmed by the United States Senate. Well, he doesn't need to be confirmed by the United States Senate, okay? Just like Elon Musk is not going to serve in the administration in a way where he's going to pull a paycheck. Doesn't need to. All he has to do is have Donald Trump's ear. You could put anybody into one of these cabinet positions and just have them parrot what the president wants them to do. So you're going to see the likes of Bobby Kennedy there, obviously Elon Musk, even the likes of, get this, like Dana White from the UFC will have some influence.
They're going to have all these unconfirmed, what they call czars, to oversee policy, and Republicans used to criticize that. But I can expect there's going to be a lot of that in the Trump administration.
I suspect you're absolutely right, guys. Thank you very, very much. And stay with CNN. Our special live coverage continues with Anderson Cooper and Dana Bash right now.
And welcome to CNN's special coverage of Election Day in America continuing. I'm Anderson Cooper. We are standing by for Vice President Kamala Harris to speak after conceding the presidential race to now President-elect Donald Trump.
And I'm Dana Bash. Harris will be speaking at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. We are also learning Harris just spoke with Trump and congratulated him on his win, and according to a senior aide, discussed the importance of a peaceful transfer of power.
This is obviously a decisive win for President Trump with 291 electoral votes, Harris 223, and we still have 4 states to call, including the swing states of Arizona and Nevada. Of course, we'll bring you Harris's remarks when they happen in just about 15 minutes. But first, I want to go to Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, who are at Howard University, where Harris is going to be speaking. Abby?
Yeah, Anderson, let me just set the scene here, because Jeff and I were sitting in these very seats last night as the night wore on. It was packed. There were thousands of people here, students, supporters, and the vibe was energetic, and it was happy until the results started to come in. And today, this is exactly the opposite. And both Jeff and I have lived through another version of this when Hillary Clinton conceded the next day to Donald Trump, kind of like this. You see supporters here really coping in real time with what they went through last night. But there is a sense, I think, today of resignation that wasn't there 8 years ago with Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, because almost everyone here understands what Donald Trump is and what he means. And they are sad, they are upset, but they are moving forward.
Abby, it's so interesting talking to voters here and supporters. It kind of breaks down on their age. I was just talking to a woman who has lived through a lot of elections, and she made that point 8 years ago. She said it was unclear what type of a president Donald Trump would be, but now America knows. And she said America chose this. And there were a lot of recriminations for what Hillary Clinton could have done. She believes, she just told me a few moments ago, that Kamala Harris did everything she could have done and was really starting this race in the fourth quarter. So look, we will unpack this for many months and perhaps years to come. President Biden, his decision, his timing sits at the center of all of this. That phone call that President Biden and Vice President Harris had just a little bit earlier today, private, so interesting. But when you talk to these supporters, they are dejected. And they arrived yesterday in a jubilant mode.
Yeah, and I should note, Anderson, I mean, that phone call that Jeff is talking about, these Harris and Trump, they only met that one time on the debate stage. So they really have almost never spoken to each other in a setting like that. And for someone who ran a very strong campaign against Trump's character, that phone call would have been quite difficult. But, I was talking to some Harris supporters. They're all milling around here. They're going to be kind of front and center for her speech. Her aides, her campaign volunteers, her staffers, they've all come in. They're giving each other long hugs. But there's a sense here that this is not the end. This is perhaps the beginning. I mean, Vice President Harris is young, relatively young, and she is the vice president now. This race did not work out, but there are a lot of people here who do not think that this is the end for her. Anderson.
Abby, do you have any sense of what message she intends to convey in her concession speech? I mean, I'm sure we will hear about, the support for a peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah. I mean, I was told she needed to take the time, frankly, to gather her thoughts. This is not just about her and about Trump. This is also about all of these people gathered here, all of the millions of supporters who are actually looking for someone to lead them in the way forward in a new Trump era. So I do expect that it's not just going to be about the passing from one candidate to another, or one vice president to the incoming president. It's also going to be about what the future of the Democratic movement looks like going forward.
There's no doubt. I mean, Anderson, this is not the time for the deep introspection of the Democratic Party, but there will be soul searching, and there is no doubt, yes, Vice President Harris is young, but a question hanging over all this, was she the best candidate? I think she was put in largely an impossible situation with 107 days, but talking to her advisors, they will say that it was President Biden who sort of left her in this situation. But pointing back to that one interview she said on The View, would you change anything about your administration versus President Biden? That became an ad, and that was a singular moment here. But I'm told that she is going to tell her supporters and ask them to accept the decision and to find common ground and to move forward, even as they stand their ground on basic democratic principles.
Jeff Delaney, Abby Phillip, thank you. We'll come back to you. And again, we're going to bring you Vice President Harris's remarks live, of course. Joining me now here, CNN's Jamie Dingell and co-founder of Lift Our Voices, Gretchen Carlson. Jamie, I know you've been talking to sources in the campaign. What are you hearing from them?
So first thing is they say absolutely they misjudged this race. They misjudged Donald Trump. I think we all know also that Donald Trump didn't think he was winning this. So there was a lot of misjudging.
When they say misjudge, do you have a sense of what they think?
They thought that what mattered was the gender gap, their ground game, January 6th, democracy. And what one source said to me was, it was, as James Carville said, it's the economy, stupid. It's the inflation, stupid. And the other thing that both Harris campaign sources and Democratic sources have said is that Donald Trump cuts through with his message. He connects. We may talk about Madison Square Garden, about the rhetoric, about insults, about violent rhetoric. Voters didn't care about that. One source, Democratic, a very senior Democrat, said to me, voters wanted the guy with the bat, not the woman with the joy.
Gretchen?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say that I think that the numbers speak for themselves, and they're startling. I mean, if you look at Gen Z, 18 to 29, Biden had them by a 25-point margin. Last night, Harris only had a 13-point margin. I mean, that's a dramatic slip, especially after Roe v. Wade and the discussion that so many young women on college campuses or not were going to be going out in droves to vote for Harris, and that apparently did not happen. When you mix that in with Trump, then up 10 points with young men in that same demographic, that's where you lost a lot of votes. And then you can go to white women. I mean, Harris got less than Biden did 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's startling. So was there a misunderstanding about the impact of Roe v. Wade? And I can understand how you would get there, because look what happened in 2022.
There was also so much talk about the ground game by Democrats. Right. None of that, in the end, mattered, no matter how many doors were knocked. A lot to drill down on. Dan, up first, let's go back to you.
Anderson, I want to now go to Caitlin Collins, who is in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, I know you've been talking to your sources about that phone call between Vice President Harris and now President-elect Trump. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, Dana, to be a fly on the wall for that phone call between the two of these people after the campaign that we've seen playing out over the last several weeks and months, ever since Harris became the top of the ticket. I'm told it actually only lasted just a matter of minutes, where Harris was calling to congratulate Trump on his victory, to say that she looks forward to working on a transition, a peaceful transition of power In turn, I'm told that Trump was actually quite complimentary of her. The Trump campaign is saying on the record in a statement that he praised her tenacity and her professionalism. I'm told that by someone familiar with the conversation that he was actually quite flattering to her during that call. That's not totally surprising, given we've seen how Trump has acted towards other former rivals once they are no longer his rivals, even in the Republican primary with people like Governor Ron DeSantis. And so just a remarkable call between the two of them. And I think it's worth noting that she is affording him one thing that he did not afford the incoming Biden-Harris administration, which was saying that he would commit to a peaceful transition of power. President Biden today inviting former President Trump to come and meet with him at the White House during their phone call, and Harris pledging to work forward on that transition. And as far as what's happening here in Palm Beach today, obviously they are on quite a high from that victory last night, bigger margins than they ever expected just a little over 24 hours ago. And the jockeying process is already underway when it comes to a Trump transition. He has basically been on the phone all day long with business leaders, tech leaders, and a lot of Republican lawmakers and some Democrats even talking about what this next few weeks is going to look like as part of this transition process. One thing I will note, they still have not signed these ethics agreements that an incoming transition team usually signs even before the election has happened. The Trump team has not done so yet. We'll see if last night's victory changes that, because obviously that's a very critical process that has to get underway. And if you remember, when Trump won in 2016, that was quite a moment there where they had this plan ready to go, organized by Chris Christie, and in the days after that surprising 2016 victory, they kind of threw it all out of the window and started from scratch. We'll see if that's the case here, but just a remarkable moment to have that conversation between Donald Trump and Vice President Harris, even if it only was just a few moments, Dana.
If my memory serves correctly, I think they actually literally threw Chris Christie's transition plan in the garbage can. Thank you so much for that reporting, Caitlin. I appreciate it. I want to move here to talk about what we expect in moments from Vice President Harris. Matt Mowers, a former Trump administration official, is here. CNN's Boris Sanchez, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who supported Vice President Harris, Jamal Simmons, former communications director for Harris, and Brenda Giannini, a Republican pollster. Thank you so much, one and all, for being here.
It's great. Thank you for having me. I'm really happy to be here.
Can you sell it a little better? I just want to go to the beginning of what Caitlin was reporting and just sit on it for a second. And that is, we cannot take for granted anymore the notion that a person who loses the presidency picks up the phone and calls the person who won to concede and say, I wish you well. We're going to hear, obviously, more of what she's going to say in public. But that phone call, not only did it not happen, as you know better than any of us, because you actually investigated what happened on January 6th, it led to so much disinformation, so much misinformation, and then actual bloodshed. Talk about this moment now for us as a democracy.
Yeah, this is really important, and especially given, look, it was obviously a very tense campaign. Kamala said some things about Trump that was hurtful to him. He said things about her that was hurtful. But for her to pick up the phone, make that call, and say, look, we respect this transfer of power. You'll have full cooperation from the Biden administration. I think it's really important. And it's also, look, around the world, there's a lot of scared countries right now looking at, Donald Trump coming back. They can look and say, okay, we know that transfer of power is going to be peaceful. And I think it puts a lot of people at ease, and it helps to heal the country. Look, we can disagree with Donald Trump winning. We can maybe not wanted him to win, but we should all agree that we want to heal the country as much as possible, and this is step one.
So on that note, Jamal, you know the vice president well. You worked for her. As we are a couple of minutes away from her beginning, we are told that she is actually there. She's arrived at Howard University. What is not only going through her mind right now, and what, more importantly, do you think that she is going to want to convey?
She is, she's very businesslike. She can be very businesslike, not sentimental. So I imagine in that conversation was very businesslike, and she got it done. One of the reasons that's true is you have to remember she was a prosecutor. She dealt a lot with families that were in real crisis and real turmoil.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to, as you're talking, Nancy Pelosi, former House Speaker, on camera. I think it's pretty safe to say that Kamala Harris was the nominee and not Joe Biden because of the work that she did behind the scenes and even in public to change the top of the ticket. Go ahead, Jamal.
Yeah, no, and as a prosecutor, she would talk about conversations that she had to have with families who were in real turmoil. Somebody died, a child was abused. And so I think in a moment like this, she puts herself back in that space of having to have those kind of tough conversations. So I imagine this was very businesslike. But, I was sitting here thinking about this, and Democrats are trying to still maintain some level of normalcy, to act like this is something that's regular. I think people in the country have to wrap their minds around the fact that we're about to have an administration that's not going to be normal, at least if they go along with what they said in the campaign. And so while we want to have the trappings of democracy, Democrats are going to have to sort of recognize things are going to have to be different, and they're going to have to behave differently going forward, because Donald Trump is not really interested in just going along to get along.
And Brenda, you do a lot of work for Republicans, getting data, polling, focus groups. As we wait to hear from her, what to you is the biggest takeaway, particularly from the whole notion that we all heard from Team Harris, was the women are going to save the day, the women are going to come in and they're going to fight, vote for abortion rights and so forth. And then we saw almost across the board, including and especially among suburban women, that didn't happen. In fact, suburban women went for maybe 1 or 2 points for Trump.
Exactly. No, what we saw is if you have the luxury to vote on abortion as a white woman, white suburban woman, you did. However, if your socioeconomic status isn't, you're making $100,000 a year, you're not college educated, you voted on the economy. You're much more interested in grocery prices, you're more interested in inflation. We saw Harris really only had 2 gains. If you look at any demographic groups, and it is with those higher socioeconomic status women. Quite frankly, you can also look at the crosstabs on the exit polls. If you say that inflation didn't impact me and my family, you're also a Harris voter. But for everybody else, inflation hit you hard, the grocery store hit you hard, so abortion wasn't top of mind.
And Matt, the vice president apparently and her team, they are trying to send a message that in the sort of spirit of unity, in the spirit of concession and sort of normal democratic transition of power, they're also saying, protect America, protect democracy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I chose to wear my purple tie today as in the message unifying our country today. Wore the red tie yesterday when it was time to win. Today it's time to unify, right, as a country. And what we really saw yesterday was, and I know there's going to be a lot of folks, including on the other side of this dais right now, who are probably pretty upset, but it was an American win in some ways. You have not seen a Republican win the popular vote, and potentially Donald Trump looks like he's on record to do that right now. You haven't seen the type of conversation around the fact that this was a validation for Donald Trump, his policies, his message, in a way that a lot of folks weren't willing to give him in 2016. A lot of folks wrote it off. I remember being in Trump Tower on election night in 2016, talking to, not just even in the room, but really even, of course, watching folks on TV who were very shocked, right? They said, well, there's no way this was a fluke. Maybe it was just turnout. It was a tactical win. Same thing was said in 2000. This was really an American win in so many different ways because you saw such a multicultural backing for Donald Trump, a multicultural coalition of blacks, Hispanics across the board.
And let's turn back to her and to this 107-day campaign that she didn't expect to have at the top of the ticket, and then she did. And one of the sort of central problems that she had was the fact that she is the vice president to Joe Biden, and their administration is sort of supervising a very tough time economically for people. And that is what helped to change the coalition for Republicans and Democrats. And several minority groups, including blacks and Latinos, did, as Donald Trump predicted, move over to his column.
It is significant, but not really surprising. 2 years ago, Dana, during the midterms, we were sitting here stunned at Ron DeSantis winning so many Latinos in Florida and Republicans flipping seats in the Rio Grande Valley in Texas. But this is a trend that's been percolating for some time, in part because Donald Trump, I believe, and in speaking to a number of Republicans and Democrats, has a unique appeal to Latino voters. Most Latino voters are working class folks. And despite his crude sense of humor, despite the jokes that he makes, despite the exaggerations about his wealth and his exploits, for folks that are from where I'm from and folks that I've grown up around, that resonates more so than
the strong man.
Not just the strong man, but a figure that has succeeded in capitalism, that has wealth that he flaunts, versus the conversation that they hear often from Democrats about Latinx or Latinx. I don't know how to say it. No one where I'm from knows how to say that word. They don't use it. And so in conversations that I've been having with Republican operatives today, they've pointed out that a lot of it just has to do with conversation, the way that conversations are held. And actually, I spoke with one Democrat moments ago, a Latino operative, who said, we need to rethink the way that we talk to folks, specifically Latinos. And he asked point blank, are we actually talking to these voters? And I'll just quickly give you the example of the economic plan that Kamala Harris laid out a few weeks ago. We talked about it a lot on the air.
Yeah.
A lot of it was copy and paste from what she had for African-American men, first
The
of all.
opportunity agenda.
The opportunity agenda. Second of all, most of the folks that I spoke to across the country that are Latino men didn't know that it existed.
Oh, wow.
Because they were so much more focused on day-to-day life, other things. So
Well,
I don't
that's a
think that
big comms problem.
I don't think that message of economy permeated
Yeah.
the way that it hoped.
I want to, this is a question as we wait for her that I've been wanting to ask. And the easy thing would be to ask you, Brenda, but I'm going to ask you guys as supporters of Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has run 3 presidential races. He won 2 and he lost 1. The one that he won the first time was against a woman. The one that he won this time was against a woman. The one that he lost was to a man, a white guy. How much of that, the gender on the top of the ticket and who his opponent is? And I'll just say point blank, how much did latent or otherwise maybe obvious trepidation about voting for a woman played into this?
I mean, look, it's possible. I don't know. And I think that's something that we can only know in the numbers. I mean, the fact is, you could say, is America not ready to put a woman as president? Maybe so. But also, women didn't vote for her. And I think that's a big point, is like, I don't necessarily think that, and obviously, as not female, I can't answer this well, but I don't think that women are necessarily saying we can't have a woman president. Yeah. I think part of it is, look, the Democrats for a long time, there's a question of why young men went so much for Donald Trump. For the last 10 years, everything masculine has been called toxic. And then Donald Trump comes along. These young men feel like they don't have a place in society. Donald Trump comes along, presents a pretty bad version of masculinity, but it's something that in a vacuum attracts the under 25-year-old men who are like...
feel like they don't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah, I'm looking for a place in this world. And that's where I think both Democrats, and frankly, all men need to present healthy versions of masculinity, which is like fighting for the defenseless, standing up for the right thing, Ukraine, stuff like that.
And that transcends whether you are a black man, whether you are a Latino man, whether you are of any other particular ethnicity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's also helpful to remember, because I think about this over the last day. Barack Obama, when he ran, he had a year and a half, maybe almost 2 years, to run and get the country comfortable with having an African-American man who's going to be president. Kamala Harris had 100 days. Right? She didn't have enough time to go through it. Maybe she should have given a speech, like he gave a race speech, that talked about the fact we were going to make this case and have a woman who's going to be president. But people didn't really have time to get comfortable with it. We can't underestimate racism and sexism in this discussion. But we also, our politics, I think we get it wrong a little bit. It's not so much left and right. It's like 3D politics. It's outsiders versus insiders. And Donald Trump has been very good at establishing himself as the advocate for the outsiders who's fighting all the elites who are standing against them. The Democrats have let him have that lane, and they haven't really competed for it. And that's something that we're going to have to figure out, while we also figure out how we associate with the cultural totems of masculinity without giving up the policy issues that really do speak to the issues of women and people of color and everyone else in the country.
Can I disagree with that just a little bit? Just because it's data-driven. So I've been furious with Twitter all day, saying, this is sexism, this is what we're
We
seeing.
can all relate.
Yeah. But clearly it's not, because if you look at the data, she did so much better than Joe Biden. So she was outperforming a white male. You can see it clearly when she gets in the data. So it wasn't
Well, here's
sexist.
the difference. Here's where I'll push back at you. Donald Trump committed several crimes, was convicted of them. We don't think of him as a criminal. Donald Trump said racist things all the time. No one calls him really a racist in mainstream. So there's a certain amount of privilege that his, I think, status as a white male gives him to be kind of a person who can stand up here and kind of do anything and be forgiven for the things that he may have made a mistake for. I can't imagine a woman or a man of color being treated with that kind of leeway to be able to have done those things.
I think that's right, that he had privilege as a white male, but she was not hurt for being a woman. You just don't see it in the data.
Well, I don't know. The flip side, it seems like those two things are related. It's hard to have one without
Well, she
the other.
had to run a perfect campaign, which you could argue she did a pretty good job.
Yeah, she did a pretty good job.
I think it was against Democrats more than a sexist play.
Can I just say real quick, Jamal, you talked about the short runway she had. I'm not sure she actually really utilized it as well as she could have, though. Like, I remember watching the convention in Chicago, and I was saying, all right, what is she going to offer? America doesn't really know her. She's got a chance to fill in the picture. She has all these past comments taking these crazy liberal positions from 2020. What's she going to offer? All you heard was joy and abortion. I think by talking about abortion so much, even for voters who may have agreed with her on the position, what it showed a lot of other voters is she misprioritizing it. She's not giving me much to actually hang my hat on to vote for her unless that's your number one issue. I think there's a lot of voters also who might have been just a little uncomfortable with how vocally she talked about it.
I want to go over to Howard University where Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny are still. And I know that you're sitting and waiting for the vice president like we all are. And you were both talking about the mood over there, but you also are each talking to your sources about the mood inside Team Harris. Abby, I'll start with you.
Yeah, Dana, I mean, look, there's a lot of processing happening, some of it publicly, some of it privately. Just in the last couple of hours, you've heard from some of the top strategists in the Harris campaign basically saying they felt like they did what they could with what they were given. David Plouffe, one of them, saying that they dug themselves out of a hole. And I actually think that's a factual statement about where the race was before Harris got in it. She brought this into competitive territory. So there is a feeling that they probably did as much as they could, given the constraints that they were under, given the short time frame, given that, as several people have described it to me, what it was like to take over the Joe Biden campaign was like turning the Titanic. It was like shifting this giant operation that was geared for someone else and trying to make it work for her.
And she did it effortlessly on that Sunday afternoon on July 21st and July 22nd. But as we sort of reflect on the last few months, it's striking to me as we traveled around the country with her, she rarely talked about the history that she was poised to make. She rarely talked herself about the barrier-breaking moment, unlike Hillary Clinton, more like Barack Obama, as I recall from that. She let others do the talking of that. But as we look at this moment, this is steeped in history on the campus of Howard University. She was saying just in a radio interview yesterday morning, if elected, she would be the first HBCU president. And that is also a differential from Barack Obama. So now that will happen. But I still believe that her candidacy, after we sort of dissect all the red to blue and blue to red, there is something that she inspired among young people that was as similar that I have seen to the Obama candidacy, certainly than any other. She didn't hit the finish line, didn't cross the finish line, but this will be remembered in a very historic way.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that, as Jeff just pointed out, I mean, we are here sitting on the campus of Howard University, the oldest HBCU in the country, and this school means a lot to people of color. And last night and today, there are a lot of students here, a lot of young people for whom perhaps this was their very first campaign. There was a lot of disappointment here last night in this crowd. People wanted to see her. They wanted to hear her. They obviously wanted the night to go differently. But she has to speak to those people tonight to explain why she took this time, essentially, to come out and put together a real message to them, not just a pro forma concession, but a message to her supporters about what this campaign really meant. And you get the sense here that people really need that. There are a lot of long hugs, Dana, happening in this crowd. It has almost a funeral-like vibe. Despite the music that you hear playing in the background, people are very somber. And especially the young people, this is their first experience with the campaign in some cases, and their very first experience with a really tough loss.
And Abby, just stay on that topic for a second, because I remember going to Howard with the then senator, the candidate for vice president in 2020. And obviously Howard is her alma mater. And she made it a very deliberate decision to go to Howard. She wanted to go to an HBCU. She liked Washington. The idea that she is back there, obviously she hoped that that would be the site of her victory speech, but it is now this site of this, you called a funereal, this moment where you had a lot of hope in that crowd for her, even though she didn't lean into the historic nature of her candidacy. It was historic.
Yeah.
How much is that playing out there?
Yeah, I mean, Dana, the fact that she is a product of HBCUs is a testament to what HBCUs mean to the United States of America. HBCUs are the incubator of the black middle class and have been for 100 years in this country. And so it means it's a validation of what these institutions have been for the advancement of people of color. So she doesn't have to talk about it in explicit terms. She doesn't necessarily like to do that, but it is in the very fact that she is here and she is leaning into that. I know you can see just in a couple minutes, perhaps a couple seconds, she's going to be coming out. But you know, Dana, to your point, I think that there's a duality to this. In a sense, she was lifted up by that black middle class, by educated black people, the Divine Nine sororities and fraternities. But there are questions still about whether the Democratic Party is adequately speaking to people who are not college educated, who are working class, and who don't ever step foot in institutions like this. It's both things at the same time.
And that is one of the central divides that we'll be studying and seeing in this campaign. The college versus non-college. The divide is the dividing line in American politics right now. What you just saw on the screen there was her body person, Opal. Before every speech, she goes out on the podium and looks at the teleprompter. So that was Opal. She worked for Hillary Clinton. So there are so many links here between. I'm thinking back to
Hillary alums in this crowd.
For sure,
yeah.
I'm thinking back to Vice President Harris. We first saw her on the scene in 2007, back during the Obama campaign in Iowa. So this is, there is someone in this crowd here right now who's likely going to run for president or higher office. So I do believe that she was defeated, but there is a lot of hope out there from the younger generation. And every one of her rallies, she would say, who are first-time voters here? Who are the Gen Z voters in the crowd? And that is something that I think that really propels the, it's been a long time since the Obama generation.
Yeah.
I mean, those young voters are now older. But I think as we go forward here, I'm told in the speech that she is going to, again, call for common ground, as she did in the final days of her campaign. But I'll be interested to see sort of how much she urges Democrats to hold the line.
Yeah, I mean, her tagline was, when we fight, we win. I expect very much to hear what that looks like, what she thinks that fight looks like, because that's also what I hear from a lot of Democrats, both in this space here at Howard and broadly in the country. They know that the next 4 years, as it often is for the opposition party, will be a fight. It certainly will be with a president like Donald Trump back in the White House. And right now, this is a Democratic Party that I'm not sure has a clear, uncontested leader at this moment. I think she has a shot to be that person, but I do think that that will be a position that is up for grabs. I think this may be our first opportunity to hear how and when she would lead. Anderson.
Abby, thanks very much. Back with the team here in New York. Stead Herndon joining us. Stead, as we wait for Vice President Harris to make her remarks, what are your thoughts looking back on last night?
Yeah, I think it is a night that took the Democratic Party by surprise, but it shouldn't have, to be honest. I mean, the evidence has been there for years about Joe Biden's deep unpopularity, about this administration facing serious headwinds. And the Democratic Party's response for most of that time was to lecture folks, was to tell them that inflation wasn't as bad as they felt, was to demand party loyalty and tell people who wanted things like a primary or wanted a more open process at the beginning of this.
Or border security.
Or border security. Every kind of lane you want to look at, they did not realize the seriousness of this until too late. And so by the time the candidate switch happens, I do think it's fair for them to say that, yeah, they were working out of a hole. But I think we should also acknowledge that it's the same people who supported Joe Biden's reelection campaign that put them in that hole. And for a lot of the voters, I think Democratic base, we were hearing earlier this year a sense of shock that these were their options, that they did not get a chance to really weigh in on the direction of the party and recalibrate from the last time they had a primary in 2019. And the feeling was, if they did not do that, they would not have a unified front to be able to defeat Donald Trump, and that turned to be reality.
It does seem like there is, Jamie, there are some who seem to be blaming voters as opposed to looking at maybe what the Democratic Party needs to look at. I mean, certainly one of the things that was so devastating for Vice President Harris were some of the comments she had made when running for president in the primaries in 2019. She ran for, obviously, that was a very different time. She ran much more to the left. She tried to come back to the center, which may be her true alignment. But a lot of those comments from 2019 were the fodder for the Trump campaign ads.
No question. And senior Democrats that I spoke to today are aware of that. We heard Jeff Zeleny said this earlier. I heard it all day long. And this is about the Democratic Party needs to do some soul searching. And it speaks to exactly that. Whether you like it or not, the voters do get to vote, and they do get to pick. I think the other thing to remember is there were signs of this. So this is anecdotal, but in mid-October, a source of mine was knocking on doors in Western Pennsylvania for Harris, registered Democrats and independents, 30 doors. Only one person was enthusiastically going to go out and vote for Harris. The other 29 were concerned about grocery store prices, the economy, being left behind. What is the party going to do for me? And they said repeatedly, because they do a little survey, they were angry. They were angry with the party, and they felt, right or wrong, that Donald Trump understood their anger. The party needs to take a look at voters like that and think about what comes next.
Harris ran, the campaign was using that term, turn the page. Right. And it was an open question. I mean, what they meant by turn the page, there's probably a lot of voters who voted for Trump saying, yeah, we are turning the page, and that is how they saw it.
Oh, I think it was reflected in those exit polls on the democracy number, and quite honestly, in the polls leading up to the election, in that threat to democracy number. I think that was interpreted as people being fearful of Donald Trump and what he might do to democracy. However, last night it showed that just as many Republicans were worried about what Harris would do to the democracy. And I think that's why that number was so high leading up to the election. So a miscalculation there. Anderson, you and I have talked about trusting the polls for the last couple of months. And I think I said on your show 2 or 3 months ago that I believe that Harris would have to be 5 to 8 points ahead just in the general election poll, because we just didn't know about the Trump voter. And I think that's proven to be true. Unless you look at the margin of error and you say, okay, well, the swing states were still within 3 to 4 points. Okay, but I think there's going to be a huge examination again on polling.
There's also like an original sin here, which is I think that there was an underestimation of Donald Trump, or an assumption that he would be seen as inherently unelectable because of the legal problems, because of January 6th. And when you talk to Democrats, particularly in the post-midterms moment when Biden was consolidating kind of support around the party and in his reelection, the reason they would dismiss concerns about his age or the administration's unpopularity or inflation always seemed to turn back to the fact that they thought Republicans were lining up behind someone who America could not get behind. It felt like their get-out-of-jail-free card. That assumption was never supported by the data, and that is an assumption that has brought them to this point. It's the reason why they did not have a plan B before the crisis of the first debate. And so some of that kind of haughtiness and just belief that Donald Trump could not speak to the change that folks wanted was a story they told themselves, and it's really come back to haunt.
There you see Tim Walz in the crowd coming out. Obviously, that means the vice president is very close to coming out. Abby Phillip is over there with Jeff Zeleny as well. I'm wondering, Jeff and Abby, have you been hearing much about the selection of Tim Walz, how that played out now in retrospect?
I think that there's a lot of chattering conversation about the selection of Tim Walz, but I don't know that anybody really close to the vice president is questioning that, because that was her gut decision. That was her based on who she wanted to run with.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk a lot about the vice president when they're being selected. Yeah. It's hard to imagine a race when it actually had an effect.
And we're getting Vice President Harris on stage right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran, and the way we ran it, over the 107 days of this campaign. We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation. the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. HU. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris speaking just some 12 minutes or so at Howard University, her alma mater, where she had hoped to be making, obviously, a victory speech, obviously a very different speech, indeed, though defiant in many ways, but talking about the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and doing whatever this administration can to help the next administration, which is traditional for these sorts of speeches.
She also, look, by and large, it was a very uplifting, positive speech, but there's one line in there that I thought was notable. She talked about how some people might feel that we're entering into a dark period, but these are the words that I think were notable. She said, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. It jumped out at me because, frankly, it echoed General Milley's retirement speech, where he also, in a rebuke, he didn't mention him by name, President Trump, but there is concern that people don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. And he has said a lot of things that concern people, and I think that line there was directed at that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that was a direct hit to Donald Trump, because the line before it was, we must accept the results of this election, engage in a peaceful transfer of power, exactly what he didn't do 4 years ago. And so I thought that that was her way of giving a warning.
Right, absolutely.
But at the same time, doing it very subtly. Look, I think this was very inspirational to young people especially. There's a lot of young women in that audience. I know there's been a lot of talk today about the fact that this is such a blow to the ability for women to rise to the top. We've seen Hillary Clinton lose the election, and now we've seen Kamala Harris, and they both lost to the same man, who many people believe is highly flawed. But I would like to take this moment to say that while there is inherent sexism, I believe that there were so many other factors in this election, and so I choose not to focus on that, because I don't think it helps with our ability to send the correct message to our young people that this eventually will happen.
Mm-hmm. And it's notable, she didn't mention that. I mean, in the Hillary Clinton concession speech, obviously there was the glass ceiling reference. These speeches are hard because while it's inspirational, it's a Band-Aid over a gaping wound. The Democratic Party had a devastating night last night, and they will be picking up the ashes for that for a long time. And I would also say, in the Democrats' own telling of this race, this was not a normal election. This was a referendum on our political system. It was their last chance to kind of stop Donald Trump's Project 2025 nightmares, and to fail at galvanizing the country and rebuking that, I think cannot be understated in its impact. Only thing I would also add, though, is it is not as if Democrats throughout this experience have acknowledged people's concerns about the political system and the frustration I often hear on the road and say, this is how we would make that better. Their response is usually, what Donald Trump is promising is bad. And I think it's for the next version of what Democrats want to offer, they have to start from a place of acknowledging the concerns that they have failed at lecturing over, whether that be inflation or folks' concerns about the political system working for them.
You know, it's interesting. I was just reading in your newspaper, the New York Times, Bret Stephens wrote a piece. He voted for Harris. He said he voted for her reluctantly. He's conservative. But he said, right now, my larger fear is that liberals lack the introspection to see where they went wrong, the discipline to do better next time, and the humility to change. He also went on to say the Democrats become the party of priggishness, pontification, and pomposity. Do you think that there will be this? Because it is very tempting to just sort of blame voters, to blame whomever, and not look at maybe missteps that your own party did.
That's why I said there are so many other factors as to why she lost. I mean, let's just look at a college campus, for example, where my kids are, two separate college campuses. They told me that some of their Jewish friends, including young women who are Jewish, were voting for Trump because it was a single issue for them this election because of Israel. And so I said to them, you know, even over abortion, and they said, yes, that's who. So I think that piece of the puzzle was undersold in the way in which some Jewish people, I believe, flipped their votes as a result of that. Also, you saw a lot of signs across the nation saying, save girls' sports. I think that the whole transgender issue was also undersold as to how that resonated with Trump followers and the Trump base. I think that that was a huge thing as well.
I think we can say pretty clearly the Democratic Party in the 2019-2020 time was the leading the folks who were driving the discourse there was a very specific lens of kind of progressive, identity-driven language. And even as early as 2020, the defund, the progressive, the left kind of messaging was not landing even among Black and brown communities. And so we have to expand the identities we think about when we talk about identities, not just race, gender, or sexuality, but class, but education. All of these things are informing folks' vote. And I would just say, I was thinking back to the interview I had with Kamala Harris last year, where I asked her, if the administration is accomplishing its goals on inequity and specific to Black communities, why was Black turnout so bad in the midterms, right? And her answer there was, ask me after 2024. That was the level of dismissiveness they have been coming to these questions.
And again, we should just point out, it was the language of 2019, Kamala Harris, which hurt her campaign this time because of the issues she was talking about then, the positions she was taking then versus her now. I want to go back to Dana.
Thanks, Anderson. And Congressman Kinzinger, I want to start with you. Actually, first, before I ask you about it, I just want to play for our viewers again what Kamala Harris specifically said when she discussed the importance of the peaceful transition of power.
We must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny, and anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States.
As we were watching that live, I turned to you because that was why you decided to speak out against Donald Trump when you were still in Congress, because of what happened on January 6th and beyond. And so for you, as somebody who is, you're still a Republican, supported Joe Biden and then supported Kamala Harris, how important was that?
I think it's really important. I mean, look, Democrats are not going to, and we're not going to defend democracy by Democrats becoming what Republicans are. I mean, look, if Donald Trump would have lost, we would be struggling with a transition of power right now, let's be honest. But this is kind of like adults in the room. This is Kamala saying, look, we're going to be adults about this. This is more important than any political party, because in 100 years, if democracy still exists, and I think it will, it's going to be very important that we maintain that tradition. The other thing that was really important for her was beginning to outline the future mission. We can be gracious in defeat, but still have to defend the Constitution, and that is the call that we have now. And I thought she did very effective for a speech, a concession speech, which usually doesn't get a lot of play for a long time. But I thought that was effective in what she needed to do.
One of the most powerful speeches that I ever witnessed in person, and I've covered politics for a few years, was when John McCain gave his concession speech in Phoenix, Arizona in 2008, and he had the same kind of theme. It was up against a backdrop of peaceful transition of power being quite normal, as opposed to the point that she was trying to make. But still, we can't take that for granted.
We can't take it for granted, certainly not with Donald Trump being in office, and we don't know how he will play out over the next 4 years. When it was his turn to do this, he was sort of petulant about it. He didn't have a concession speech. He didn't even show up at the inauguration. So I think a lot of people worry that we would be able to have this kind of a progression from one administration to another. It'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump shows up at the White House with Joe Biden and they have one of those traditional meetings. But maybe he doesn't have to go because he's already been there before.
Well, but it's symbolic. Brenda, I want to actually do something maybe a little bit different, which is I want to bring you in, but also John King is at the Magic Wall. Brenda was talking about the exit polls and the focus groups that you've been seeing. And John, what she was talking about was this realignment that we saw last night and where the votes are. Maybe I'll just bring you in, Brenda, to ask about the coasts and the kind of voters who voted for Democrats versus Republicans.
Yeah, well, I think it's important for Democrats as they have their introspection and their soul searching like we had in 2008. It's their turn now to really think about their base keeps pushing them so far to the left on issue after issue. It started with defund the police, and it's sort of cascaded from there. And think about who's going to control the party, because right now they are a party of white, college-educated elites and black women. That is sort of their core. And as Republicans chip away more and more of working-class voters, voters that are not happy what they're seeing with the economy, not happy what they're seeing at the border, not happy with wokeism, they're going to continue to bleed those voters. So the only place that Kamala had gains, was a narrow slice. And everybody else went red.
Yeah. So, John, I know you've been looking at that in and on the map.
So, yes, and I want to dig into that. Also make one distinction. When John McCain gave his concession speech, he knew he was not going to run for president again. When Kamala Harris just gave that concession speech, she was leaving the door open to run for president again.
Yeah.
She was saying the fight is still open. She's 60 years old. She just ran a campaign. She does have an organization, so you could say she has a head start. Democrats out there are already looking at me saying, you're crazy. We're not going to do that. She just lost this. On January 7th of 2021, we never thought Donald Trump would be back, did we? And he's about to be the president of the United States. So rule out nothing when it comes to the vice president. But to that point about this map, a lot of Democrats are going to say, you're from San Francisco, California, to the point just made. We don't need a coastal elite. Look, we got blown out. That used to be the blue wall. Donald Trump has twice in his 3 campaigns turned it red. The Democrats were supposed to make progress in the Sun Belt. They lost Georgia and North Carolina again. They were supposed to make progress in the Sun Belt. They lost Arizona, and then they lost Nevada. Even Hillary Clinton carried that against Donald Trump in the last campaign. So Democrats are going to say, thank you for your service. And they're mostly going to blame Joe Biden, more than they're going to blame Kamala Harris for what happened in this campaign. But they're going to say, it's time to turn the page. Right? We just lost. And here's another way to do it. Now, but she left her options open there, and you have to be careful about that. So let's look at a full county perspective. This is America. Look at all that red. That is to the point just made. How many Democrats, Dana, in your career, national Democrats especially, or Democrats from New York, or Democrats from California have said, yeah, but nobody lives there? Guess what? Donald Trump just won his 2nd presidential election because good, hardworking, honest Americans work there. They may not do what you do in New York City or what you do in San Francisco or what you do in Los Angeles, but they're good, hardworking Americans. And Ested just made this point in New York as well. They feel ignored. Washington, I just spent 15 months on the road. Washington has never been more disconnected from the people it governs And I would argue that most of these people think it's liberal elites. And so whether the Democrats believe that or not, they need to start a conversation with these people, without a doubt. Here's another way to look at this. That's the full county perspective. This is Donald Trump overperforming 2020. Anything lit up there is where Donald Trump overperformed yesterday, how he did in 2020. That is in 3,884. 3,884 of the 4,622 counties and townships in America, Donald Trump ran better, almost everywhere, yesterday compared to 2020. And take this, Democrats, if you're trying to figure out the path back, not trying to pile on here, but 1,162 of those 4,622 counties and townships, he ran better by 3% or more. He ran better by 3% or more. So the Democrats have a lot to think about. And that you could argue, oh, a lot of it's in the middle of America, a lot of it's in rural counties.
Well, that's what I want to ask you
about. In America, you got to get votes.
Well, that's what I want to ask you about, is that I sort of joked flyover country, which it is not, which is sort of the old sort of trope about how some people view the middle of the country. But what the map shows me is that it's not about geography. It's about class, and it's about education. And that is what the Democrats have now made clear that they are struggling with. Pretty much anybody other than the majority of those who have higher degrees.
A huge bonus for the Democrats is when they started to get this votes of college-educated suburban voters who, when I started doing this, were Republicans. Yeah. But what happened over time is that they kept those votes and they lost their blue-collar base. My first campaign was 1988. Michael Dukakis only won 10 states, but he won Iowa and he won West Virginia. Barack Obama, flipped a lot of states and came in there. I think sometimes, though, and the question is, does Donald Trump do this as well? You get overinflated by your mandate, and you forget the states when you go through all this. So the Democrats, they just have a lot of studying to do as they try to rebuild. This is day one. It's going to take a while, but that is an ugly map if you're a Democrat.
Yeah, it sure is. Thanks, John. Let's go back to Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach, Florida, with Kristen Holmes. Caitlin, how is Donald Trump and his aides? How are they reacting to what we just heard?
I mean, they were a little bit in disbelief as the numbers were coming in last night. I think, as Kristen and I both know, that they have processed it now and they're moving on to what their administration is going to look like and planning for that. But just listening to Harris there and hearing her emphasize that line about a peaceful transition of power, it makes you just realize, like, she is affording to Trump what he never afforded to the incoming Biden-Harris administration, which is not only a commitment to a peaceful transfer of power, but even just acknowledging the victory as legitimate, which she did. She talked about, the voters have spoken, this is their will, and wasn't trying to sow any kind of doubt about this win. It is remarkable seeing the readout from the Trump team saying how gracious he was to her, that he was saying he praised her tenacity, I believe, is what Stephen Chung, his spokesperson, said, not the result after we saw what happened in 2020.
Yeah, and I would assume that both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden will be there on Inauguration Day to cede power to Donald Trump the way that he was not there on Biden's Inauguration Day, the way he left early, almost in a huff. But in Donald Trump himself, he is the most gracious when he is winning. He is not known to be a gracious person. We obviously know some of the horrible things that he said about Kamala Harris behind closed doors. She was able to get under his skin in a way that Joe Biden was not. And he took that to both privately his donors and allies, but also publicly in a number of his rallies and speeches. But he has now won, and it is now time for him to do what he did during that phone call, which was praise her for running a good race. We saw him do the same thing with Nikki Haley, even though he had bashed her, insulted her, all those personal insults. Now it's time for them to move on, as you said, and they are. They are really beginning that transition work now. They are starting to plot their future administration and really moving on from this entire experience. I mean, a lot of the people around him have been doing this for 2 years. This is not a regular campaign that starts a year before. He announced after the midterm elections just a week. So now it is time for them to actually begin this next process. And as you said, a lot of them were still very surprised that he won. They were in almost disbelief.
That he won so quickly.
Yes,
really.
so quickly. And they were cautiously optimistic, but it seemed that even though they thought the numbers were going to come in for them, the fact that they actually did seemed surprising surprising to a lot of them.
Yeah, and so where we're sitting now, Mar-a-Lago is just across the water from us, a little bit to the right, but he has been basically on the phone all day long. He's been meeting with a lot of people that were here at the victory parties last night, people who are certainly either donors or hoping to get a job in his administration, and know that moves quickly. Those conversations start happening despite all the transition planning that happens before then. They are moving very quickly to try to position themselves for what the next few weeks are going to look like for this transition.
And everyone who is looking for an administration job is very much aware this is going to be a knife fight. I mean, they are ready to fight. That's why a lot of them are making calls today. They're reaching out to Trump. They're reaching out to Susie Wiles. They're reaching out to anyone that is close to him because they want to put in a good word for themselves before it's moving too fast and too far ahead of them. They believe that everybody is out for themselves at this point and that they're in a very fast-paced situation, as you said, moving towards that administration.
Yeah, of course, Dana, in 2016, it was when we saw everyone, going through the lobby of Trump Tower. You could know this interview process that was happening in real time. Obviously, it'll be a little bit different this time, happening based out of Mar-a-Lago, is what we're hearing from sources. But still just about 24 hours where even the Trump team is still very much processing this victory and this moment, and including that conversation with Vice President Harris and President Biden today.
All right, thanks to you both. Good to see you. Amazing reporting as always. And ahead, more reaction to Vice President Harris's concession speech and where the Democratic Party goes from here. Our special coverage continues.
And welcome to CNN's special coverage of Election Day in America continued. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Dana Bash. Just moments ago at her alma mater here in Washington, Howard University, Vice President Harris spoke to supporters after conceding the race to Donald Trump.
Hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
President Biden also spoke this afternoon with President-elect, congratulating him on what was obviously a decisive victory, 291 electoral votes so far to Harris's 223. The president-elect shaping up to win the popular vote as well. Now, we still have 4 states left to project: Arizona, Nevada, Maine, and Alaska. Michigan was called for him this afternoon, giving him a sweep of the blue wall states.
And as for Congress, Anderson, Republicans are now leading the race to keep control of the House with 207 of the 218 seats they need to win, and 40 are still in flux there. The election also puts the GOP back on top in the Senate with 3 pickups for them so far, meaning that when all is said and done, the president-elect could have both a mandate and both chambers of Congress to help him carry it out.
And Dana, that certainly speaks to the central question from here on out, namely, what happens next from the transition to what the new cabinet will look like to the criminal and civil cases against the president-elect. We'll talk about it throughout this hour. First, though, CNN's Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny at Howard University with Vice President just spoke. Abby, we heard her concession speech, which ran about 12 minutes long, as John King pointed out, leaving the door open for perhaps some sort of future political life for her.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is exactly what this speech was, Anderson. It was a moment for her to close this particular chapter, to speak to all of the people who were gathered here, who are millions who are watching at home, who put their hopes in her at a particularly vulnerable time for the Democratic Party, when suddenly over the summer, her running mate at the time, President Biden, was unceremoniously kicked off of the ticket, and she became the nominee. I think it's hard to overstate how much of a vibe change Vice President Harris represented when she got on that ticket. And this moment, because of that high, feels like such a low letdown for so many people here. One of the things, though, Anderson and Jeff, that I noted in this speech, it was driven, as she said, by the ideas that animated this campaign, which were about democracy, the threat that Donald Trump, she said, posed to this country. But I have to wonder, after the results that we saw last night, voters seem to say that maybe they get it, they understand it, they think that he doesn't have the best character, but there were other issues that were animating them. And she did not address that. She did not address how the Democratic Party claws back from that hole that they are now in.
She did not. And look, one of the things that has been hanging over this is the fact that she was running during the Biden administration as his vice president. It was a fight to be the candidate of change. That was always going to be so difficult for someone who literally works just down the hall from President Biden, whose approval rating was really disastrously low, at least politically speaking. So she did not address that. However, if she would run again, and it's far too soon to know. I'm thinking back to the 2000 campaign. People thought Al Gore would run again. He thought about it. He ended up not in 2004. So we shall see. She is a young politician. I would argue that she has elevated her standing in this presidential race, which is not always the case. As vice president, she was sort of unknown. Now she has a following. I was struck by when she said it's okay to feel sad and disappointed. Sometimes the fight takes a while. She was talking to the youth in this crowd, but also talking to Democrats. Democrats do feel sad and they do feel disappointed. So how this goes from here, how the party really studies its disconnect with large swaths of America is going to be very interesting. But in terms of a concession speech, I was struck by the graciousness of it and the fact that she said we will work with the peaceful transition of power. And that is not, it sounds obvious, but in this moment, it's not. And I think that was striking.
Jeff, just in terms of what happens now, obviously folks on the Trump campaign are already working on the transition, looking at who's going to be in what positions.
Without question. I mean, this is something that 8 years ago, the Trump campaign was not expecting to win. This time they were hoping to and were expecting more to win. Abby and I both covered the Trump administration. We remember well the jockeying that goes on behind the scenes. It is happening furiously for cabinet positions, so that will be extraordinary. But the president-elect has a much better sense of what running this government is like, perhaps for good or bad. But I do think that the hiring process, this transition of power, is always an interesting season in Washington. It comes on the fifth season every 4 years, and I think this will be an extraordinary moment to see who he surrounds himself with. 4 years ago, as we covered this administration coming in, there were adults in the room, so to speak, and a lot of sort of titans of business and others. That is not likely to be the case this time.
Many fewer guardrails. That really underscores one of the things that is underneath the surface here, especially for the left. There are people who are afraid, actually afraid, because Donald Trump has promised that the very first thing he is going to do, for example, is to carry out a mass deportation campaign. There are American citizens who have family members who could get caught up in that. He has made promises to go after his political enemies. There are things that Trump has promised to do that frankly, don't have anything to do with the economy. But those are the things that are at the top of the agenda. And the results last night were not just at the top of the ticket. You've got a Senate that is going to be Republican, and it's already a Congress that is very much more Trumpian than it was when Trump became president in 2016. So he's going to have a long rope to put his acolytes into positions of power. He's going to have a better understanding of the government. And that is the reality of 2024 that is very different from 2016. And you can sense among Harris's supporters that they understand that there's not going to be a benefit of a doubt given to Trump as he goes into this presidency. They are preparing themselves from day one for what could be a very entrenched period of pushback against Donald Trump and his allies in Washington.
All right, Abby, Jeff, thanks. Dana, back to you.
Anderson, as we mentioned at the top, President Biden and President-elect Trump also spoke today. We learned that Mr. Biden will address the nation tomorrow. CNN's Kayla Tausche is at the White House for us. First, Kayla, what do we expect to hear from the president tomorrow? And what did you hear about the conversation he had not only with Donald Trump, but of course with his vice president?
Well, the conversations were very brief. They were very high level. A White House official said that President Biden congratulated the vice president on what he described as a historic campaign. And as for the conversation with now President-elect Donald Trump, President Biden talked about being a president for all people and ushering in a peaceful transition of power. And those are some of the themes that we're expecting President Biden to touch on tomorrow when he delivers this address. Despite some of the more piercing rhetoric from the campaign trail in recent weeks, we expect the president to talk about how he was a president for all people, and he expects Donald Trump to be the same, how he will uphold democracy, which is, of course, one of the core pillars of what he ran on protecting back in 2020 and frequently revisited throughout the course of the last 4 years. Now, clearly, it is not a bittersweet moment for President Biden. It is expected to be quite bitter as he delivers this address in a race he believed that he could have won. Whether that there's any tinge of that in his remarks, we don't expect there to be. We expect him to be on script and speaking at a high level, but of course we'll see when he actually delivers them, Dana.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of alluded to this. This is obviously a fraught dynamic here because President Biden, as you said, still believed that he could have beaten Donald Trump. He was sort of unceremoniously removed, even though he said he did it on his own. What are you hearing from his advisors about what's going on there behind the scenes?
Well, Dana, there are three schools of thought that have sort of emerged in the light of day after the results have come in, and not just come in, but shown a landslide and decisive victory of sorts for Biden's predecessor that he really ran a campaign directly against. And those three schools of thoughts are as follows. The first is perhaps Biden should have just remained the candidate. He had that strong coalition in the blue wall of white working class voters that helped tip the race to his favor in 2020 and that carried Donald Trump in 2016. Perhaps he would have been able to carry that out. Then there's the school of thought that perhaps blame should be placed on former President Barack Obama for anointing Hillary Clinton in 2016 and to Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, who effectively pushed Biden out of the race this time around, with aides saying that, it was essentially the party's most powerful that told Biden that he needed to step aside. They said that any other Democrat could beat Donald Trump, and clearly they say that was not the case. And then there's a final school of thought that is perhaps they just didn't fully grasp just how unpopular President Biden was. They believed that the data would eventually play out in voter sentiment, that President Biden's approval rating did not accurately reflect how people actually felt on the ground. But Dana, as we know, voters are never wrong. They have this opportunity to speak their mind, to cast their ballots and show where their priorities are. And that is the source of a lot of reckoning for the Biden team in the light of day.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear their priority was with inflation and the economy. Kayla, thank you so much. Anderson?
Dana, thanks for joining us now. Is Brian Lanza, senior advisor to the Trump 2024 campaign. Brian, you were obviously part of President-elect Trump's first transition team. I'm wondering what you're hearing about the team that's being put together now. What do we know?
First of all, thank you, Anderson, for having me on. Listen, we're attracting the best and the brightest this country has. I think the transition team has done a good job, sort of staying behind the scenes in the last couple of months and sort of gathering a list of people who want to work in the administration, who want to serve this country in a positive way. And now we're going through the process of reviewing that, doing the necessary background searches we have. We're excited to have so many people excited to be part of this administration and unifying the country. So I think what you're going to see from this transition, is going to be a unified front. And, President Trump and Kamala Harris spoke a little bit earlier. It was a very gracious phone call that the vice president gave, and the president was very clear. She thought she ran a strong campaign, and she was very tenacious in the process. She also mentioned she wanted to work with the president to unify the country. So I think from the transition, who wants to display a unified front, and also from the relationship that he has with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we're looking to have a unified relationship with the country in January.
There are documents that the president-elect needs to sign to unlock transition activities so that the Trump administration can kind of hit the ground running. Do you know if President-elect Trump has signed those yet? Because I understand there were several deadlines that his team had skipped.
Yeah, listen, those are sort of the technical processes of transition. Our understanding is that they're not legally required to be signed, but they're in negotiations. They're having conversations. They're looking forward to finalizing a memorandum of understanding. But let's be clear, Anderson, it's not a legal requirement for the campaign or the transition to sign anything with the government. We're working and cooperating in unison to make sure we cross the necessary thresholds so that our people can be briefed properly with national security background information and so that we can hit the ground running. But let's be clear, it is not a legal requirement to sign a memorandum of understanding with the government for this transition.
I remember when George W. Bush was elected and talked about the mandate that he had. This is probably as close to a sweeping mandate as a president-elect could have asked for, with, having control of both the Senate, potentially, it seems, on the way to have control keeping control of the House as well. What do you expect to see in the first 100 days?
Listen, it's very much a mandate for common sense. What we expect to see for the first 100 days is people focused on affordability. The American people want to do something with respect to affordability. They've been wiped out. They've suffered tremendously through the policies of the previous administration, and we're going to focus on that. We're also going to focus on securing the border. That's very common sense to the common people. They want to understand, a country that's so welcoming of immigration. Why are people breaking our laws to get here? And more importantly, why is our government not doing anything about it? So as we go forward with this common sense mandate that we have, we're going to be addressing the issues that we talked about at campaign in a straightforward way. But we're also going to make sure that the American people understand. We understand their priorities. We appreciate their vote, and we're going to go forward in a common sense approach with the mandate to make sure that we hit everything right. That the promises the president made are kept.
There were, obviously, the former president, the president-elect, ran on this idea of mass deportations. There were people at the Republican convention holding up signs that were printed out for that. Do you know what is the plan for that?
Well, let's be clear when we talk about this mass deportation. It has to do with illegal aliens. We're not doing anything with legal residents or people who are here legally. It's people who are here illegally is going to be the approach with mass deportation. Now, we've always said it, the president has said it before, there's going to be a staged process. There's going to be a phase-in. The easiest people to target are the criminals, the people who here have committed violent crimes illegally that are still here. That's going to be step one. And once we sort of understand once we understand how step one moves forward, we'll move to the next layer. But let's be clear to the American people, we are going to deport illegal aliens who've broken our laws and who've been violent to our people.
Ryan Lanza, I appreciate your time. Coming up next, CNN's John King at the Magic Wall breaks down the magnitude of the Trump victory and later more on what we're learning about the transition as our special CNN election coverage continues.
This is CNN special coverage of election night in America continued, but not continued by much. It is Wednesday, and we already know who will be the next president. And a short time ago, Kamala Harris brought her campaign to a formal close in front of supporters at Howard University right here in Washington.
And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay.
CNN's John King is at the Magic Wall. John, we still have a few states that are outstanding, and that could actually make Donald Trump's victory.
Make it bigger, could shrink some things. We'll see how it plays out. A couple of things to look at from when I went off the air at 4 o'clock this morning. Number one, Donald Trump still leads by 4.8 million votes in the popular vote. There are some Democrats who say, California takes actually sometimes a couple weeks to finish its count because of mail-in ballots. New York State sometimes takes a long time to count. There are some Democrats out there holding out what I guess is a last-gasp hope that somehow she might catch up in the popular vote. But 4.8 million is a pretty strong lead. We'll watch and see if that happens. And remember, Donald Trump lost the popular vote in both of his previous runs. So that is a trophy not only does Donald Trump like to have, but inside his campaign, they're already talking about this as part of a mandate. You win the popular vote as well. Look at the map. I mean, your eyes don't lie. There's not really much I have to say. When you look at this map and you see all that red, and especially where you see it. All right, those are the blue wall states. Donald Trump flipped them in 2016. That was the wow then. Well, he flipped them back again. Joe Biden got them blue in 2020. Now they're back. This is going to be the conversation about Democrats. These states have voted together since 1992. They voted blue in all of those elections except two, 2016 and yesterday. So Democrats are going to have a conversation there. And they have Democratic governors in all three of them. They're going to lead that conversation about how do we pick up the pieces and move forward. But that's big for Donald Trump. And then the conversation has been, well, the demographics are changing in the Sun Belt. So North Carolina, it already was diverse. Now it's becoming more college educated. Democrats should be able to win it. Donald Trump took it back. Georgia, Joe Biden took it only by 11,000 votes, but Donald Trump took it back again. Big black population, Democratic foundation, more college educated voters, more diverse, should be able to win it. They didn't. And then we're not finished out here, but Donald Trump gets Arizona back, and even Hillary Clinton won Nevada in 2016. Again, we're not done, but if you look, I can just go in and take this away and look at where we are in the counts right now. In Arizona, it's 106,000 votes. Remember how narrow that was in 2020. And in Nevada, again, they take a while to finish the count, but it's 64,000 votes. So if you look at the map, it's incredibly impressive. And if you go county by county, and you can look inside Manhattan, the Bronx, Queens, Donald Trump running stronger. Those areas are going to stay blue. They're not going to change. But it's just a sweeping victory no matter how you look at it. And so I just want to come into one state, Michigan. Right, and you look here, spent a lot of time here in the campaign. This actually came back a bit from last night. Last night we were talking about what about the youth vote in places like Washtenaw County where the University of Michigan is. The Democrats, as the votes were counted, did come back some. See, it's 71% right there compared to 73% for Joe Biden. So it did get better. It didn't get back to Biden levels, but it got better as the count continued in. But here are the places the Democrats are going to autopsy, and it's actually kind of striking. When I first started doing this, Macomb County, Michigan was home of the Reagan Democrats, right? How did Ronald Reagan win those union auto workers, right? Well, now the conversation is how is Donald Trump not only winning, but building support among union auto workers? That's 2020. You come back to 2024, he's at 56% in Macomb County. So Democrats are going to have a conversation about how do we appeal to farmers? How do we appeal to people who work with their hands? How do we appeal to all of the people, not only in farm state America and prairie America, but in industrial state America? The Democrats have a problem, but let's flip it. Donald Trump won the election, and he was right last night to say the American people have given him a mandate. He's going to probably win the popular vote. He's going to be over 300 in the Electoral College. That is a mandate. The question is, what does he do with it? And you know this better than I. He'll have a Republican Senate. We're not sure about the Congress. But this is a resounding victory, especially after, again, the conversations we were having just after the Biden inauguration were that Donald Trump was done. Donald Trump is not done. He's coming back. And he's coming back with a giant wind at his back.
Yeah, I mean, it is a comeback that is really astonishing. No question about that, John. Thanks. Anderson?
Dana, thanks very much. John just mentioned the House. So we're going to go to CNN's Manu Raju, has a CNN projection to bring us to two key House races. Manu?
Yeah, Anderson, CNN can now project a Republican pickup in the race for the House, representing the Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania. Republican GOP State Rep Ryan McKenzie defeating the incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Susan Wild in that district. It was a district that Joe Biden narrowly carried in 2020, a bellwether district and a big GOP pickup. We also have a prediction out of New Mexico, where there's a Democratic hold in that race. Gabriel Vasquez, the incumbent Democratic congressman, holding on to his seat, fending off a challenge from Republican Yvette Harrell in that race. Now, what does this all mean, and who's leading in which districts at this key moment in the race for the House? Well, Democrats have some advantages, and Republicans do as well. Democrats are leading in a handful of states and Republican districts, and Republicans are leading in a handful of other districts. But in order to win back majority control of the House, Democrats need to have a net of four seats altogether. And right now, as you see, Republicans are leading in 2 Democratic districts. In order to get a full majority in the United States House, there needs to be 218 seats to get that majority. But at the moment, the Democrats have a bit of a fraught path to that majority, given the fact that Republicans have picked up a net of 6 seats so far. They're potentially could pick up a couple more. Democrats may pick up a few as well. That may not meet the net 4 seats to get the majority, which is why at the moment, Anderson, both the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is projecting confidence that the GOP will hold the House. They're not ready to project that yet, but the path to the majority for the Democrats at the moment is complicated.
Roger, we're following it closely. Just ahead, President Obama breaking his silence, coming out with a new statement. Also, go back to Florida for an update on the transition process ahead and more reaction to Trump's win and Vice President Harris's concession speech. welcome back to our special coverage. CNN's Election Night in America continued. Moments ago, former President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama released a statement. It reads in part, "This is obviously not the outcome we had hoped for, given our profound disagreements with the Republican ticket on a whole host of issues. But living in a democracy is about recognizing that our point of view won't always win out and being willing to accept the peaceful transfer of power." I want to go back to Caitlin Collins, who's in West Palm Beach, Florida, with Kristen Holmes. So, Caitlin, the Republican Party uniting, obviously, around Trump today as his political rivals congratulate him. What do the next couple of days look like for the Trump team in terms of putting together some sort of a transition?
Well, Anderson, you can't really overstate what atmosphere Trump is coming into power with this time. It is so different than 2016. Obviously, he lost in 2020 and was, for weeks after he left the White House, had a bit of a falling out with a lot of the Republican Party. He was very isolated, only had a handful of aides around him, and we are seeing just how different that is since his victory last night. All of the Republicans, Mike Johnson, flew down here after watching the results come in from Shreveport to be with former President Trump as he took the stage as the president-elect there last night. You saw Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, all the way to the right. And I should note, as far as congratulations are going, we did just hear from someone who was on that stage 8 years ago, the former Vice President himself, Mike Pence, who issued a statement saying that he and his wife Karen Pence congratulate Donald Trump on his election. He says he will continue to pray for all people who are in positions of authority. And Kristen, just looking at that statement there where he's saying that they're praying and congratulating them and J.D. Vance, of course, the position that Mike Pence himself used to hold, but now no longer does, and J.D. Vance does because he's willing to do what Mike Pence would not. It just shows you, as we were watching everyone on that stage last night, how different this is going to look, the people who are around Trump in his second term.
Yeah, and everyone is clearly on their best behavior right now. I mean, we're seeing this in all the statements, even Donald Trump himself in his phone call with Kamala Harris, praising her tenacity. Everybody is trying to focus on moving forward right now, turning the page. Obviously, again, this is very different from what we saw back in 2020. And I do want to get to what Anderson was saying, because we do have some new reporting just on what exactly is happening with that transition. They have offices opened here in West Palm Beach. They are expecting that the entire transition will be run out of here. There will be meetings between Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon that are held at that office. That's where the campaign was set up, as well as Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump is going to entertain various Republicans in terms of meeting with them, trying to vet them himself, and that's already underway. Now, Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon, I'm told, have already held some meetings with these top contenders for these top administration positions. Now, obviously, everything is going to have to go through the former president, but as we know, a lot of this transition had to get going, and Donald Trump himself was not willing to engage in any of it. A lot of it being because he was superstitious. He didn't want to get ahead of the election, so he wasn't having any of the real conversations that come with a transition. So instead, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, were doing some of that in order to prepare him for the potential that he would win.
Yeah, I think what's just interesting, when I interviewed Howard Lutnick and we sat down, and it went off on a tangent and rabbit hole about vaccines and conspiracies about vaccines. But the thing he was saying at the beginning was that he had thousands of names lined up, that he had gone to people and said, tell me your 5 best people that you think should be working in the federal government. And so he does have basically a spreadsheet that he's working from of potential people that they'll want to put in front of Donald Trump. But I think the one unknown with Trump is, does he go along with the plan that people have put forward for him? In 2016, he famously did not. In 2020, we didn't see it happen, obviously. And so I think that's a question of, what that process looks like this time around 8 years later.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to know that until Donald Trump actually sits down and looks at some of these names. But I will say that we know, in addition to Howard Lutnick, in addition to Linda McMahon, 2 people that Donald Trump really trusts who have been there. I mean, even with the knives out for Howard Lutnick, which we know that there are people who are circling him, Donald Trump himself has repeatedly said that he really likes Howard and he trusts him. They presenting that will be something he looks at. The other person to watch and the other kind of system and list to watch is Project 2025's personnel list. That
Which
was
is
put
thousands
together,
of people
thousands of people, all vetted for their loyalty, all vetted by Johnny McEntee and his program, still a loyalist to Trump, still close to the former president. They're going to be providing the transition with a long list of recommendations of people that they have handpicked and gone through what they believe is a rigorous loyalty test for people to fill in those thousands of administration positions.
And the other interesting thing was when we called the House or called the Senate for Republicans last night, just seeing they flipped even more seats than they were expecting. They were going into it kind of cautiously optimistic. I mean, Trump is entering this with a Republican Senate that a lot of his appointees that he picks for the cabinet could probably easily get confirmed. I mean, we can't say for sure, obviously, but
very
it's
different
not
position.
Yeah, they're not. There's no like real, the balance of power. He's going to be able to get them confirmed with as many Republicans.
Which actually might be risky for him because he's made a lot of promises, and now that he has all of this power, he might have to actually follow through with some of those people who other people don't want in the cabinet.
Yeah, it's a remarkable moment, Anderson, and obviously this is what the next 2 months are going to look like as we're watching this so closely to see who ultimately wins out and what often is a knife fight for staffing in the Trump term. No one expects that to be different than it was the last time he was in office. But of course, Trump has always said his worst mistake he ever made when he was in office the first time was staffing or personnel decisions. People like Bill Barr, Jeff Sessions that he was so frustrated with, obviously Mark Milley and his generals. I mean, that is all going to look very different this time around.
Yeah, loyalty obviously will be probably very high on his list. Caitlin Collins, Kristen Holmes, thanks. I want to take a look at some of the things President-elect Trump has said that he would do in his second term. We've got just a list of things. Mass deportations, 10 to 20% tariffs on imports, assert control over U.S. Department of Justice, purge federal employees deemed to be disloyal. Jamie, I mean, where does this start? Do you think he can? I mean, the mass deportations, I asked Brian Lanza about it. He talked about, well, we go after first people who have broken the law here to deport them. All of that takes time.
It does take time, but there are things that may happen more quickly. So, for example, what does it mean for Ukraine? What does it mean for NATO? What does it mean for DACA, for Dreamers? I did notice, as far as Ukraine is concerned, Zelensky was very quick today to say congratulations to @real Donald Trump on his impressive election victory, ! And then went on and on. He will not be the only world leader, coming to try to get in Trump's good graces. But there are also questions about revenge, retribution. What does this mean for people that Trump has focused on as political foes?
He's talked specifically about people at the Department of Justice, even former employees of the Department of Justice. He's raised questions about even former members of the military, Mark Milley and others.
Certainly outspoken generals like General Milley, General Kelly, who is his chief of staff. I think Liz Cheney is someone he would focus on, Nancy Pelosi, unfortunately. Then there's, of course, the question of what happens to those legal cases against Donald Trump. Special counsel Jack Smith, who he is focused on.
I mean, it seems pretty clear what happens to them.
They will go away. Big picture, will there be any guardrails? Who will be the next attorney general? Will that attorney general be someone who says no?
I'll just add a few more things. His aides have said he'll immediately start drilling. He also put the FBI on the list for potentially getting rid of them. His enemy list could be even more vast than just those few names. And also, he will likely reinstate the transgender ban in the military. But I think the biggest thing right now is what's going to happen in the House. Because if this is an entirely Republican Congress, then there really are no guardrails there at all. And a lot of things could happen that we're not even talking about today.
It's interesting because even some Trump supporters would say, well, RFK Jr., he's not going to be able to pass confirmation, so, don't worry about it. He'll have some sort of non-confirmed role. He could pass confirmation.
He could, and I think that we should expect a Republican-led Congress that is overwhelmingly deferential, even more so than we have seen them be in recent years. I mean, the list of Trump's, there's the micro policies that he's talked about, and I don't want to say micro as in small, but just the tactical ones, things like tariffs, things like the deportations. But then there's the reshaping of government. There is the concentration of power in the executive. They made a concerted effort in this election to not just try to win, but to win in a very specific fashion. To win by rallying folks around a vision of Donald Trump, kind of as a unitary figure and leader. And so I expect them to try to govern in that fashion. It is the reason things like Project 2025 weren't just sideshows in this race, but the layout of a vision that for a lot of conservatives, they see Donald Trump as a vessel as. The question is, will there be folks to say no around him? We know that they're already trying to ensure that answer is no. But I wonder if Donald Trump will say no to some of the things suggested to him, because there's going to be a lot of folks in the kind of conservative ecosystem who see this as an opportunity to do things that they have not been able to do before. That is the laundry list of kind of the suite of proposals that I think that were on paper, if we take Project 2025, could become reality.
Just another quick thing, he potentially could have 2 more Supreme Court nominees.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Everyone stay with us. Just ahead, we touched on this briefly a moment ago. What happens now with the pair of federal cases brought by Special Counsel Jack Smith against the president-elect? Paula Reed joins us with the latest on that.
Welcome back to CNN's Election Night in America continued. Anderson and company briefly talked about this in the last segment. The question of what may happen with the federal cases against President-elect Trump for trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election and mishandling classified documents. Paula Reed is here with me now. So, Paula, I was just thinking about how many times you and I spoke over the last year or so about the presidential campaign for Donald Trump and everything that was coming his way in terms of federal prosecution being so intertwined for him. And here we are.
It really is incredible because, as we reported repeatedly, the whole strategy was delay, delay, delay. Push all 4 of these criminal cases back as far as you can. Of course, New York, the trial there, they couldn't push back as far as they would have liked, but they're going to push his sentencing back, all in an effort to keep their client out of jail. And it appears that they're going to be successful because I'm told by my sources right now, Jack Smith, the special counsel that has brought 2 federal cases against President-elect Trump, is talking to top leaders at the Justice Department about how to wind down these cases. Now, it was expected that if Trump was reelected, these cases would go away. Trump has said he would fire Smith. Unclear if he could do that, but they would be dismissed by the Trump Justice Department. But I'm learning actually that these folks at the Justice Department, they are looking at an Office of Legal Counsel memo that deals with prosecuting or indicting sitting presidents, trying to figure out how that applies to this case and how they can go about winding down these cases before Trump is even in office.
And President-elect Trump is scheduled to be sentenced in New York on November 26th on the hush money conviction. Will that still happen?
I doubt it. In speaking with sources over the past few weeks, I've learned that once again, they intend to try to delay this. They have several avenues to do that. There is currently at least one pending appeal on that case. There's briefings by the prosecutors. They aren't due until January, so they could try to appeal to the judge on that basis to get it delayed. And they can also make this novel argument that he's the president-elect. He can't be sitting in a courtroom being sentenced. But at this point, Dana, I do not expect that sentencing is going to happen in a few weeks or probably ever.
Paula Reed, thank you so much. Back with my panel here, and also joining us from New York is CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, let me start with you because, again, you and I have talked about these legal issues for some time. The fact that that is potentially off the table for him seems to be off the table, more than potentially. And then you have the question of the Supreme Court, which ruled this summer that he will, or any president, would be immune from prosecution for official acts while in office. What are the ramifications of that, just looking ahead?
It's such an important point to keep in mind, Dana. This immunity ruling is still brand new. It came out 4 months ago, and I think we are going to be living with the ramifications of it for decades looking ahead. In that ruling, the Supreme Court decided that a president has very broad immunity, cannot be prosecuted or investigated for anything he does within his official acts. And they defined the scope of official acts both very broadly, but also at the same time quite vaguely. Right now, Jack Smith and the judge are trying to go through and figure out what exactly is and is not immune. And so when Donald Trump retakes office in 75 days, I think if he looks at that opinion, he's going to feel unbound. He's going to feel like pretty much anything he does, as long as he can believably tie it somehow to the office, he is immune from being prosecuted for in the future. And so I think one major guardrail against abuse of office has now been eliminated by the Supreme Court.
And back here, Matt, as a Republican and as somebody who has worked for Donald Trump, part of his transition 8 years ago, I believe. What are your thoughts on that guardrail, as Ellie called it, being eliminated?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's the same guardrails that any president has right now. There are checks and balances, right? There is a U.S. Senate. There is a judiciary branch. There is a Congress he's going to have to deal with at the end of the day.
Even though the judiciary branch, the highest court in the land, basically said, like,
But I think there's actually there was a bigger Supreme Court case in a lot of ways, in my opinion, which was the one that actually overturned the Chevron doctrine that said actually the executive branch has less authority on the overall everyday matters of what happens from agency rulings and the rest. So in fact, actually, I know everyone's talking about what they ruled about with immunity. The bigger one on actual policy is the one that overturned the Chevron doctrine.
It's such an important point. I mean, when we say Chevron deference, when we've gotten to the Chevron deference part of the conversation, I hope people don't go, huh? It's so important because this has to do with what Republicans have long called the swamp, what a lot of people here call, the nuts and bolts of federal agencies that keep it going no matter who is president. And this ruling, you can correct me if I have it a little bit off, effectively says that a president can have more authority, pretty much any authority, to change that.
I was just going to say, actually, it kind of took away the authority of the agencies in the executive branch and actually said that, you're right, to make rules.
Power in the hands of judges, didn't it?
Well, in judges, and also what it's ultimately going to do is put a lot more authority in the hands of Congress, which, by the way, is where it should be. They're the ones who are supposed to be actually making the laws. They're, accountable to the people every 2 years in the House of Representatives, and that's how it was set up to be. We've only recently, in recent decades, given so much power to the federal bureaucracy. So actually, you'll have a lot more in the hands of the elected.
And this is, and this is just one of so many examples of issues that we are going to be talking about and thinking about that have real life consequences for people, for industry, for society.
No question, especially given the outline that we've heard from Trump and what he has promised he would do on the campaign trail. When you're talking about mass deportations, for example, when you're talking about the absolution of federal agencies like the EPA, the Department of Education, et cetera, I kind of defer to Matt on the experience of going through the Trump transition, but some of what we saw early on in the first Trump administration had a lot to do with the chaos, as we were talking about earlier. I'm not sure if it was on air or not, but the physical binders that were destroyed before Trump took office that had sort of the plans that had been laid out by former Governor Chris Christie, who was in charge of that Trump transition. When he went into office, there were all these different fiefdoms in the White House that were fighting against each other. You had the Trump family, and then you had folks from the RNC, and then you had sort of the Steve Bannon wing of it. And that led to a ton of issues. You saw departures very quickly. I don't think you're going to see as much of that this time. So the Trump administration, I think, is going to be much more, the second Trump administration is going to be far more effective and potentially much more disruptive.
You're the only one at this table who has been part of the check and balance of a Trump presidency. Is that a real thing? Especially if there is Republican control across the board. We don't know about the House, but it looks like it's headed that way.
On paper, it's a real thing. In practice, no. There is no chance, 0.0% chance that Donald Trump says something and Republicans in the House buck him anymore. There was about a 20% chance we would buck him when I was in, but anybody that was going to do that, they're out now. They're gone. So this will be a compliant Congress, compliant House. Look, I mean, the reality is everybody knew this when they voted yesterday. So yes, the American people voted for basically this unchecked power that the president's going to have. But yeah, I mean, look, I agree. Constitutionally, this belongs in the House. This belongs in the Senate. In practice, not a chance. They will not stand up against him.
When you say this belongs in the House and the Senate?
Like any decision-making, things, like what are we going to do in the various agencies, stuff like that.
And the unchecked power argument you helped Kamala Harris make, it didn't work.
No, it didn't work. Nope.
Yeah, no, look, we are setting ourselves up for an era with almost one sort of unitary government, like one person who's going to control everything about the government. And I'm not sure that we are prepared in any sense for what that looks like when we don't have those kinds of checks and balances anymore.
Just before we run out of time, I want to play a Latino voter and what he told CNN about why he voted for President-elect Trump.
Plain and simple, the economy, right? People think, oh, he's a businessman. He can probably work things out with numbers and, he can probably got better connections with, leaders from other countries, from the past. I mean, people are fed up also with, inflation and, the economy, the way it works. I guess they figured, he's the better option.
That's fascinating, and also there's still a payphone wherever that guy was, which is I couldn't take my eyes off of. Yeah. Is that what you saw in your data?
Absolutely. So you saw
data come to life.
Voter. Yeah, I love this guy. I'd love to do a focus group with him. But yes, that's exactly what Latinos were saying, and they were saying, "Hey, we care about the economy." He's talking about the issues that we care about. She's talking about democracy. What does that mean? It looks like everything in D.C. still held in a Trump presidency. She's talking about abortion. These are not things I worry about every day, but I go to the grocery store twice a week.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has struck out to me in the conversations that we've had in recent weeks about Latino voters specifically has a lot to do with some of the insults that Trump, over the years, and more specifically what we saw in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, that was supposed to have everybody
huge
was
effect.
saying that they were hearing it on the radio
I was talking
shows
to Latino Republican operatives about this, and one of them specifically said, is it any more crude than things we say amongst each other? And there's a working
and they don't
class,
see it differently when somebody else says it about
there's a working class sensibility to, I think, a large part of the Latino community, and that's why a lot of those jokes don't land with them. I think also when you look at research, there was a poll out from the New York Times and Siena College, and the majority of Latinos born outside of this country, told the New York Times that they did not see themselves as the immigrants that Donald Trump was speaking about. And I think the proof is in the numbers when you look at some of the Puerto Rican dominant communities, or the communities with large numbers of Puerto Ricans. In Lehigh County, in Berks County, Trump either shrunk or expanded his lead in there. And then if you look at Florida, Osceola, this is an area in central Florida, not far from Orlando, Donald Trump flipped it. Joe Biden won by double digits back in 2020. Trump flipped it. That's an area full of Puerto Ricans.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere, though. CNN's election coverage will continue. We're going to have more on what we're hearing about the president-elect's transition plans and the keys to his very big win last night.